right. Well, you knew it was just a matter of time before my ugly mug showed up here on the screen. I want to welcome you to Saturday of the Bay Area Layout Design and Operations Weekend that we're doing as a hybrid event this year. And I just came on real quickly to give you an idea of what to expect. So the way this is going to work, I've been talking about this for months, but I figure since we're doing this now, I should explain it. The way this will work is we have a Zoom meeting set up, and there are going to be dozens of people on there, and those people are allowed to interact with our presenters all day long. And also in the Zoom meeting, there are breakout rooms, and the presenters will go into the breakout rooms where our attendees, registered attendees, can go and interact with them. The YouTube coverage that we're providing here for free on the channel is strictly for what I call fly on the wall observation. And we wanted to make this available so that people didn't have to spend money to attend virtually if they didn't have it or weren't able to, whatever. And also to let everybody know that this is something that happens every year. And I don't know what our plans are yet for next year. Chances are we'll be doing a hybrid again next year. But anyway, to make the explanation more complete, all the layout owners that are going to appear today, because today is what we call layout day. Normally what we would do if it were an in-person event is we would go to the layouts in person. Well, due to health concerns, most private layout owners don't want a bunch of strangers coming into their homes. So we're doing it virtually. And what that means is we've posted the links to all of the layout presentations that are going to be done as recordings, and people were allowed to watch those ahead of time. And then the layout owners will be on hand today to live to talk about it. So then tomorrow we're going to be live from the Santa Clara Depot, where that will be in person. And again, due to health concerns and county health orders, everyone's going to be wearing their masks and all that stuff. So that will be done live in person, and it will also be broadcast to YouTube just like today's. I expect tomorrow, at least in my humble opinion, will be a little bit more exciting because it'll be more exciting for us because we have to produce it live, and that's fun. Anyway, I'm going to switch over now to the Zoom meeting, and hope you enjoy this. It's been a lot of work and a lot of planning, and they're supposed to be starting here in a couple of minutes, so let's switch to that now. Thanks for watching.
my God, no.
I think I'm in the right place now. Hi, Tony.
Hi.
Okay, so maybe you know, what are we supposed to do here?
I do not know.
Okay, well, neither do I.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I had to go and help our first speaker here get to this room, so my screen share stopped. But welcome to our layout design and operations weekend. Seth here, Seth Newman is our MC for today, and David Houston is our first layout tour owner. So Seth, take it away.
Well, thank you. Let me see. I have been asked to, let's see, make a few announcements. I'm trying to find my note about what those were. This is wonderful. You just can't take me anywhere.
That's true.
Sid, what were those 2 points I was supposed to raise with everybody? This is terrible.
We're just
Anyway.
asking people keep themselves muted while our layout owner presents. And then when you want to ask a question later, then you can unmute yourself.
Good. Okay, so thank you. And with that, our first presenter is Dave Houston. Dave's known for his Rockland sub. Now, I'm assuming at this point that everybody's had a chance to follow the links and see Dave's layout. And if that's the case, we can just go straight into Q&A. Is there anyone who hasn't followed the link or isn't familiar with Dave's layout?
That would be me. I've been real busy this week. Where are the links at?
They were sent out in, they should have gone out to all the attendees. And I have one that was sent to the organizers, so it's probably not exactly the same one.
He's on Wednesday, Seth.
It was on Wednesday?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you look back in your email on Wednesday, you should have gotten a list. Well, tell you what, we've got the whole pretty much hour to go. Dave, if you want to just spend a few minutes talking about your layout, and then we can launch into questions that maybe would bring Bob and anybody else who, like myself, was a little time challenged. I have to say I have a small advantage in that I've had the great privilege of operating on Dave's layout several times, and it's well worth the ride up to Sacramento. And if you ever have an opportunity, I'd strongly encourage you to take advantage of it.
Me too. Okay, so I'm Dave, and I don't know if you see all of me. My little window looks like my head's cut off on my screen, but that's okay. Who's giving me thumbs up there?
Mr. Cantwell is giving helpful advice.
Okay, well, hi. Anyway, so if you have seen the layout, I will continue with where it left off when John and Sydney did such a wonderful job filming it. COVID brought me an opportunity to finish many projects that I had been working on. That included putting a realistic looking steam facility with house steam, garden tracks, inspection pits. That all went in. A signal upgrade went in that allowed me to have more control of the different blocks, just fine tuning what was already working well, and now it works weller. The lighting for the upper deck was finished in December with LED strip lights, and that left, it was funny looking at what I did, because reaching up there to the ceiling, well, it looked like a drunk sailor had put it up. So that required the valance to go up that I'd planned on since the layout was built. And once again, my loving wife was commandeered to sew fabric material, and we have attached to strip wood all along the ceiling. The valance lighting's in. The layout is pretty much as close to finished as it's going to be. It runs incredibly well, although when my grandkids were down last night, I found a tortoise that needs to be fixed before my next op session. So that's part of being a owner of a refined, mature layout, is maintenance. And unfortunate, the room is enclosed. It's a climate control room with carpeting, very little dust. So maintenance, track cleaning is minimal, but I know exactly where to go when this happens. The tortoise doesn't throw all the way. So a wire has come loose on the contact strips, or unlikely, but one of the contacts of the tortoise had a cold soldering joint. So I'll be under there and a nothing flat. The mechanic knows where to look, and I'll have it fixed. Since the layout was done, and probably the only thing that's really changed for me were the semaphore signals. They were a tremendous project to get done, because turning yourself upside down with bad vision and looking under the layout and hooking them up was really something. I needed younger eyes to do that. And somebody that was part of my crew got voluntold to come up here and do it. And he did a great job, but we've never been able to get really correct signals. An approach diverging is the nemesis of all my sightings. You basically have to stop and proceed at all of them, which is it's a pain. And I went ahead with searchlight signals. There's a wonderful company in Utah called Custom Signal Supply, of which I own no part. But the fellow there, his name is Richard, has been so incredibly helpful. He's filled in the void left behind by BLMA. He builds signals to your desire if he doesn't have what you want. 3 tricolor LED signals, and assembled at a very reasonable price. The guy's just a prince to work with. If you have a need for any kind of signaling, whether it's SP, Santa Fe, GN, whatever, he'll make them. He works off his own pictures or yours. So anyway, he supplied me with dual head searchlight signals, and they're going to go into all of my sightings where the semaphores are not playing well. And so that's an evolution. The railroad runs, everything is under control, and now we go to things to make them better. And that's what's happening there. Other than that, I open the floor to you. Anybody that has a question, please feel free, and I will stop talking.
Wait, what was the name of the company that made those signals again?
It's Custom Signal Supply, and they are located in Utah.
Dave, I remember you saying that you'd like to change the way you did dispatching at a time when I was up there to operate. Has that evolved? Has that been changing?
Yeah, that's a good question. Who's asking that? I can't see. Well, anyway, yes, it's gone from radio and trying to talk to people and then paperwork. It's evolved into a CTC program. And the dispatcher screen has, it's a program developed by Railroad and Company. And on the screen, I have gotten the program now allows me to set routes. The train tracking the ID travels with the train as it goes along the layout, so you know where it is, what engine it is, and what direction it's going. So basically, yes, it's no more paperwork. There are wayside phones. There are dispatchers' call lights at the different places to let people know that the dispatcher wants to talk to them. But now it's much more of a follow the signal program. One of the things I saw when I was allowed to sit with a friend who's a dispatcher, retired, was how you could stack routes on the signals. And so when a train leaves the origin point, I can set a route as far as I want it to go. And then it'll run into red blocks and it has to wait. And that's very much like the real McCoy, and we've been able to achieve that. So that's where we're at on that question. Anybody next?
So Dave, this is Bill Decker. Obviously, you got your CTC system finally working. I noted that watching your layout video. I take it you're now satisfied with it in terms of both the software behind it and the way it's conveying to the crews?
Yes, Bill, and hello up there. It works exactly like I wanted. We had one misstep a while ago, but we got over that. The wire was wrong, but the program works perfectly. Railroad and Company is something I have no clue about. And God help me if the fellow that wrote the program ever goes away, but it's basically been bulletproof and it runs fine. I think anybody could sit down and dispatch now and would be able to understand it very easily. So, yep, it works. I'm happy. And Bill, I hope to see you next month.
Indeed.
Good. Next question, anybody?
Tell us about your background photo, Dave.
Who's prompting that? Oh, Sydney, you're so funny. Well, okay, the backgrounds on the layout were, actually the video also says who did it, and there's pictures of the world famous artist Mike Katowski. And he's a fellow that was the painter for all of the calendar shots for the Orchard Supply hardware chain, which is no longer in existence. But Mike was a good friend of mine, and I asked him if he'd come up and paint the backdrops, and he turned blank walls into masterpieces. So everybody comes and asks me if I painted them. And I say that, you know, the first two letters of that word are very similar, paid and painted. I did the latter, the former, I paid. And I don't regret a second of it, although what I've seen now in the way of realistic photo backdrops, I likely would go a different route. Because the things I've seen show up from pictures that are inexpensive and magnificent, that's an evolution that has happened since I had my walls painted. But there's a funny story in the video of the names of the towns. The railroad is not anything specific. It's not this date and time and place. It's things that I kind of liked. The name of the city of Ophir is right above Auburn. And every time we drive down Interstate 80, we'd go past the town and I'd make a funny comment like Ophir crying out loud or something less religiously respectful than that. And that was the town. And one day Mike was painting, and the only way I could get him to paint, I had to leave because otherwise he'd talk. Mike's a great talker. He's a politician. So I would leave him to paint. And when I came home, well, heck, Mount Shasta had sprung up in the town of Ophir. Yeah. So, well, that's kind of neat. I really like the painting you did, and I'm not going to ask you to change that. So I changed the name of the city and all the waybills and cards, and Ophir quickly morphed into Shasta City. And it's a fun story how things can evolve. It's like when the first time I brought Rick Fortin up here to look at the layout room and help me with the concept. there's 2 bay windows in my room, and I had planned to have Caliente in one and Tehachapi Waylong in the other. And that would have left an aisle space of maybe a half an inch between where the loop stopped and the other side of the room, and nobody could get by them. And he said, you haven't got enough room to do this right. And Rick at that point was trying to be tactful because I was still a prospective customer. Now he just says what he wants, but that's what a friend does. But anyway, I said, no, I don't really have to have it that way. Let's do this. And just like that, I switched gears and off we went to what we evolved into. So the fun stories of how it all came to be, and how I look at it now, is 12 years since the inaugural for the 2011 convention. I've yet to wear out the rails. The equipment still works incredibly well. I've added to it to a point where I have no room for anything else. But yeah, the backdrops, beautiful. One little fun addition to Mike Katowski's story was he got tired of coming up here and staying with us and being away from his lovely wife, Claire. And so he got to a point and he basically stopped. A lot of the areas were roughed in, but it was unfinished. And then through my company, Daylight Sales, I needed a graphic artist, and I interviewed a young fellow who in his resume were floor to ceiling realistic photo murals that he painted for theatrical use. And I took one look at that and these are incredible. Can you come up to my man cave, come up here and take a look at this to see if you can finish it? And he did. Not only did he take from where Mike left off and finished in record time, he actually, I'd say in some places he improved on it. He was a great student, quick, friendly, nice, inexpensive, did a super job. And as soon as he finished my project, he got hired by Spielberg and Lucas to go down and join a group in Southern California where they trained these kids to do exactly what he did for me, to do that for the movie industry. So a period of time I grabbed him, I was fortunate, and now I get to look at it every time I go down there, and that's the story of the backdrop, Sydney. Thank you for asking.
Good. I think Dave Gibbons has his hand up.
Hello.
You're
Hello.
a little low volume there. Can
Okay,
you,
that should be
Mike?
better if I actually put the microphone where it belongs. Thank you, Seth. Sir, I was curious, when you implemented CTC, did you ever consider having what's the word I want, a real, that is a physical panel rather than a screen on a computer? If you did consider it, what steered you away from the screen on the computer? Or steered you to the screen on the computer?
Well, that's because that's what I had. The computer was there, the program, the software all worked through a computer screen. And I had seen on the Southern Pacific, the Digicon display that they use was a computer screen. So I had no idea of anything different. I think maybe you're thinking of a CTC panel, a big board where everything's straight lined out with switches, lights, and toggles. Is that correct?
Yeah, some folks, of course, go nuts and do a full bore CTC machine following some prototype. Our club in years past did a simplification or condensation, selectively compressed version for our purposes. But I'm always interested in what direction people are going with a CTC interface, if you will.
Well, it's not very scientific. It's what I had. It worked. It adapted exactly to it. It's a mouse run thing where I click and do it, just like what I saw when I visited the dispatcher's office in Roseville. Same idea.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Next victim.
Yeah, I have another one for you if there's no one else. So John and I, of course, had an excellent time filming your layout. It was so wonderful.
You're the man, Dave.
John says you're the man. can you tell everyone more about your soundtracks boxcar?
Okay. Well, decoders. There's a whole bunch of them out there, and people have their favorites, and they get into different camps. I love this, I love that. The first decoders I ever was exposed to came with the Ather and Genesis locomotives, and they were from MRC. And knowing a little bit about how manufacturers spec their products out, I will not say that MRC was responsible for producing garbage. It could have been the constraints they were left to work with, the budget they had to work with, and what they produced. It was a decoder, but it really had some shortcomings. So through my association with the trade shows, I knew the soundtracks people, and I went into the tsunami era, the little purple things that they say, if you ever touch the purple, you're going to be in big trouble. I've put those in the locomotives, and I've never regretted it. They're easy to program. They're bulletproof. The sounds are very realistic. And that's another thing. I'm very critical of the sound of a train horn or the engine sounds. If it sounds like a Model T Ford, I'm really not interested in having it in the cab forward locomotive going down the track. So soundtracks was the ticket. I started with them. I've stayed with them. They have only evolved because of the pressures from the other manufacturers in the industry, and their Tsunami 2 in both steam and diesel it's a very dangerous thing. The chief guy there that I work with, George, excellent customer service. He started the sales pitch. I needed to make this switch. I needed to do this. I'm really going to love it. And I said, no. I've got 90, 100 engines. I'm not putting $125 decoders, $12,000 worth of it. No, it works. Okay, but they're really good. So one of the problems of soundtracks is they don't die. Seldom. But I did have a case where one of them gave up the ghost, and I put in the Tsunami 2. It's like, okay, I know where this is going. And it's, I've been replacing everything with it. And like I said, there are people that swear by Digitrax, they swear by NCE. There's people that get into different camps of what is their favorite. And for me, the reason for soundtracks and why I've stayed with it is for what I said. It's easy to use, it's easy to program, it's bulletproof, it's realistic, and they've only gotten better in time. From the customer service standpoint, the good news is with a soldering iron and all the electrical things I've done, I have not burned anything down, but I have fried a few decoders when the wire went somewhere it shouldn't. And I guess I'm just fortunate. I sent them back and they've refurbished them and sent them back under warranty, even though it was all my fault. You hear that, Tony? We're talking about doing an engine for you. I might burn up your decoder. But the decoder, the company is excellent. So that's why I've gone with them. That's why I stayed with them. Thank you for asking, Sydney.
This is Bill Decker, and I'll just reinforce what Dave's saying. Basically, with larger layouts, you need to standardize on something. And I have agreed with, actually, Dave and I have talked about this. I think we've both standardized on soundtracks. Not that others can't do it. It's just that we've chosen to standardize. Keeps our lives a little simpler.
Absolutely. Good point, Bill.
Dave, you want to talk a little bit? You've been operating for a long time. I seem to remember first coming up there somewhat before the 2011 convention, and operating pretty consistently right up to the pandemic. You want to talk a little bit about how your operations have evolved and what you've learned over the dozen years or so you've had it in operation? Sure,
that's a nice memory. The layout, I think the Grand Invitational was 2009. And a bunch of fellows from Oregon came down here and we ran a little bit. It wasn't complete. But it started off with a 4-part card system, and that has continued to be the way that I move traffic. When I realized with that inventory system, I had 450 freight cars on this thing, I said, that's enough. Finally realized how much I'd collected over the years. But as far as the operations, I found people getting bogged down in paperwork, people getting bogged down trying to get through on the FRS radios, trying to get to the dispatcher. A lot of times, one of my key things was to always keep the crew occupied. Standing around waiting for a train, getting stuck somewhere was not what I liked when I go to a layout. And so I wanted to make sure I had as much operating time. The quality of the session was the focus. And so I've steered towards that. One of the things I've done is to cut down the size of the crew. As much as I'd love to have 20 people at a time, the room isn't big enough. And then if that means having people sit outside and enjoy the view because they have to wait for a train, well, that's not why they drove all this way either. So we kind of refined it down to 8 to 10 people. Everybody's moving. You get a little bit of time to sit if your legs are tired, but it keeps everybody hopping. And the biggest evolution is just keep it simple. The less paperwork, the less time trying to get through on the radio. That seems to have worked well. And Seth installed a wonderful phone system for me. It's a party line, the old Bakelite phone with a handle. You pick it up off a hook. There's several places on the layout. You could tone up the dispatcher, and you can have a nice two-way conversation without screaming through the room. And nice touch Seth has added to it. Everybody, friends along the way have added something to this layout, which I love the camaraderie and the ability, the willingness to share. That's another thing that makes it great.
Dave, this is Bruce Morton. Following up on that 8 to 10 crew members, do you ever operate with fewer than that? Just short operating sessions?
Absolutely. You bet I do. Right now, I'm operating with 5 or 6. In respect to the pandemic, I'm keeping the crowd size down. And I've also shifted to an afternoon session where retirees are more likely to come and there's fewer of them. So yeah, 5 or 6 works well also. And sometimes they don't finish, which means I get to go down and finish the jobs, which that's not a terrible thing either. It's kind of fun. But it can work with 5 or 6. It can work with 12. Okay.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
What did you, how did you design your air conditioning for your room? I know a lot of the room is an add-on, but was it originally air conditioned at all?
No, it was an unfinished storage area with OSB wood and unfinished everything, no sheetrock, nothing. So the first thing before anything was built was to bring in, we used Butler at the time, and they put in a heat pump and heat and air conditioning. One of the key things for me was I did not want to be down there freezing or roasting. So the climate control happened before the layout. That was a precursor. I appreciate it, and I'm sure my crew members do too. So you're going to build something, and I hope you do the same thing there, Dave.
Right. What kind of condition do you leave it in when you don't have any operations going on?
Okay.
I know you have solar now, so
Yeah, we share that one too. Normally I just shut the thing off, but in the winter months when it's been getting really cold, I've set the thing to just maintain at 60. I don't know if heating and if heat expansion contraction causes a problem, but I know if I leave it at 60, it only takes about 5 minutes to get comfortable when I go down there. in the summertime, because the house is basically, the layout's in a walk-in basement, it's like a wine cellar. So no matter what's going on outside, it doesn't get above 80. So I could basically just let it all alone. And but in the winter, during the months when I'm seeing it's in the 30s or 40s, I've been keeping it at 60.
Do you
Doesn't seem to
anything
take so long to heat
uh,
up. I'm sorry.
No, I thought you were done. Do you do anything to maintain a particular range of humidity?
No, I don't have to worry about it. I'm fortunate. It's a dry environment here, and no, I don't have to. It's fortunate. Very little cleaning. The biggest problem that's evolved over time is chalky paint in the ceiling. So the paint went up there, what, in 2005, 2007. And in some areas I get chalk dust and I'm brushing off the train. So as I identified that problem, I have a big bucket of paint and some tarps. I'm going to paint the ceiling over the upper yard now to try and stop that from happening. But basically what I do, if I'm not running all the time, I have one of those titchy tank cars that has the felt pad on the bottom. And without any liquid in there, I just shove it around the layout. I have a couple inches. I just shove this thing around and it knocks off whatever dust is on the track. And there's another little thing that I do. A friend from the old Napa Club, told me about a Dremel polishing wheel. It's not an abrasive wheel at all. I think it's a number 426, something like that. It's round, maybe an inch in diameter. It's a brown thing, and it's maybe 1/8 of an inch thick. And with that wheel, I clean all of the freight car wheels once a year. And it turns the surface into a bright nickel silver surface, knocks off all the black stuff that gets picked up from I don't know where. And it's almost like a sickness to go through the whole layout and find every single car and methodically clean all the wheels. But when you start it, it's mindless therapy. The only trick to it is you have to hold your finger over the wheel that's spinning or you'll burn off the axle ends. So I look at those cars, and that's another reason maybe I don't have as much problem with dirty track is the wheels are clean. And I don't know what that black stuff comes from, but it happens every year. Once a year, I'll go through and I'll clean all the wheels.
Moving back to your car card system, a lot of people use, fairly different, there's kind of the same standard method of how the way bill and the car card works, but how exactly do you do your car card system for your operations?
Okay. The purpose is to move a car from an industry to an industry. And I'll usually throw in the 2 distant yards in between. So it leaves one industry, goes to a yard, flip the car, it goes to another industry, and then the other yard at the opposite end of the railroad. And it's basically, if it's a cement car, it's going to go somewhere where it can be used. Kind of like that old program of Railroad Tycoon, where you had a coal load, you sent it to a power plant. I move cars, I move the refrigerator cars, the reefers from a fruit packing plant to an icing dock, and then send it on its way. But try to follow some logistics that make sense of how a real freight car would travel. And it doesn't get much more scientific than that. I've seen switch lists that are printed out. I've seen other programs for moving cards. There, a lot of things work really well, but I locked in on just the simple 4-part card system. That answer your question, Jason?
Yes, it did. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. There is no set way to move cars other than, there is something I will add to that. There's a fellow who has a magnificent layout in just out of Sedona, Arizona. His name is Viral Fosnight. And he said the biggest thing he saw was people running around with giant stacks of car cards in their hands. And all you have to do is drop it once and you got 52 card pickup, and that's that's not fun. What he did was to make one card to cover a block of cars that travels in a unit. So for instance, I have a 12 car block of reefers going from the icing plant to the fruit packing place. So there's one card instead of 12. So in that way, I've cut down the number of cards people are handling, and there are blocks of cars for trains, or blocks of cars that are covered by one card, and they travel to a distant point. And that that's an evolution of, rather than all those cards in your hand, just the ones you need to access that you're actually going to work. Okay, good question there.
Dave Gibbons has his hand up again, so why don't you unmute and
Yes, sir. I was curious, what is the ruling grade? And I looked at your track plan and went through the video. I don't see how the trains actually got from the lower level to the upper level. What did I miss?
Magic. The ruling grade is 2%, and the room itself is the helix. So basically it climbs along the first, leaves the level area where the desert yard is, and it starts climbing, and it loops around the entire room, a continuous climb until it hits the first town, which is level, where we do switching. That's called Artois. And then they'll keep climbing to the next town. And it basically, as it loops, it climbs. So the total grade separation from top to bottom is 36 inches. And it does that. The room itself is 55 feet long. You can figure how that happens with the two level areas where the two major cities are. The other grade is 2%. And a lot of the steam locomotives just don't pull very well. You know, these beautiful engines can pull like 10 or 12 cars, and that's kind of disappointing when you have an engine that weighs a ton and it just doesn't pull. Lately, I've made the experiment to bullfrog snot, which always intrigued me because the name is so, it's just funny. But I put it on a beautiful Northern, and it pulled, it went from able to handle 12 cars, it took 25. So that was interesting. With a 4-axle steam locomotive, 4 drivers, you have the rear driver closest to the firebox. You can take that away from electrical pickup and have it basically become traction tires. Right. I did it on a Pacific, which only, of course, has 3 drivers, and that was a mistake because I lost my pickup. I have to scrape the stuff off. Before I put anything more on, I'm going to find which axle is the hot one that actually picks up, because on any axle, one is insulated, one's not. So as I've learned, I will only put it on the insulated axle, so I don't lose my electrical pickup.
If I may make a suggestion.
Sure.
One of our members in a club I belonged to many years ago had her children gave her a little Bachmann steamer. It couldn't pull itself, let alone any cars. And so what we did is we made a stealth locomotive to be in her train, which was we took a small Athearn 4-axle locomotive, stuffed it inside a period appropriate boxcar, and tucked it in behind her locomotive. So you can put helpers, you know, just stealth a rail RPO car, a baggage car or something, and put some drive in it. And that can help your steamers without having to muck with the steamers so much. Just that was something we ended up doing.
I have seen that done very convincingly. The fellow at the Walnut Creek Club did that. He put an SW 1200 into a boxcar, and it's a little consolidation going up the hill with 50 cars. It's like, really? Maybe they knew each other. My solution's been just put more engines on it. We traditionally run helpers, and I like to keep the train size up. I run them long, 25, 30 cars, so it's not a problem for me to be using helpers. It adds to the operation too, if you have a helper cut in or mid-train or at the rear. all of these work, either the bullfrog or put snot on your drivers or add more engines.
Thank you.
You bet. Good to know somebody else did that. Very good. So one of the things is, you guys, if you have built layouts, it's too late, but if you haven't, I know some of you are planning. A thing that I really appreciate is wide aisles. And the desire to pack as much track as you can into whatever space you've got. Sometimes you can do better with less. There's some great layouts I've been on, and when you have to suck in your gut and grind your rear end against somebody to get down the way, well, if you don't have to, that'd be great. If you can plan to not do that, I would encourage it.
What
David?
is your aisle width?
5 feet. It's 5 feet throughout the whole room until you get down towards the dispatcher's area. There's a choke point there, and it's got enough room for the operator if he's running the RTOIS local. So I encourage people not to congregate there. You don't need to stand there and watch what's going on. Just stay out in the open area, which is the bulk of the room. It's 5 feet wide.
I say pay attention to where your yards are too. That's where you really need to have the extra breathing room.
Yeah. In the planning, something else, I like to listen to a lot of people, because I'd never say I'm the expert. I've listened and absorbed. And one of the key things is, don't have key operating locations above each other. If you have a major industry on the upper deck, don't have another one below it. So for me, I have yards down the bottom level, and the yard doesn't require as intense the amount of work as an industry would, or a bunch of like our branch line. So that's another trick to keeping things flowing, is don't stack people on top of each other.
Hey, Dave, whereabouts are you on your conversion from your original Tsunamis to the Tsunami 2s? Have you converted everything over, or?
No.
How compatible are they, as far as, setup and if you run helpers quite a bit, how compatible are they?
They're perfect. They run the same speed steps, everything is compatible. It's an easy switch over. I'm not really switching unless one of them dies. What I'm using is, I'm putting them into the new engines I'm converting. Anything that's coming out of storage and being put into service, they're getting Tsunami 2s. Anything new that I bought, that's where they're going. And they all run together. Again, it's the simplicity of having a speed table and all the settings for momentum, that you can set them the same, and it's easy to speed step to match them. So they are compatible with the older versions, yes. So I've yet to have an engine that has plug and play, where I have the good fortune of just swapping a board out. Everything I have seems to be older, with wires all over the place. But I've decided I like soldering, so it's okay.
Dave, can I take you back to a comment you made just a minute or two about not stacking operational locations on top of one another? Sure. Have you been able in your job planning to organize things so that you keep crews from, bunching up in particular areas? So if somebody's an RTOIS, you try to not have anyone near them on the lower level while they'll be doing their work. Has that been practical on your layout?
Absolutely not. It happens. No matter how well you plan it, it happens. If you try to make it so that it wouldn't, a guy can get delayed with his departure out of the yard and wind up on top of the guy working below him. But if it's one guy up, one guy down, they can work together. It's not like not that they're going to be there for hours and hours. It just kind of work together. The one thing in the dispatching is to hold trains back so that you don't wind up having 3 of them where there's only 2 tracks. And with the new system, the dispatcher has an easier time with that. With my older system, the signals would drop to green, even if you didn't want them to. You could set them to red manually, and when you didn't realize, somehow they went green, and here comes the guy up the hill, and there's nowhere for him to go. So that was an evolution in the programming software to have the default to this be red. And I'm sure that JMRI has the same thing. It's the same signals, but that's something that I've learned sitting there dispatching, is how I can stop people from getting away and running where I don't want them. So if the guy's working one of the locals and he needs the main line, there are now signals to control it so that the through trains will stay away until it's clear. But your question was more about having two guys on a local job not be above each other. And there's only one place that happens, and that's down by the dispatcher's area at Artois. And it does happen, but not that often.
Good.
Yeah. You'll have to come up and try it.
I'll have to come. I don't think I've, I think I dispatched it once since you had the CTC working. So I am looking forward to having an opportunity to do that again at some point. It's a great layout. Sid, I think we're coming up on the hour, and we wanted to allow a 10-minute break. So, we could take perhaps one quick question. And yes?
I was just going to ask Dave, as a wrap up, if he has a website or a blog or anything for his layout, or does he ever have open times when new folks can come operate on it, or anything like that?
Well, Sydney, the website or the blog, you guys made it. Nobody can do anything better than the video you two shot up here. What you two put together for my layout and the others is such a service to take something and make it look professional. Just nothing better than what you did. I do happy to have people come by and see it, contact me. The way to reach me, let's see. On the pages you're on the layout tours, it's got both my email address and my phone number. So if you're ever in the area, you want to come take a look, great. If you want to get in on an op session sometime, just let me know and I'll try and pencil you in. And one of the greatest things about this is sharing it. And I didn't build it just for me. So I love to have people enjoy it and see the whole thing come to life. So there you go. And Sydney, you guys, you just keep shooting those videos. I've seen what you did with all of them. Bravo. You have done a great service to all of us. Thank you.
Hey, no problem. It's totally a pleasure and such a joy to get to see everybody's layout. It's wonderful. So thank you for letting us to come see your layout and film it. So I think we're, Seth, ready we can take a little break so everybody has a chance for a little bio break or a coffee refill or whatever. And we will start back up again on the hour in about 9 minutes.
Super. Okay, so take a break, cycle fluids, do what you need to do. We'll be back with Brian Moore. He almost needs no introduction. We'll come back to it, but you've all seen his gorgeous photographs of Guadalupe, and we want to hear a lot more about the layout behind those photos. See you in 10.
For those who are just hanging out here, I had a question and would take comments. The layout we just saw pointed out how you can pull off around the walls, climbing as you go. And I was wondering if people have thoughts about pluses and minuses of around the wall, climbing as you go, versus a helix to separate levels. Anybody have experience with both or have thoughts about pluses and minuses?
Yeah, David, this is
How
Dave.
about a track elevator?
No, thank you. I've looked at elevators and would prefer the ability to keep a train moving to move from one elevation to the other, Ken. But yeah, I've read up on them. But Dave, I think Dave Adams had something.
Yeah, I did, David. And yeah, my current layout, the original design had a helix in it. And I showed that to a lot of people, and we discovered what I was designing was a Granger railroad rather than a mountain railroad. And so we eliminated the helix, and we basically wasted the whole room gaining elevation on that. Experience operating on a number of other layouts around the country is that helixes are a real pain in the neck. In some cases, it's the only way to go. The layouts that have been the Nolix, where basically it's climbing, have been great because you're with your train most of the time. You get to see it all of the time, and when it's not in a helix where you're wondering how fast is it going? Is it stopped? You know, what's happening in there? And so, as far as an operational standpoint, is having it all out there. And what a lot of these same folks did, if you came to an area that was going to be switched, you had a couple of things. Either one, they leveled out the grade, so it was pretty much flat, so you didn't have cars rolling away where you were switching. Or the other item is they basically put in hill holders with little push-pull kind of thing on the fascia where a pin would come up between the tracks, and you could basically pin a cut of cars there to prevent it from rolling back down grade. But yeah, my experience is that, you know, if I get an invitation to operators, I'll go do that. But as far as helix versus a Nolix, if you can work in a Nolix, I think you're going to be a lot better off.
Hey, Dave.
Yes, sir.
So this is making sure my microphone is on right here. I've done both. This is John. And the round the room works if you have access that doesn't have to cut under one of your loops. If your around the loop is a duck under or something like that, that's a huge negative because it makes it really hard for people to get in and out of the room. The other piece, and I think we just talked about it in the last part, is when you have a stacked layout with a helix, you've got the problem with the bottom person and the top person working the same area in a small aisle. And that tends to be not an issue if you've got a Nolix around the room because you don't have a top and bottom as much. Or if you do, you can arrange the yards on either end of the room or something like that. The last piece is working on your layout with a helix is a pain in the butt because servicing the helix physically, especially as we get older and fatter and whatever, just never isn't as easy as it was when we built it. And my current layout is going to have 2 helixes on it. So
yeah, it seems like the helix is a double-edged sword. The Nolix, if you have your basement with stairs that go down so you have no interruptions and around the wall, as with what we just saw in the first presentation, addresses that issue. But it's a question of trade-offs, and I've was involved in the design and construction one club layout with hidden staging underneath, reaching through, and everything else, and we didn't have around the wall, so we didn't have that issue. You could walk in to get the stuff, but I just want a long mainline run. It's just I'm trying to figure out what price I want to pay to get it.
and scale. Double your run for half the money. No, something like that.
Yeah, no, I'm up to my eyebrows in HO scale. Thank you. I did think, but no, I enjoy the N is a little too small for my eyes and hands, frankly. So I'm happy to stick with the HO. Anybody else want to jump in on the question?
Hey, Dave, it's Sparky.
Yes,
I've got a Helix that's 11 levels high. I do a 3-deck layout. And I kind of like the Helix for the simple fact that when you're running your trains, we're really compressed for area. So when you're going town to town type thing, I think the Helix adds to the realism of you've left one area and then you've entered another area after it comes back out of the Helix, because you can always hide your Helix too, right? So
Yes, it gives that sense of indeed time to get from here to there, makes a perceived large size. Although sometimes I get the feeling that people that put cameras in so that folks can have a screen to look at to see the progress of the equipment through the Helix adds some comfort. I've been given to understand that's one way around that.
There was a guy down in Southern California that bought a house and built an N-scale model of the Tehachapi Pass operations from Bakersfield down to Mojave in N-scale, and used tiny cameras on the front ends of the engines to make sure that he was where he was.
Nice. Yeah, that's true. That is another option, is to provide people an actual view out the window. The I don't know. Okay, does anybody know about Nolix design? Are there publications that talk about the ins and out of Nolix design that I could reference?
Tons of it over the years in Model Railroader and various magazines. I don't think anybody ever came to an excellent practice that everyone could follow. I think Brian Moore, we'll see how his layout looks and how he approached this. Okay.
Thank you.
I have a real quick question. Who has the 11 stacked Helix with the triple deck? Could I get your name, because I'm trying to work on similar design. I'd love to talk to you offline.
it's Sparky 107 on YouTube. If you look me up there, you can just send me a message, and then I can probably give you my phone number. We can text back and forth or call.
Okay, it was Sparky. What were the numbers?
107.
107. Thank you.
What timing? Here we are, exactly at the top of the hour. So let's see. Our next speaker is Brian Moore. Those of you who follow the SP list or the Poto layouts list are familiar with Brian's magnificent work, and I think you were featured in Great Model Railroads this year. Yes?
Nope.
Last year? Was it Model Railroad Planning, one of those?
2020, I was in Model Railroad Planning.
Ah, there you go. All right. Anyway, one of the big Kalmbach books. So you want to give us a few words here? Because it seems as if not everybody has had an opportunity to view the links and just tell us a little bit about what you were trying.
Yeah, I was expecting to come on here and talk for about 10 minutes after you all watched it, and I'm now confused. I have to maybe talk a wee bit more. Yeah, well, thank you very much for inviting me to this. It's a huge honor. I don't know where to start really, because obviously what I do here is a bit different from what you lot do, because I'm so far away, and from where I sit, it's a very specialist interest. You know, I've got Great Western Railway literally about 100 yards from me. Isambard Kingdom Brunel's Great Western Railway, and I could go out and I could measure it. You know, why do I want to model something that's 5,000 miles away? And with that notion, it is a very specialist interest in the UK. Couple that to the Southern Pacific, couple that to want to operate a bit more prototypically, and it gets even more specific. What we do though is we do operations at the club. We have a very small modular club we operate every month in Plymouth, part of the NMRA British region, and we do proper operations. And it was there where I think we started getting into the idea of doing it properly. And that's what I learned as well when I was wanting to build something at home. I like the distances between the modules. And what I wanted to do, what you learn straight away is when you do modules, you join two together and you start switching, and then you realise the trains are actually interfering with each other because there's no space between them. So you build spacer boards, and then you get this idea of running between them. And at the club, this idea of running a good 20 or 30 feet without doing anything else, especially in Britain, it's quite unusual. So when I built my layout, I wanted to have running space. Helixes weren't for me. I don't like helixes. I think when trains disappear, they disappear far too long. And I use, like what Tony Custard did and everybody else did, I'm using the run to gain space. But the problem with that is it's okay in a big room, and mine sounds fabulous at 25 by 15. But when you start trying to work out how long it takes to raise a train from one level to another level, in a smaller space than Tony Custard's got, then you have to think about how to do it. I worked out that my grade, if I went right round the room, I could get, and a bit in the middle, I could get 1.5%. But the Guadalupe subdivision is a place where you don't have helper engines. And I heard obviously what Mr. Houston was saying there, just chuck on another engine, which is fabulous if you can. But if you're modelling something realistically and you want to model the Guadalupe subdivision, you don't have helper engines there. So how do you get an intermountain cab forward up a hill? You have to cheat. And what I've been using, I've actually, this is almost like this is one I prepared earlier. What I use is, this is a box car, but it's got a Bachmann Doodlebug inside it. And the Bachmann Doodlebug has been cut down, Bachmann Doodlebug, cut down, lots of money put in there to weight it, decoder there as well, simple top to it, and because the axles are fabulously small, they actually look like boxcar axles. So what I do is I chuck one of them on to my Coast Daylight, not my Coast Day, my Coast Mail train, and my other freights that I've been through, and that actually does make the difference. So we actually see a single intermounted cab forward taking something up a 1.5% grade. I do use the snot stuff as well. I do use the snotty stuff because I think if you want to do something and you want to do it badly enough, you have to make compromises in order to get something up that hill.
Hey,
And
Brian.
Sorry?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but some of us poor Americans are struggling a little bit with your accent when you get talking a little fast. So if you could just slow down a little.
I shall slow down for the colonies.
So sorry. Thank you.
No, you're quite right, quite fine. So what I do is I've had to use things like bullfrog snot in order to actually, to use. It's not the nicest thing in the world to use. It's horrible. But it works. And I think that's it. It's what Janis Joplin once said, whatever gets you through the night. And bullfrog snot and doodle boosters get me through the night. And I think that's what you have to do if you want to build a railroad that works to the sort of ideas and the notions that you've got, then I think you have to make big compromises and think big thoughts. So what I did, as you saw in the video, I made the compromises, made the decisions, and my biggest thing, and still now, is to get the trains up the hill. And the pictures you saw of the foam board I'm using, very lightweight stuff, foam board, you see behind me as well, it's still to be taken down because I still have to sort out the switches and the point motors and how I'm controlling my lower storage deck. And what I forgot to tell you in the presentation was there's also going to be an upper storage deck. We're also going to have and exactly the same set of balloon tracks that you see in the pictures. That's going to be also replicated 15 or 16 inches above. So we can actually send trains from one end of the division to the other, and they can be turned around and they come back the way they came. So what I'm doing is I'm only about a third of the way through my building, my layout. And it's a bit different from what you guys are doing. I'm doing a bit, everything I've built myself, everything you see. I'm not very good in electrics and electronics, so I've got a couple of fabulous pals that help me with that. Mike Ruby, my pal at the club, he helps with the electronics. And Paul Burton, who I know, who drives real steam engines, he programs my engines, and he's going to help me with the running of the trains. I'm going on, and I'm very aware I don't want to rattle on without anybody asking questions. So probably better now that if I stop talking, I maybe do sign language if you can't understand what I'm saying. Any questions?
Yeah, question, Brian. Do you get offended if people call you English?
It's part of the course. Yeah, I'm Scottish, but I've lived in England for 36 years. As some people will know, Britain is made up of Scotland and England and Northern Ireland and Wales. We are 4 countries plus lots of other wee bits. So I'm British. It's probably easy to call me British, or a Scotsman in the southwest of England.
Just
What
don't
part
call
of
him late
Scotland
for
are you
lunch.
from? Say that again.
What part of Scotland are you from?
Oh, what am I? Sorry, I'm from Glasgow. Glasgow is a great big industrial city. I was born and grew up in Glasgow, and I had my Triang Hornby train set, as all boys do probably, and it was all fabulous. Triang Hornby, stuff like that was great for all my childhood. And then I grew up with that, and then I get rid of it all, as most people do when you're 14 and 15, when you're slightly embarrassed about it and you discover trying to chase girls. And then when you're about 25 and you start buying the magazines again, and I get back into it. And I modelled British stuff well into my 30s. I had a 1963 era double-track Scottish main line running in my Plymouth basement. But the mechanisms of British N-gauge stuff in the 90s were not very good. And it was a bit too much for me. And then I wanted to change. And all of a sudden, we decided to go to America for a holiday. So we went to California in 2000, and I knew I wanted to change. Yes, thank you. And we went there, and we booked into Disneyland for a week, lived in Anaheim, and we had a lovely time there. But I went to the hobby shops, and one of the first hobby shops I went to was in Anaheim, and I bought a Bachmann 280 and some wagons. And that was the change for me, the big change to HO American, because I've been reading Model Railroader for a couple of years as well. And it was just so different, moving from British N-gauge to American HO. It was just fabulous, because it's so much to learn and new and get excited about. And I went back home, I sold all my N-gauge stuff, and I started building American HO. And after a few years, I made the decision that I wanted to definitely concentrate on the Southern Pacific. And I went slightly skew with for Donner Pass for a wee while. And then I decided, no, we'll do the coastline. And that's how we came about.
So, let's see, Bruce has had his hand up. So,
hi, Bruce.
Mr. Morden. Mr. Morden, unmute yourself, please. And you can turn your video on while you're talking.
Bruce, good afternoon to you.
How about if oh, there it goes.
Yeah, got you.
So, hi, Brian.
How you doing?
Was wondering why you chose Guadalupe. I mean, you chose the coast, but Guadalupe is sort of in the middle, and I know Guadalupe, but why Guadalupe?
Well, as I said in my presentation, I always loved San Luis Obispo, which had everything that you ever want to play with, and all these fabulous pictures that people at Alden Armstrong's taken, and his mum getting oil smuts when she's taking the picture from the overbridge, and the swapping of engines and everything, magnificent. But the problem was, as well as being far too long, it was far too expensive. Southern Pacific steam engines cost a fortune to get half decent ones, and just couldn't. And learning from the switching and the stuff we were having fun at the club and using my Quisling module, you realize you don't need huge amounts of trackage to have a good time. So looking down the coast, and Guadalupe is perfect for that, because it is, it's easy enough to model. It's quite straightforward. And I think you were the fabulous man that sent me one of the plans. Well, you were the one that stood up and the big original plan of Guadalupe. Thank you, people that you really helped me with that, Bruce, because you had the real plans. And Bruce actually stood up 10 feet in a ladder of one of the original plans of Guadalupe, and he took a picture of it for me. And that's where I could actually work out where a lot of the things were. So, and you've seen the plans in the wee video. It's straightforward. It's got some switching, lovely big long trains pass through it, but it's got a yard you can switch. And the wonderful thing is it's got a short line. So the Santa Maria Valley comes in and it shuffles in and it does stuff and it escapes again. So Guadalupe, that was the reason. You had this big express trains passing through, lots of shuffling at it as well. So you could do lots of modeling. And Oceano too, because Oceano are putting in the top deck above, and Oceano's smaller, but it's that similar thing again. It's a place where you can do lots of local switching. And because I'm not having a helix, I worked out that I've got 2.5 miles of visible running on my layout when I build it all. So the idea is you come from the top deck, the Guadalupe local can exit from the top deck, it can come right around the layout, it can hide then in Oceano, and then do some switching. So a couple of main trains might pass, big trains will pass. Then talk to the dispatcher, look at the timetable. It can come out again. It can maybe hide a wee bit in the loop at what do you call it? Halfway through between. I'm useless with geography. And then it can then escape. It can come to Guadalupe. It can switch in Guadalupe. We can run lots of lovely big trains past it. And then the surf turn can come through. There's so much action that happens in Guadalupe, but it's far less expensive than doing it at San Luis Obispo. And you still get the same trains, and you can reuse trains as well, because again, because I'm doing this and it's Britain, it costs such a lot of money, more than it costs you boys to get the stuff over here. And there's lots of compromise with that as well. And as you know, I've had to compromise with my Southern Pacific 280s. I'm bodging them out of Bachmann 280s. There's a lot of compromise, but because I want to achieve what I want to achieve, my Coast Mail, for example, my Coast Mail train is an excuse. It's an awful, unrealistic thing, but it's the nearest thing I'm going to get, and I'd much prefer to bodge something out of plastic that looks a bit like it, which is maybe got a half-decent engine at the front of it, but it runs and it operates and it sounds and it fits in. So my compromise is maybe not having as fabulously prototypically accurate brass coaches, which would probably cost me about 10 grand to actually get to get a LARC and to get a proper all the overnight stuff and things like that. I'm going to have to compromise, but by compromising, you see the trains, you get the action, and it's what I want to do. And so far, I've only built a third of it, and there's a lot more to go. But you learn, I think, as I think Bruce would have done, and everybody's done, you learn from your mistakes. But what we want to do is avoid the big mistakes. There's nothing worse than we've all been there of building something too quick and have to build a wee bit more, and then you stop and you think, oh God, and you take 6 months and you pull the whole bloody thing down again. We've all been there, and I don't want to do that. And I think if you are getting on in life, as we all are, most of us are, who want to build our big railroads, big decisions to make, and you don't want to screw up because the time's ticking. And I alluded a wee bit as well to the fact that I am 62 years old. My knees, my dad had sore knees, and I used to laugh at my dad's sore knees when I was in my 30s. I've now got my dad's sore knees, and I'm sure in a few years I'm going to get his sore back. So duck unders, no. Anything you can to do to help yourself in your later life, build stuff to think about your future is very important as well. So what we've got is a huge amount of building still to do, but I've learned how to do it. The foam board works, the operations seem to work. We've not really done too much time with Tony, fabulous set. Tony and Mary visited a couple of years ago. And Tony was rightly saying, you've not got enough, really, we've not done enough work on how we're going to operate this. And we're not going to have waybills. I think I heard that lovely gag there about dropping all your waybills at 52 car pickup. We'll probably do some switch lists, but we want to do it realistically. We want to see that Guadalupe local coming in. We want to see it shuffle the cars. We want to do that. We want to get the Santa Maria Valley bringing some reefers in the evening. And then the Santa Maria Valley vegetable block comes in with its cab forward from San Luis Obispo every night. That's exciting for me. That makes me happy. And I think we can achieve it. Yes, there are going to be some Athern reefers in the consists. Yes, I'm using bodged Bachmann steam engines in the Santa Maria Valley, which are, slightly alternative reality. But as Clark Gable said, frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn, because it lets me do what I want to do. Well, I hope it will if I last long enough. Sorry, I'm rattling on again. I'm sorry.
The thing I've always admired so much about Brian is the the willingness to sort of say, I'll do this little piece and do it well. So many modelers want to do a vast thing, you know, they want to do all of Donner Pass or, you know, Horseshoe Curve or any of the things that people try to do that's really bigger than they can. And Brian has said, I'm going to do this little part and I'm going to do it thoroughly and do it very well. And he stuck to it. And I think that's the secret of what's so good about the layout.
Thanks for that, Tony. I think, as I said in my presentation, it's concentrating and maybe getting the depot, concentrating something that's actually the center of it, getting it looking good and people look at it and looking at the pictures about and understanding what the scenery is like and not being able to do it all, but just, you know, just getting the essence of Guadalupe. And I've not been there. I'm never going to go back to America probably. But that's the thing about America, like other places too. Guadalupe Yard still exists. Those self-same tracks and the way it's done, the yard tracks are still there. You can go to see it to this day. I visit there on YouTube, which I can do, which is lovely to see the trains coming in. But it's that, as Tony says, yes, it's making decisions and then compromising as much as you have to try and actually suss out, am I going to achieve this? And I think, oh, you would say that, wouldn't you? I think I have, to a certain extent, achieved that the length and the compromise is hopefully not too much to still say this is Guadalupe and it's reasonably legitimate.
So let me just ask one more question following this thread. You know, Bruce and Tony have chimed in, and clearly they've been, you know, a good part of your you know, local support system. One of the great things, you know, particularly about virtual meets like this is, you know, we as a community can reach out and model places that are not close by and tap into all sorts of expertise that we wouldn't meet going down to the club. Is there anything else you want to call out in terms of resources you are able to, you know, enlist in your project?
Well, the best thing about it is I couldn't have done any of this if it wasn't for the internet. The internet has revolutionized everything about this. I mean, how do I find out about something? 20, 30 years ago, you'd write to Model Railroader, 6 months across the pond, then you maybe get a reply that's not maybe, and then a year passes. Internet has revolutionized everything. I started off with the Yahoo group, the SP Yahoo group. I found that was a jaw dropper about 12 years ago, all these strange names. And Bill Rogers, who did a fabulous layout of the Cascades, he and I started talking about the Intermountain Cab Forward we were having problems with. And he then, a couple of years later, he came to see us. He visited Britain. And it started from there. And then Facebook came along. And I know a few people are a bit cynical about Facebook. For me, it was the revolution to actually get in touch with people like Harry Wong. Hello, Harry, my pal. And lots of other people. John's on Facebook. The Southern Pacific big Facebook group is there. But also there's another Facebook group called the Southern Pacific Prototype Modelers. And it's got a couple of thousand members and it works really well. And we do share high-end stuff and pictures. And it's really, really important. And it's that throughput. And I can find out stuff 5,000 miles away from California that somebody just up the road from Guadalupe didn't know. I think that is the thing about it. I'm arrogant enough, I think, even to say that I probably know more about some parts of Guadalupe in 1954 than other people do. But the problem with the Guadalupe and the historical thing from another country and another continent, and I'm well aware of my accent here, because it's just the way it goes. But having an interest from abroad, I tried to make contact with several historical associations in America by emailing them, and usually you never get a reply. I don't know why, they just didn't reply. And there was the one in Guadalupe, I emailed a couple of times and never got a reply. And finally what I did, somebody I know was actually visiting Guadalupe from Britain. They were going on holiday in California. So I wrote a letter that they took by hand to the Guadalupe Historical Association and put it in the letterbox. And I said, my name is Brian Moore, I'm doing XYZ, blah, blah, blah. And they sent back I got contact back, but it was still, yeah, we love the trains too. You know, thank you, but it's more than that. I want to know, have you got access to people that were there in 1954 who have got pictures of maybe their grandmother, you know, doing stuff at Guadalupe? that's the sort of history and stuff you want. You want the real nitty gritty of it. You want to find out if you're going to contact people who are going to help you. So that I found that's quite difficult. The historical societies in America that I've contacted, there's a sort of, they're a wee bit hesitant about, who's that chap from abroad wanting to know stuff? Why do you want to know it? Which I think is interesting. Britain, as you know, is overflowing with train stuff. The crucible of trains, the crucible of model trains is Britain. And it's Tony, he learned this bit when he came all those years ago. He saw how many model railway exhibitions there were all the time. But the vast majority are all British. And there's so many avenues you can go down. It's so complicated. So modern the Southern Pacific Railroad in Britain is one of the most niche things you can do, because obviously you can go to slate quarries, you can model German stuff, you can model anything you want, and this is just a tiny wee thing. Whereas in America, it's much more mainstream. The Southern Pacific Railroad is a mainstream modeling thing to do.
We have one outstanding question that Travers posted, I don't know, 15 minutes ago, and he was asking about your bench work. Would you elaborate a little bit?
A pleasure. The bench work is under Guadalupe is 2-inch foam, and I used that for my Quisling module, and I worked out how easy it was to use. It's fabulously easy to use. I ended up building, because this floor has been poured concrete, very, very flat, and I ended up actually making a 20-foot long foam baseboard on the floor upside down, and basically just weighting it down, Gorilla Glue, all of that stuff, bodge it, it gets done. Don't worry about what it looks like, it looks covered up. And it was so light that Jane, my wife, could pick it up with one hand. This is a 20-foot long bit of Guadalupe baseboard. And that finally got put up at 39 inches, and I did most of the stuff on the Guadalupe bit on the 2-inch foam. What's going around the side of the rooms to take it up the hill is 18mm ply. 18mm ply because it's solid, it's good, it doesn't warp that much, for lots of support, and a lot of them will be quite narrow, 9-10 inches maybe. But as Tony Custer shows us, you can still get scenery, and it still looks good, and it's an ability to get something from A to B. So a lot of the running through basically running through the countryside, so to speak, is all going to be on 18mm ply. Once we get to the gradient, as you see behind me again, we're going back to foam, because this gradient goes right round the middle aisle, and it's very difficult to balance and get it done properly. It has to be constant. And what I've done is I've actually got it on risers, so I can actually adjust them individually up and down. You can see this in the pictures I've done in the presentation. So it clamps underneath, and I can actually then adjust it so that it's right round, it's a 1.5 gradient to get us to the top. And I've managed to do that. I've got a couple of videos on my YouTube channel where I've succeeded now in getting an Atham Mountain, an MT4, which is not the strongest engine in the world, let's face it. But again, with the Doodle Booster trademark applied for as a fourth car, it pushes it up the hill. It's fun. You can see a 15-car train sometimes going up the hill. And even when you stop to switch at Guadalupe, because as we know, the coast mail sometimes attached itself and switched in the yard at Guadalupe to pick up some express reefers. You can even take the express reefer off, because, sorry, the Doodle Booster off, and run with the engine, because it's speed matched. Speed matching, like the other stuff we do, is technically possible, and speed matching is one of the secrets, I think, of doing this. So the getting up the hill was difficult, but it's eminently possible, and it's the baseboard, and you learn as well, keeping that baseboard as smooth as possible as you go around that 1.5, and it's so tweaky, but once it's there, it's hopefully going to stay there. And as Richard Todd, modeler Richard Todd, he introduced me to the inch-thick foam, and it works, and he's used it for 20 years, and it's never warped. And the same way as the 2-inch foam has been used for 20 years by other people, it's not warped either. I'm with foam, I'm going to stick with foam, and it's cheaper.
Let's see here. Dave Gibbons, hand up again. Go ahead.
As long as I'm not stepping on anybody else's toes.
No, go ahead.
All right. Mr. Moore, I am struck by I had a thought, and I think Ken on here also had the same thought, is that it still seems that you have perhaps an expanded version of many HO and other scale displays we've seen at model shows in Britain, where you would see a little area beautifully modeled, and then the trains would go off scene, and in the back there'd be a fiddle yard or something. And it still has that sort of feel. Was that your intent, to have that same sort of feel of this beautifully done area, and then the trains disappear off away and then come back to it?
Well, you see that eventually, no, it's not going to be like that, because obviously at the moment, if they come in from Los Angeles, the train that is built at the moment, the trains come into Guadalupe off stage and they switch. But the idea is, if they're heading west, they've got another 2.5 miles eventually that we're going to build. So it's going to go, no, it's going to be seen right through. It's escaping. It's exactly the opposite. It's the escape from this drudge that we see you guys not having, but we have it all the time. The fabulous, the huge big central station, but the trains come in to stop and then they switch and it's lovely and then it goes away again. My idea, as you're pointing out, is, and please call me Brian, David, I have to call you David. My idea is to escape from this, and it's for Britain, it's almost unique to actually, keep your train running right. So you stop your coast mail at Guadalupe, the westbound coast mail. You detach your engine, you pick up your express box, your express reefer, you put it on again, and then you whiz for 2.5 miles, or you got another, and then you're at Oceano, and you stop, and you've had a 5-minute run. And a 5-minute run, as you know, it's a luxury. I never had a 5-minute run in my life, and you're giving and that's what we're offering people here. So what we're offering runs for the first time ever. One of the things that's what you're saying there as well, I hear other people that I want to have so many people in my basement. I don't want to have lots of people in my basement at all. I think that's maybe the difference with operation and stuff as well. I would think we have maybe a maximum of 6 people in here eventually, Dave, because that's all we need. And it's, even although it might not, I'm not the thinnest man in the world, not the fattest yet either, but that baseboard, that the thing we're talking about, the aisle thing, you read about this. I remember reading about this 30 years ago in Model Railroad, and you're like, oh, and I've now got the same problem. I never thought I'd be like this. And it's the practical reality of 2 fat guys trying to pass each other. And I've taken that into account. And also as well, I heard what Seth was saying, other people, about operating in 2 levels with the same thing. I've got Oceano and Guadalupe on top of each other. And that is obviously, that might be a pinch point. But again, it's the operational necessity of it. It's that you have to do it because there's no other way of doing it. It's the only way to get Oceano in is to put it above Guadalupe. But the lovely thing about the Coast Division is it's so quiet. You really do think it's going to be busy all the time. But the Coast Division, even in the 50s, it was never that busy. And I remember when Tony was here, we were talking, I was asking Tony, the Guadalupe local comes in and I'll have to immediately get into the side track and I'll have to do this because, the sun's up. And then Tony was saying, no, it just stops in the main sometimes. Oh, but no, this is the British thing. Oh, quick, get off the main, quick, because it's dangerous. But American, because it's run by timetable and stuff like that, nah, there's not any train coming for an hour. Just, go for a piss and come back and have some sausages and then maybe do some switching, and then we'll see the train will come, so we'll get off. And sure enough, the pictures, you see the pictures like that, because most of the Guadalupe local stuff and even the switching stuff, the train stops in the main line. And I've had more access to pictures as well. And even at night, even in the day, mainline trains will stop at Guadalupe and the cab forward will go with 20 wagons, it will take off and it will switch in the sidings and it will connect in the main line again. Nothing's coming. And that's the thing. That's why I love it. And that's why I heard Seth talking about, why did you do this? And that's why I love it, Dave, because it's quiet, but it's also important. And you can run these fabulous trains with single track, even better for operations, as we know. One of the things I learned with my British double track British layout was it's boring because trains just go all the time. So the single track main line with train orders and stuff like that, it's simple to understand for me as well, because I'm not brilliant in getting my head, and I don't want to make things too complicated. Like, we want things to be enjoyable. And we've done operations at the club, various levels, and at the club you have to keep it simple, stupid for obvious, because you have some stupid people there, let's face it. People aren't as perhaps good at it. But there's always one, isn't there? And but here I want to be quite accurate, but I still want it to be fun as well. So the idea is the trains, to what your original question was, it will come in from staging. but it will run for 2.5 miles. The coast daylight running at 40 miles an hour doesn't stop anywhere. It doesn't stop at Guadalupe. It won't stop at Oceano. But to run that train, you'll be pressing it too long.
I think the Scottish accent caught up with Zoom.
Yeah. Yeah, too much burr for the bandwidth, but I am sure he'll come back.
You see,
there he is. If you can hear us, Brian, you cut out for a minute or so.
Yeah, your video and your audio is cutting out, Brian.
But there's some very wonderful snapshots here.
Well, let's give him a moment or so to come back. Oh, there we go. I think we see some signs there.
I've never left as far as I can see, Seth.
Okay, are you, can you see us? You've been breaking up a little bit.
It also might help you, Brian, if you just turn your video off and go with audio.
Good idea.
I've been able to see you all. Is that better?
I think so.
Are you there?
Keep talking.
Come on. Wait, you there, Brian?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, you need to put another 10 bob in the meter, mate.
And now you can have a gimlet.
I'll have more than one gimlet, I'll tell you that for nothing. Hi, God.
Sun's over the yard arm somewhere, Tony.
Exactly right.
It's 25 to 7 where I am.
Well, you certainly deserve one. Well, okay, I think your audio has come back. So I think if there's anything in the last minute or two you wanted to emphasize, maybe be a good time to repeat it, and then we'll.
I've just been rattling on about how important it is. The run, that 2.5 mile run, I think for me is a luxury beyond words, and it's a unique thing almost, I think, in this part of the world.
Incidentally, if any of you haven't tried this, you can watch the video in the background on these various presentations, which is really cool, and then hear the current audio. So I the picture of the real railroad keeps getting refreshed through that video, which I find a lot of fun.
That's a great suggestion, David. And by the way, let me just take an opportunity here. I don't think we mentioned this, but David is, for years and years been the traditional tour and ops coordinator for this meet, and took a giant step forward this year to reach out and do it all remotely, which we'd never really tried to do in the past. So I want to thank David Parks again, and just for all of his fantastic contributions to this meet over at least the last 20 years. So anyway.
I had thought that we were going to be watching the videos simultaneously, so I didn't warn people to be sure to watch them ahead of time. Of course, I watched all of them, but so
well, that's what I was expecting as well, Dave. I was expecting to just sit back and drink gimlets and then talk for 10 minutes at the end of this.
Yeah, that's what I thought we were going to do. But anyway, this is fine. But for myself, I've combined this. I don't hear the video audio, but I do hear the commentary. And in one case, I switched off the Zoom, went to the audio because I wanted to pick up the audio on the video again. So I've got both of them side by side here. And normally I pick up the Zoom audio, but this is cool. It works.
I had a comment for Brian. You're there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that your videos are spectacular. You've been producing these things for at least a couple of years now. Can you talk a little bit about the inspiration and what your idea is behind? Because clearly you must be putting a lot of work in on these, and they're very inspiring.
Very kind of you. Actually, I don't get much feedback on them at all, Guy. They're quite simple. I want to make videos that I would like to watch. I think that's basically it. I make videos for myself. I want to see what my trains look like. And I don't spend too much time on them again. I use very simple technology. I do a wee bit of editing. All the editing I do, it's just in a very, very simple editing suite. And I show them off, and it's lovely that other people like them. But the inspiration is basically mostly because I want to see what my trains look like in the layout that I've built. And it's my thing as well is I like looking at books and the pictures and the history and seeing if I can replicate it to at least a bit of an extent, so that actually the trains I'm running look at least half decent, and I'm replicating the operation as well as what they look like. So it's basically trying to get closer and try to make videos that I myself, this sounds so pompous, that I myself would like to watch. Simple as that. And I've developed, and it's quite easy to do with dinky wee cameras. You don't need anything expensive. It's just, it's simple to do with a wee bit of thought and learning, and not getting too full of yourself, nobody wants to watch a 30-minute switching video. We learn this the hard way. But a 2 or 3 minutes of quite, a train going through the landscape, even a few different, three different versions of it. The train passes here, a version camera, this option. It's good to watch. I like watching them. It's so arrogant. I like watching pictures and movies of my own trains on the television. And you look at it and you think, oh, I can do a wee bit better next time. And as you know as well, it's outside yourself. It's when somebody else runs your trains too at the club. You're standing 10 feet away and somebody else is operating your cab. You see it in a different way. You see a sort of overall thing of different, you see your layout in a different way because somebody else is doing it. And I think with the videos, it's not me, it's its own entity, and it's, there we go, that's a train going through Guadalupe on the 16th of October 1954, and I've just made it up, but it looks reasonably believable. Does that make any sense?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I like the idea of the short vignette too, the not too long. Just it kind of fits in your modeling philosophy in general. Doing something well in a sort of a within a constrained framework.
Yeah, I think that's because they're also maybe when I get my 2.5 mile run, maybe I'm going to bore you stupid with all these. I do 20 of them, but I doubt that very much. I'd love to have the opportunity, because obviously once we build Oceano, we can do stuff up there as well. We can have lovely train shots of the daylight going through Oceano, maybe with the Guadalupe local sitting by its side as well. But I think pictures as well, seeing real pictures of stuff and trying to replicate it, as I alluded earlier in my wee presentation too. I had a wee article in the Real Craftsman about 2 Mikados that visited Guadalupe, 55. And we've since discovered more pictures, and we've discovered that Dallas Gilbertson probably put the wrong dates on a couple of these pictures when he was actually marking them up for Tom Dill to do his book for. And because Dallas had obviously been 30 years since he'd actually ever taken the pictures, some of the information and dates he put on were false, were erroneous. And looking at the list, you can work out actually there's a few mistakes on it. And I know Tony and others have talked about books and the captions sometimes are at variance with the facts. And I think Tom Dill just listened to what Dallas Gilbertson was saying, because Dallas obviously took the pictures and Tom accepted what Dallas was doing. There was a picture of a Mikado taking a train in the Tom Dill book, and it's dated April 1954 or May 1954, something like that. And it's actually December 1955. It's the same train that I'm talking about in Guadalupe that's actually dated wrongly in the book. And that's where you learn again. It's that if you look at the Dill's book, there's a picture of I think it's 3264 Mikado. The caboose is behind the train, and it's got a set of reefers behind it. That caboose And that engine is the same engine caboose you see in the Guadalupe Yard pictures in December 1955. So new pictures, discovering new pictures and access to pictures, because there's a lot of unpublished pictures. And here I am again, 5,000 miles away, and I'm now hopefully through the facilities of other people getting access to see these pictures now. And that's an amazing thing that only the internet can do. To actually, rediscover what Dallas Gilbertson thought he was taking in 1954 compared to what he said it was maybe 20 years ago, and us then looking back on it and reflecting on it as well. That's part of the history.
No, nobody's stepping up here. What else do I have for you? Were there, no, we actually covered that. Never mind. I was going to ask about historical sources, but you talked about historical societies. Bill, you have a question?
Yeah, I do. Brian, I've admired your work for a long time, and part of it is your use of color. Now, I think you're doing two things in there. One is the color of the colors that you put on your locomotives and cars, and the other is how you photograph it. And it looks like you use a very soft light to do your pictures, because the colors are so beautiful and the shadows are open. What are you doing to get that wonderful work?
Again, I'm keeping it very simple. I don't want to get sidelined dipping in big time to photography to the extent that I can't run trains. I'm just taking pictures of a Nikon D3200, 3200, a tripod and a couple of small lights, and that's it. And just taking pictures, long exposures, at least 10, 15 seconds, and f/25 to 30 at least, and seeing how they come out, cropping them a wee bit, but it's just basically trial and error, Bill. It's just seeing what they do, and they take them to your videos, but it's keeping it simple. It's not spending too much time on it, because that's that thing again. I want to record what's real, what's there. You can dabble with it a wee bit, with a wee bit of editing, but too much edit stuff like that. But I think too much editing, bringing the color to something that's not, it doesn't do for me. So the colors, I don't know. It's just luck, I suppose, and keeping it simple. Does that make sense?
Well, partly. I was, and to a small extent still am a photographer. The lighting you use looks like overcast morning with the sun just starting to burn through, and that's what makes it so effective, because it doesn't cast all the harsh shadows that would make it hard to see into the running gear, hard to see into the shadows, and that's what I particularly enjoy.
I think Guadalupe, as well, as we know, has got overhead fog, the coastal fog that comes in. It makes a lot of the pictures quite diffuse as well. And the weather in Guadalupe is a very coastal thing. Because I live in Plymouth, although it's many, many miles away, the coast, you get that idea of taking pictures like that as well. So I've got overhead tubes, basically. I take just long exposures. And also, as I said, I've got a couple of spotlights, which I'm now using a wee bit more, which are useful to get the shadows and stuff. And but I'm very grateful for your kind words. But honestly, don't think it's magic. It's just I'm just lucky. I'm serious. And the best thing about digital photography, as you would know, is for every 100 pictures, everyone might be fish. It's the 101st that you're lucky with, and it's just dabbling. And I've got, because I'm retired, I've got time, and you can do stuff like that. You can give it the time, and you can give it, I'll go back to this tomorrow. But the other side of that, of course, is if you have got free time, you've not got any, you might just leave it off for 6 months. And I think if I can allude in a wider sort of thing to that as well, taking pictures was good, but then I stopped taking pictures because I'm building again. I can't get my camera in, so I'm using older pictures. But the motivation with COVID, because I'm basically a lone wolf, the motivation with COVID, just as much free time in my basement.
Enough to drive you crazy.
But we didn't get bored with it because I realised I love to build. Yeah, still crazy. I think that's what you said. And so it's taken a while to get back in again. But the photography I want to get back into again, but I don't want, as I said, I want to deviate into so spending a whole day for 2 photographs. I want to take a photograph in 10 minutes, crop it and do it, and it's on the internet in another 5, and then I go back to playing trains. Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I think we have time for one quick question and we'll go into another break. And I would point out that I think Bruce or maybe Sid had posted all the links into the chat about an hour ago. If you scroll up or refer back, of course, to your invitation, you can find all the links. And if you want to take a quick refresher on Bill's layout, since Bill was just talking here, you can do that. And so do we have a final question for Brian? Going once.
I might just make the comment that Brian's early videos, which he called the basement tapes, those of us with musical interests will know what he's referring to. They were really wonderful. It's when he was first building the layout and he sort of would retire to the basement with the video camera and talk about what he had just been doing. They're so informal, they're so casual. They're just engrossing. That's before I had ever met Brian in person. And I really liked the style and the approach. And I think if you poke around on YouTube, they're still there. But he's almost always got a gimlet in his hand. And that helps with the flavor. So those of you who have not seen any of the basement tapes, I recommend them.
And I'd like to also thank Tony for helping facilitate bringing Brian into this meet and getting this presentation organized. So lots of contributions all around. I'm sorry, you had one more comment, Brian?
I was going to say thank you. I'm just so flattered. I don't know these videos. I just make them and I don't think about them anymore. So what Tony says, seriously, I forgot all about them as well. And I'm actually not pissed, Tony. I'm sure you think, here I am. I promise you, I'm totally sober all through. I watch them. I get drunk watching them afterward probably, but I don't drink and make videos at the same time.
I just want to know if you ever give a Glasgow kiss to any model railroaders from Edinburgh that show up.
The rumours of any disassociation between Glaswegians and Edinburgh. What are people from Edinburgh called? I don't know. No, we don't. We're all very civilised. We smile happily. It's a popular misconception that these things happen. We're all very friendly.
For those that don't know, a Glasgow kiss is giving somebody a solid headbutt in the stomach.
Basically this. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Brian. This has been very, very informative and enjoyable.
We end with a Glasgow kiss.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, so another 10-minute break. When we return, we'll return to the Central Valley with lots of reefer action and Bill Jolitz. We'll see you shortly. And of course, we'll leave the audio open. Feel free to chat, discuss, and we'll see you in a few.
I'd just like to thank Sydney for helping facilitate Brian being able to participate at such a distance. I was impressed how well it did work.
Oh, well, that was a bunch of other people, but I'll pass along the thanks to everybody. We have a large planning committee that helped put all this together, so couldn't do it alone, and we all worked really hard. So hope you guys enjoy yourself today and tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you again, Sydney, from me as well, because obviously I'm totally technically illiterate. I really am. And this ability away, because I feel really isolated here. I do, you know, it's my choice to model the Southern Pacific a ridiculous amount of miles away from where it happened. And this is great, the camaraderie of this and the friendship and the support. It's really good, and it's going to give me some vim to actually maybe do a wee bit more. So thank you very much, everybody. And Tony in particular. Tony, thank you.
You're very welcome, Brian.
Brian, there's
That's
one
what's fun about
advantage.
this community is we managed to bodge things together, even when it involves electronics and internet and stuff we don't know much about. Good job, everybody.
That's the way to do it.
Brian, one advantage to being far away is that you have little danger of rivet counters showing up to say, oh no, they didn't do it that way in that month and that year and that day. The blah blah is blah blah, and you didn't get it right. But where you are,
unfortunately, that was okay before the internet came along. The internet, you get somebody from Alaska telling somebody in, I don't know, Tasmania that I've got the rivets wrong. That's the thing. Your engine didn't run until 1955. That just, for me, that's not good. That's mortifying. So I think doing your work a wee bit is important, but I know exactly what you mean.
Brian?
Yeah?
This is Mike Jordan.
Hi,
And
Mike.
I just want to tell you, I've been an admirer of your layout and admirer of your videos.
Lovely, thank you.
I model, well, I don't model the Santa Maria Valley Railroad. I used that as my inspiration for my layout.
Right.
And I've had the luck to have Tony Thompson operate on my railroad. So between the two of you, I don't have to do much research. I just watch videos and read Tony's blogs, and I'm very well educated.
Well, that's it. Tony has produced so much stuff. It's fabulous. I agree. One of the things after the operation of the Guadalupe end of the Santa Maria Valley stuff, I found it quite difficult to find information about that. And eventually what I found out, and hopefully you might help me with this, is basically they just looked at each other, and when it was quiet, the Santa Maria Valley just brought a train in and shuffled it about and left again. I like that, that relaxed sort of thing. When I was trying to make it much more complicated, I don't know if you would agree with that.
Yeah, unfortunately, my headphones aren't working so well, so I only got about a third of that.
Sorry.
Yeah, but no.
I was asking if basically brought a train when it was quiet, dropped it off, shuffled about, and left again without much. You know, it was just, I liked that. It was very relaxed. That's how the Santa Maria Valley Railroad brings stuff into Guadalupe.
Yep. Yep. And, you know, you forget that these guys did this every day.
Yes.
So it's new to us, but to them, it was just routine. So, yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
So
and I think we tend to make things too special as well, don't oh my God, look at that. I do it every day. I've been doing it every day for 20
Yeah.
years. And that's the thing. It's not special. It's normal. Yeah.
Yeah, it's only special to us.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. All righty. Well, I think I'm going to do a break and then come back and watch the next presentation. Bill Jolitz only lives about 20 minutes from me, so it'll be interesting to see. I know the reality, so it'll be interesting to compare.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the thing is, we do become familiar with layouts through YouTube. I mean, very much the case. I know what Tony's layout looks like. I know what these layouts through YouTube, and you're very, very familiar with them, and it's a lovely thing. It's this sort of thing. This technology allows us to do fabulous stuff, and that's how Gordy was so successful in the NMRA stuff. You know, imagine a 34-year-old man who lives in Orkney, Britain, becoming the president of the National Model Railroad Association. It was because of COVID, and it was because of technology. It's rampaged itself through.
Yeah, I don't think that could ever happen.
Yeah, and it has, and isn't it amazing? It's just all of a sudden. It's like when the Second World War happened, all the technology just went huge, and stuff that would have been invented 50 years hence, like nuclear.
He's only being so nice because Scotland just beat England in the rugby.
Did they? I wouldn't even know. God, this is how bad I am. Don't do sport.
What we model railroaders count as sports is crawling underneath the layouts upside down and cursing at wires while solder splashes on our face.
Yes, and us bald people always get a big divot there, haven't you? If you're bald, you always get a poof. You always get scratched.
The exercise is getting back up again once you've gotten out from under the layout.
Yeah, that's actually one of the rules of getting old. You know, never get down without a clear plan on how you're going to get back up.
Yeah.
Well, now I know what to look forward to.
Oh, it'll grab you by the bum so quickly. It really does. You think, oh, I'm young, and all of a sudden, and you make me funny. You go, oh, everybody looks at you, and you're found out.
Setting up layouts and taking them down at train shows is about the only fitness I'll ever get.
Absolutely.
According to
The
my
older
daughter.
you get, the narrower the aisles are.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm certainly trying to think about as I leave the home we're at now, we're taking care of my lady's father, and we're crammed in a couple of rooms, and all I have is a shelf layout. But our future home will have room for a real railroad. Pardon me, a railroad that meets my dreams, which may or may not be real. But to think years ahead to say, how can I make this railroad so it'll be reasonably easy to deal with, maintain, repair, troubleshoot in the years to come.
I hadn't heard it phrased quite that way. I usually think of it as my next railroad will have room for a house. But if you go back and you end up with a single deck, take a look at those stand sit desk supports for having a layout that can go up and down to make it easier to work under. I've seen a lot of people talk about it. I don't know if anybody's actually tried it, but having a button to push that your layout goes up so that you can slide the chair underneath it to work on it might be a wonderful idea.
Yeah, my lab has to be in a multi-purpose room, which is, I have this horrible fear that my poor little HO scale figures are going to get murdered by a ping pong ball one day.
So true. Okay, we're wow, it's like the discussion that just keeps going, which is wonderful. And we do have a breakout room if Brian would like to move there and anybody else would like to.
No, you're fine. Carry on.
This is almost as much fun as Friday lunch.
Yes, it is. It's like an extended, we have a tradition here in the Valley called the DCC lunch. It was originally the DCC committee of the Silicon Valley Club. And now it's even in COVID days, 15 to 20 people every Friday talking about anything related to model railroading and maybe not. So let's try and stay a little close to the schedule. Bill Jolitz is going to talk about the San Joaquin Shortline. And so that's in the Central Valley, about 100 miles northeast of the area Brian's discussing. And at some point here, we ought to probably list all the great layouts that are represented by people on this call on the coastline. But anyway, Bill is going to talk about reefer operations. And well, actually, so is Michael Jordan. But Bill's going to talk about his San Joaquin Shortline, and the link is up in the chat if you want to scoot back up and follow along. And I have to say that I had the opportunity to run both Bill and Michael Jordan's layouts the same day a few months ago, and it was just a fine day of railroading. So anyway, with that, Bill, would you like to start? Unmute yourself, please.
I think am I on? Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Now all I have to do is see if I can actually share the screen.
There you go. Let me see. Did we
went through this. Aha, I seem to have it.
Very good.
Greetings, everybody. There are a lot of my old friends in there I haven't seen in a long time, so it's nice to see some faces out there. This whole thing, I'm not moving. Why am I not moving? There we go. I'm here because Seth Newman asked me a question when he was out here. He asked me, why does someone in the Midwest model California? That just didn't make sense. And actually, the better question is, why does someone in Saudi Arabia model California? And that's where I happened to be at the time. So we will get into that a little bit later. The broader question we have, and what I'll address today, is why do we model what we model? Yeah, our layouts have great reasons behind them, but what are those reasons, and how can we use those reasons to help refine and define our own visions? And then, of course, the additional question is, how do we do that? What reasons? It could be one of several reasons that we model a place. First, we grew up in a place that fired our interest, or maybe someone with a deep knowledge or interest of a prototype or an aspect of railroading fired our interest. That or someone else mentored us, or we had one of those road to Damascus experiences. We got gobsmacked. I see Seth Newman shaking his head. I was talking to a friend Wednesday night, and I asked him, why did he model the Pennsylvania Railroad Schuylkill branch? And he didn't grow up in that place, but somebody from the Pennsylvania fired his interest, and that guy worked on him, and on, and he had his road to Damascus experience. So he grew up in Watertown, Nebraska, South Dakota, sorry. Attended school in Indiana and lived his life in Minnesota, but he's a true Pennsy fan. For me, sorry, I went the wrong way. When you have a railroad, yes, we've got certain interests to begin with, but our railroads often enable us to incorporate another interest. For me, It was a family, sorry. For me, it was a family move out west. It was to Modesto, California. And that was, oh boy, was that a place to grow up, because the Southern Pacific ran through town. The Western Pacific ran through town, disguised as the Sacramento Northern. Santa Fe was only 5 miles away in Empire, and the Modesto and Empire Traction Company connected everything to everything else. The MNET was good to chase, and the Cruz were really good teachers. But, given all that, it was the SP that did it to me. I saw those long cuts of dripping PFE reefers, and there were tiger stripe Alco switchers running everywhere, a little bit north and a little bit south. We had Black Widow fronted freight setting out cuts of empties and pulling loads. There were packing houses everywhere up and down the line. Modesto was a food processing area, so the smell of foods being cooked and packed at canneries was really good. This happened all hours of the day at night and night. It was particularly heavy during those long months where it was harvest time. So that really settled it for the rest of my life. But what a friend of mine and I did, we replicated what we saw during the day. And that was the real genesis of California, the Modesto area, and prototype. This is my railroad, a schematic of it. It starts in the right-hand corner in the black box with Valley Springs, where the yard and roundhouse is. It goes to Aurora, which is my first agricultural town, and it's a lot smaller. Then it goes to Bend, where I have the aggregate operation, and then to Cajones. And there's a reason for that. Yeah, I see all the guys smiling. Yeah, if you're going to operate that town, you have to have brass ones. And so far, only 3 people have done it right at the outset. That's Tony and Seth and one other guy. And I go on farther to Damascus Junction, where there's a switchback to 3rd Street in Cajones. So Cajones is my biggest town, and that's where a lot of the crazy and involved action is. I eventually came to realize that I did need staging on this, so I built a bridge to backyard, and I call it backyard because it's next to window and we can see into my backyard where the Canadian National runs through. And then it goes on to Wasco, where that's my original Aurora module. Here's what Aurora looks like. And what you'll see, it comes from Valley Springs. You've got Pick Suite with 5 spots, and you've got Scatina Brothers with 4 spots. So you've got 9 spots for reefers on a very long spur. Tony Scatina was a fireman on the Sierra who'd make smoke for you. Going left, I have Valley Pride, does lemons, and I have Suntag oranges. Then below those 2, you see the infrastructure, Petro Products and Ordway Oil. Down at the bottom, you see a pre-cooling plant. What would happen on reefers is that the bigger packing houses had chilling rooms where all their inbound harvest would go first. That would remove the field heat and the metabolic heat from the cargoes, so that they wouldn't melt all the ice to begin with. Smaller operations didn't have that, so they would need to put their cargoes in a reefer and then put them into pre-cooling plant. Their downcomers were lowered into the reefer hatches, and cold air, very cold air, was blown through for a period of time to cool the cargo down. So I am so sorry for these pictures. They're not gonna be Brian Moore type. Coming into Aurora, I wanted to set the stage of it. So if it's fruit and veg packing, you need orchards. Yes, I did build the 150 odd fruit trees there, and that was quite a job, but I found out how to streamline it. But that, as you come out of Valley Springs, it sets the scene for the rest of the railroad and serves as a visual break. Gas has a road coming through and a little visual distortion in there to the back. This is the first thing. Here is my largest packing house there. That is that's the one that has 5 spots. And yeah, it's from the Villa Park packing house down in Southern California. It has all those loading doors. It has the cupolas on top, so it's instantly recognizable once you know that. The packing plant, the pre-cooling plant is pretty basic. It has all your downcomers, which means that the people who shove into the packing plant have to spot the reefers correctly. And there's no clearance in there, so the switchers have to have a handle before they go in there. There's you have your Scatina Brothers plant. That's an absolutely exact copy of this packing house, except I did it completely differently. I got rid of the metal siding because I hate that. I hate working with that corrugated aluminum, but I've got the shape of the packing house with the long shed and that funny thing that almost looks like a grain elevator. Moving on down through the town, which is largely unfinished. I always have a water tower in each one of the towns, so you know where you are. Where am I? Look for the water tower. One of the things that drives me crazy when I go to a new layout is there's so many place names and I forget easily. So I have both water towers and I have signs hanging from the ceiling so you know exactly where you are. Then I have this one is Lemons, must be Lemons because it has yellow doors. And there's my last packing house. And the way this works is it's a smaller town. It does have a pre-cooling plant, but it doesn't have an icing plant. So what happens is the yard master in Valley Springs ices the reefers and then sends them out to Aurora. And then when they come back from Aurora, X hours later, they have to be iced again. Then they go off the layout. So I'm following a standard protocol for reefers that I learned from both Tony and from Mike Jordan. Bend is situated on a river bend, so the incredibly creative name. Bottom right, you see the aggregate plant, and both the Clovis branch and the Visalia Electric had large aggregate operations, but it's kind of out there in the sticks. In the old days in California, they did have dry farming. So I had a grain elevator, and where you find dry farming, you find cattle. So I have a cattle pen out there that doesn't get used very much. And the usual infrastructure like the freight house, the rancher's supply, and the bulk plant, and an interchange. Cattle pens are wonderful because when things are operating entirely too smoothly and everybody's got their trains perfectly under control, I run a stock extra in there and ruin everybody's day. So it's always something to stir the pot. You get the Cajones in Front Street, and what strikes you first is that right under the title there, you see a very long spur. It's about 12 feet long. This is my big town. And when you start at the right, you have Spuds and Onions, which does root crops. That packing plant is based on one of the Arvin packing sheds. Muskie's Melons, sorry, bad joke. Scatina Brothers, which is patterned after a shed in old packing shed in Davis. You have Roth Grapes, which is after another packing shed I found in Jim Lancaster's website. And everybody knows, solid trains can come out of there, and they, when the grapes of Roth are running, you got to get out of the way. To the left of that is a creamery that is no longer a creamery. During World War II, the creameries were converted to dehydrators, and that's how all the GIs got their very favorite powdered milk and eggs and ice cream. So I have milk going in there and dry stuff going out. And at the end, I have Bird's Eye. Refrigeration was commercialized first in the 1930s. So I had to do it. And besides, I have a strange connection to Clarence Birdseye, who invented the process. Down at the bottom right, you see Calpac, another plant, and a fumigation and inert gas track. What happens in Cajones is that a train pulls in with hot reefers, so they back into the ice dock and then start working all the packing sheds. So what will happen in here is, say, for Muskie's Melons, a car will go from the ice dock into Muskie's. It'll get loaded, but then it will have to be inert gas to slow the ripening of the melon. Tony and I had a discussion whether this was done in 1943, but we both agreed that it added play value to the layout, so it's worth keeping. So a car, when it goes in, will go to the ice dock, muskies, fumigation plant, back to the ice dock and out. So there's a lot happens in the town with that. And then we have our usual infrastructure of lumber, hardware, and bulk plants. 3rd Street happened mainly because I had a little extra bench work. And some of you know my friend Dave Voss, and he can always find a place to put new track. We talked about this, and that's only about 8 inches wide. We talked about it one day. Next day I go into a volunteer job. When I came home that night, 3rd Street was in there. So I made a packaging plant, cannery, another cannery. That's where I could fit a winery and dried fruits and stuff like that. So there's another whole job reflecting food manufacturing. So what you do is you go into Cajones Front Street, you go down to Damascus Junction, and then back in. On the Clovis branch, the Department of Water and Power of LA built a dam. So all the dam equipment came in on the Clovis branch and was picked up by the railroad that lighted Southern California. Gosh, that's a traffic generator, number 1. And number 2 was a customer from my aggregate plant. Also, Clovis connected up with Sugar Pine Lumber Company. They shipped a lot of lumber every day, but there's a hook in there. For many, many years in California, more than a third of the harvested lumber went to box shook. So it went from a lumber mill to a box plant to a packing plant to a reefer to back east. And when they were done, they threw it out, and either a kid made a scooter from it or it got burned. So I had to have that because it generated a lot of local traffic. And then there was my good old Wasco Aurora that we talked about early. I had a few more cars a few more sidings to it, so I have more reefers to move, and that's a tricky job because it's a John Allen time saver, and there's not a whole lot of room. Now, early on, I mentioned you could do other interests as well, and mine interest is in simulation and to accurately simulate traffic flows. So I just loved sitting down on a spreadsheet and trying to figure out how to do this. Yeah, I'm a numbers wonk. It was a kind of crazy thing, but I have a pretty good program to take care of my traffic management. What some of the principles behind that: fruit and veg are high intensity cargoes that go in and out right now. No question about that. I found from a packing plant manager, I did a lot of research on packing plants from Saudi Arabia, and I had correspondence with packing plant managers, especially one north of Sacramento. And what he told me was that they could load a reefer in as little as 4 hours, actually as little as 2 hours, but 4 hours normally, but it could be 8 hours. So there was a lot of variety in that I needed to keep into mind. For all my other cargoes, inbound empties are less predictable because you never know when somebody's going to order a car, but they're immediate. Inbound loads are less predictable because somebody orders something from Minneapolis and it's going to take X days to get out there, but given wartime traffic, you can't be sure when it's going to arrive. And another thing is that if for non-perishable, the load and unload times have longer dwell times than fresh fruit and veg. So, sorry, I keep hitting the wrong key and it's not going down. There we go. My worksheet is probability based. That's a big word of saying I roll the dice and I have a lookup table which tells me whether when the dice roll a 5, that's a day when when somebody's going to get something or how many cars a packing plant will have. So when my program rolls the dice, and when you go on here, it says Orchard Supply, which is a company in the San Joaquin Valley. The lumber has one spot, gets 2.5 cars a week. Today, the die roll was 4, and you get to look down below, and it gets a load of lumber, and it's going to stay there one day. So that means traffic is going to come from the sugar pine mill and go down here. So all of my traffic is variable within limits. So I never know exactly what will come onto the layout, how long it will stay, and what will go off. And over the years, it's proven to be pretty close. I have my reefers as well, except they do it by spot. So I have under pick suite, that's the big one in Aurora. Spot 1 is going to get 5 cars a week. Then my spreadsheet will tell me it needs a 40-foot PFE reefer for a fruit cargo. And you see other types of reefers under there. Watermelon will require a 40-foot stock car at the melon plant. Sometimes it's a 50-foot reefer for frozen food. Might be an express reefer. I got a die roll of 10. Hey, that showed me I get a car today, and it's going to stay there 8 hours, and it's set out at the early shift. So what's happening here is I found out from my packing house manager that a car can be loaded in 4 or 8 hours. So this is going to be an 8-hour car that's going to be set out in the first shift, which means that it will not return home. It will not go back to Valley Springs until the next day. It'll sit there through the next shift and through an overnight. So I'm able to incorporate the speed of loading in here. I seem to have an anomaly here because I've got a car from a Santa Fe reefer with fruit, and it's going to be a 4-hour dwell time. So we got that. The way I handle this is that each town gets two switch jobs a day. Mike Jordan will probably talk to you about how many switch jobs there were in Watsonville and how switchers are running there all the time. So I give each town 2 switches. So I have the first and second Aurora reefers and the first and second Cajones reefers. Given the fact that you can have a 4-hour car, 4-hour load time, if it's on first Aurora reefers, it'll be taken back by the second Aurora reefers. Or if you get an 8-hour car, it won't move to the next day. So I've got all my variables in there to incorporate the timing of shipments. Mike Jordan is the one who woke me up to this, and thanks to Tony's book and Mike's research, I got into this. Mike has a different way of handling his reefers, his reefer routing. He'll explain that to you. I use a refrigerator car routing ticket. No, it doesn't look like one of Tony's waybills, but I can't figure out how to use one of Tony's waybills given the routing of cars in my layout. The way I handle this is, as what I've learned from Mike, is there are a lot of different types of cargoes, and many different cargoes have a different sequence of events that you need to follow to get it in and out. So what I do is each cargo for each packing plant has a different routing ticket for each one of their cargoes. So when Muskie needs cars, I'll know from my spreadsheet whether it's white melon, yellow melon, or reefer, and then I can print off the appropriate routing ticket for that. So what happens in this is that the yard master will pull a car for this, when the first cojones pulls into cojones, it'll back into the icing dock for 10 minutes. I'll put in there whether it's a 4 or 8 hour load. The operator will check that off. When the next train that comes in, we'll move it to the inert gas for 4 hours, and then he'll move it to the ice dock and he can go away. And at the bottom of the box, I'll check a box whether it's interchanged at Valley Springs or Bend. So it's complicated operations, and that's why you need a pair of brass ones in cojones. It's a lot of fun doing this, and it's a learning experience for most people to do this, because Mike and I and just a very few others have gone into it this deeply. So people realize it's not the Doug Smith where you drop it in the set out, you move it to the hold, and then you move it to the pickup box. You know, this traffic is hot, and it's got to come and go in a big hurry. Some of the fun on this is that something that Mike Jordan discovered was that on express reefers, which would carry the very first of the fruit, which was the most valuable, like the strawberries or cherries, an express reefer would go out there and it'd be loaded immediately. But the thing is, they weren't at the time, they weren't inert gas, they were filled with dry ice, which filled up the car and slowed the icing, and it kept the load cool. But that meant you had to be very careful, or the people at the other end had to be very careful, because they don't want to open the car, step into the car, breathe carbon dioxide, and pass out. It also means that you need to have a dry ice car, which Santa Fe had plenty of. So there was another wrinkle in the operation. There's a lot of talking and very few pictures and mostly head talk on this. So what it's best to do is to open it up for discussion. Mike will go into the ins and outs of how he handles the reefer operation. It's different from mine, but he's got the best packing district in the world where you really have to learn your stuff. So the question is now, any questions?
Hi, Bill, it's Lloyd.
Hi,
long
Lloyd.
time no talk. Anyway, now I understand why every time I get a question or see a question from you going out there, it makes much more sense, because it didn't seem to have a whole lot to do with actually pushing models around. But now I understand it. I want a copy of all your slides, by the way. Are they going to be available?
Are they going to be available, Seth?
Yeah.
I'm sure we can figure out a way to get them up.
Well, Bill, you could just send them to me directly if you want.
I'll send them to you. I have your email, so
okay.
That's not a problem.
We're busy building and we're busy designing a new layout, and I really want to get some of this information into their hands to force some different thoughts.
Yeah, sure. If anybody wants these things, they're more than welcome to them. My email's on that last slide, so you can get in touch with me, or we'll put a link to it.
Yeah, you want to stock up on inexpensive timers / stopwatches if you're going to try this.
Yeah, I have 2 emails on there. I have Jolitz WR. I'm at yahoo.com and gmail.com. So no, this isn't going on YouTube to the best of my knowledge, or is it, Steph?
Let's see. I don't think today's are on YouTube. Well,
it isn't on YouTube now.
Are we streaming this one, Sid? I thought the
Yes, this one's streaming. So this, you can rewatch it again on YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're famous now, Bill.
I'm a little more famous than I want to be.
Is Notorious a better choice?
Yes, that's perfect. Thank you.
That's very good.
It was a good talk, Bill.
Thank you,
I really enjoyed that cojones job. That's a wonderful job. Beautiful layout. It all operates very smoothly. I like that.
Yeah, it's interesting because well, it's interesting to watch Tony at a layout. I'll give you the secret when you're with Tony on a layout. Watch him, because he'll get a job and he'll stand there and look at tracks and not do anything for the longest time. Just stand there and look left and look right. And then he starts working. He does it perfectly and without a pause. And he got it right. There is a very easy way to do cojones, but most people don't do it that way. A friend of mine was an engineer on the Eureka Southern, and he said he said if you want to do it right, minimize your walking and working. Do it as easily as possible. Avoid manual labor. And he did. So did Seth.
Well, that's what railroaders always say. You can tell modelers right away because they're not thinking about how far the brakeman has to walk.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't. The name just dropped out of my mind. John Panzias in either Omaha or Kansas City has a really interesting twist. His layout is a main yard and 3 switching districts. And when you take your train out to the switching district, you will have 3 switchmen on the tender, those little paper jobs. And he expects you to put the switchman out where work is needed. So
that's good.
Yeah, it's very good because you don't think about that. If you're going to be going back and forth over a crossing, you need to have a guy flagging the crossing. If you need to have a guy on the pilot beam, you need to put him on the pilot beam. And while you're working, if you have to remember to pick the guy up and take him home with you or put him to a different location. It's really good, but boy, does it make you think.
I had the good luck to be in Martinez, California, watching an SW-1500 rolling into the refinery facility with a total of 6 men on the unit. 2 in the cab, 2 in the front hanging on the handrails and the steps, and 2 in the back, because they were having to flag crossings, throw turnouts, and everything else. And so I can imagine the joy of trying to keep track of that crew working in that area.
Yeah, that's the job of the conductor to keep track of those guys. But yeah, it's right. But yeah, just try it. Try it with 2 and see what happens. I don't do that yet. I have one place where I have a crossing where I have two of Seth's gentlemen flagging the crossing, and it's not unusual to have one of them killed. And people have a bad time stopping at a red signal. And the other part is if you kill a flagman, that's one demerit. But if you screw up the paperwork while regarding that murder, it's 135 demerits, because we inside office people know that the paperwork is the most important thing.
Just don't leave them behind.
Yeah. It's all about play value on this, and this is why I like branch lines and small things. I spent a lot of time chasing and riding the M&ET, same for the Sierra, and it's something you can embrace from beginning to end and everything in between, and you can become intimate with what's going on. You can know, you can see where the crew members will stop when switching. you know the peculiarities of running down the Dry Creek Canyon and how you have to use the brakes on that. And so that's why I have always stayed on a branch line. I hear crickets.
Yeah. So one thing that, I've been impressed with your layout the couple of times I've had the opportunity to visit is there's a large number of, more or less modular structural elements that were constructed at various times. How have your thoughts about that evolved over time, with experience?
Well, I had my railroad in Saudi Arabia from I think it's 2001 was the only thing I had until about 1981 until 2005, and that kept me going. But it was so much fun that I knew I had to keep it in. It turned out it didn't. I actually had it in the layout as I built it, but it didn't work right. What I did was do Valley Springs, the main yard, and Aurora, so it could get operating right away, and then extended it to Bend, and then extended it to Cajones. And I think that was a good idea for me, doing a little bit at a time, because it allowed me to gain experience and do more research and find more information. I tend to do, as you can see, I'm not exactly the most artistic scenery builder in the world. I'm terrible at it, and my pictures aren't any better. But you need the scenery to set the stage for it. My friend on the other side of town thinks scenery is distracting, so the ground is black and they're, Seth, Dave Voss, and the mountains are crumpled up brown paper. But I like to see. I like to have at least minimal scenery in there. I built my buildings slowly, also. Not the most efficient way, but it was every time I got something finished, it was a big deal. When I got picksuite in there, it was a big deal to have that, and it made so much of the operation. So I like doing small bites at a time. Given my speed at doing things and all my infirmities, it turns out 16 by 25 is almost more layout than I can deal with. But I've got it in, and thanks to the help of friends, it's been complete. Things have been, let's see, my yard at Valley Springs was ripped up once. Two of my friends came in, and two of my friends kept telling me, "You need to do a lot of switching in Valley Springs." And no, you don't need a lot of switching in Valley Springs. I use it to stage my the trains that we'll need for that day. So they came over one day to prove it to me, and what they proved is you can't switch Valley Springs. So they tore it out and redid it for me, and then caused me to need a staging yard. So it has evolved quite a bit. Once I got the staging yard, it made it easier to put my module at the other end. But it's strange. One of the things I've learned from attending all these invitationals, US and Canada, and Mr. Sexsmith is in there, who's been down here. Cal, I've noticed that layout owners don't operate their layouts. I mean, that seems to be a given anymore. You have a vision of something that you've defined and refined and built, and rebuilt, but it takes somebody else to bring it to life. And it's funny how once the crews have settled down and are doing their work, I take a lot of joy in sitting down and watching it happen before my eyes. What I love to see in Modesto in 1981 and 1982, it comes to life, and I can see that. I use mostly steam, but I will sometime move ahead to the early 50s so I can use an Alco switcher, and there goes a Tiger Stripe in there pushing a whole mess of PFE cars, and it takes me back to being 15 again, and it's just wonderful. But also what the module does is I will switch that because it's not dependent upon anything else on the layout. It's freestanding. However, one of the things I do incorporate into my fabulous traffic management spreadsheet is Virginia's Pride Cannery will send stuff to my Smart and Final Iris grocery warehouse and some other things. I do have some interlines. Sugar Pine Lumber will send box shook down to my Valley Pride. So I do have stuff moving through, but each one of my commodities I switch, the perishable and the dry, don't depend upon one another. So a session can be all freight or all perishable or a combination of both, and I don't have to switch all the towns. So it gives a lot of possibilities to my crews. Generally takes a session, people are burned out and tired by 3 hours, and that gives enough time for one switch to the agricultural town, a couple of freights, and now a couple of passenger trains. So at the end, I think that I fulfilled my vision that I started out earlier on, but it was the SP that did it reasonably well. But I still love the Sierra Railroad, and I get to operate that periodically on a friend on the other side of town.
Good. Dave Gibbons has a question. So
hi, Dave.
Unmute.
So many buttons to press, so few brains. Bill, would you say you have people come in to make it alive? Does that fit into the thing I've heard about, that we build a stage for a play to occur, and then we have the actors come on, the trains, and of course their operators pulling the strings to put on a performance? Is that the way you look at it?
If I'd been smarter, I would have explained it exactly the way you just did. Yeah. And this gets into art, science, and emotion here, because the art and the science will give you the stage, but the emotion, emotion and play value get into the same things, because the better the stage you have, the better the story you can tell, because the whole thing is about storytelling. This is the lost art to Western cultures. Storytelling is to make a point or to teach a lesson. In most of the rest of the non-Caucasian world, let's say, when you get outside, when you get into, I spent some time in India and a lot of time with Indians. Primary vehicle for communicating is telling stories, and that's what gets people involved in what's going on. So the layout has a story to tell, and it's got railroad story to tell, and it's got 1943 story to tell, and it's got reefer operations story to tell. But you're right, the trains are the actors, and my operators are the Deus ex machinas who will bring it to life and make it happen.
Yeah, now mind you, the idea I just brought up is one that I lifted out of various call-back books written by people like Armstrong and Chubb and the other folks that I have depended on for my design ideas, such as it is. But thank you. Shutting up.
Let's see, Lloyd, you got your hand up?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, how long did it take him to find a crew that could actually work his paperwork well?
Well, I'm still looking. There's no, I shouldn't say that. The reason I went to the routing tickets is because, well, in the good old days before COVID, during MinRail, we'd have a lot of unfamiliar people come into town. And I wanted to make it as easy as possible for them to understand how to move reefers. The non-perishable freight uses the same old car cards and waybills, but the routing tickets help quite a bit. And I'll get a few questions. I do a long briefing on how to use that. I'll get a few questions, but once somebody spots the first car or two, they've got it.
So do you work real time?
Pardon?
Are you running real time?
Yeah, because I never remember to turn on the fast clock.
Okay.
We don't time anything because the name of the game is to have fun, not to worry. Well, no, I'll take that back. I started using the fast clock because we run a passenger train at the beginning, and everybody has to get out of the way of that. But otherwise, I don't use time on it. But the crews now have become pretty well familiar with it. 2, 3, 4 times out, and they've got it. It's always easy for the crews in Aurora. It's always, I won't say difficult, but they don't pick up on the sweet spot in Cajones. I'll tell you the secret, and I won't kill you for this. What happens is in Cajones, people will pull in and start looking at the paperwork and trying to figure out where things go, and take a lot of time. From my engineer friend on the Eureka Southern, when they were doing lumber mills, he taught me the flat car is a flat car is a flat car. They just grab some waybills, grab some flat cars, and go out there. And you don't need to assign.
Whoops. Bill? Have we lost Bill?
We'll never know the secret.
Uh-oh.
So who censored him? Was that you, Seth? Was it you didn't want him to let the secret out, so you muted him, huh?
I don't know.
No,
Yeah,
that sounds like more of a Tony Thompson trick.
Yeah. No, actually, what Bill was talking about, his friend is Jerry up there, who's one fine model builder and was an engineer on the Eureka Southern. And he basically said that the mills didn't care about the car number they received. They just needed a car of the right type. And so they basically would get all the cars of the right types, go up there, and they would distribute it however it made it easiest for them to switch. And then when that was done, is you'd match up all of the waybills with where you'd left the shipper and things of this sort, and sort it all out by playing with the paperwork rather than spending all your time banging around, a lot of steel where it didn't make any difference.
Yeah,
So
Dave, you missed the point here. He made a brilliant exit.
Oh, okay.
Well, I do
always leave them
filling
wanting
in the
more.
gaps.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I assume he'll be back, but we're up at the top of the hour. So this is our lunch break here in Pacific time. Obviously, if you're somewhere else, you'll make adjustments. what we're going to do, I think, is leave the room open. We do have the capability to make some breakouts, but I don't feel a huge need here to break it out. So what I would suggest is, either go off and take a break or do what I'm going to do, prepare a quick meal and bring it back, and we'll just leave the room open, and feel free to unmute yourself and chat, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock Pacific, and we'll hear the other half of the Minnesota California produce switching story from Mike Jordan. So yeah, and he's there, and all kinds of resources here. So just feel free.
I've set the brakes in the
Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, I've set the brakes in the locomotive. I'm running over across the yard to the Harvey house to grab some food. Back in a bit.
Very good. And
I'm just going to let you all know that I'm the Zoom moderator, and my shift is ended, and our moderator for the afternoon is Sparky 107. So he's going to be there with links if you need them in the chat, or questions, or to help Seth with stuff. So
super.
Thanks, hope you all have a great afternoon.
Thank you, Sid. Appreciate all your help.
Right. And so with that, this ends the morning session. And don't worry, I'm going to hook you back up here in a minute to the meeting. But I wanted to just come on real quickly and tell you that I realized that we had a little outage there for a short time during the last presentation. And I think I've corrected that problem. So the afternoon session should be fine. And this is great. I learned a lot. I was able to sit in on all of that, and hopefully everybody here watching also enjoyed it. But we'll be back at 1 o'clock Pacific time with the resumption of the programs. But I'm going to put the meeting back on so that you can enjoy the discussion that takes place, because quite often the discussions that take place when there's not a presentation going on have some really great information in them. So I think it'll be nice to be able to eavesdrop on that. So anyway, let me put on a quick break screen, and I will make the adjustment I need to make here and bring the meeting back to you. So we'll be right back.
change in dialect.
Yeah.
So you go more than about 30 miles, the language changes sufficiently to be difficult.
Yeah. Well, I'd say that's exactly the same in Britain. Britain is so small and crowded, and I think Andy would agree with me here that the accent differences, I say, even in Yorkshire, even in Glasgow, the city I come from, the east end of Glasgow and the west end of Glasgow, and the north, there's a slight, you know, there's different words even there, different languages. And it was Dr. Johnson that used to say language has to develop. If it stays still, it dies. He tried to capture it in his dictionary, and Aspic, he thought that it's never going to change. But as soon as he started writing his dictionary, he realized that new words happen all the time, and if they don't, the language just dies. So that suits me. We can make up words all the time.
What's the difference between East and West Glasgow?
About 5 miles. The West End's much posher, much more cosmopolitan. Hello, Laine from the West End of Glasgow. How are you doing? And the other side's much more sort of much more sort of, there's many more housing schemes there. Hello, how are you doing? I'm from the East End of Glasgow. It sounds the same to me, but it probably doesn't to you.
So now I know which.
I was going to say, I've not lived there for 37 years. I left Glasgow when I was 25, and I've lived in Devon, the southwest of England, where they speak quite differently. And so you have to slow down and really realize that it's not just Americans that don't understand me, it's Plymouthians or Devonians and Cornwall people.
Oh man, I guess I know which side of Glasgow Billy Connolly comes from then.
Yeah, you get the yes, indeed. Yes, how you doing? How you doing? So you know him, you know Connolly. Connolly's travelled. Yeah, you would be familiar with Billy Connolly then. I like Connolly. He's a very grounded, very funny man, very human. You know, a decent man. I think so many of these guys, they get corrupted and whatever. But I've got time for Connolly. He carries his honesty and his dignity and where he came from, but he's made lots of money and good luck to him as well. And it's a fabulous thing.
I saw we were. Let's see, not only we spent time with the British community as well as the Indian community, and we'd get invited to the Brass and Glass pub at this one lady's house, and there were a couple of nights when she had smuggled in videotapes of Billy Connolly routines, and we just about died.
Yeah, he's very accessible, isn't he? I think the humour's very worldwide. Sort of everybody rings a bell. And talking about India, what do you think of the railways? Because the infrastructure of Indian railways is still fundamentally British. The signals and the operations and the rules and the paperwork and how they operate stuff. It's still that, because obviously the empire and things like that, and India was totally involved by Britain in getting mechanised, the railways and stuff. Did you find anything that was like that?
I'm just going to interrupt you guys just for a minute. Just keep in mind that if you're not chatting, try to keep your microphones muted. And if your camera is on, keep in mind that we can see you and what you are doing. So try to refrain from doing adult things that children should not be doing, or I will have to mute you or turn off your camera. Try to keep the conversations to model trains and things like that. But other than that, just keep enjoying, and we're back in about 30 minutes. So,
absolutely.
Hey,
I think we were just
as a table saw an adult.
What?
Yeah, what the heck on this? Nobody can see below your chest, so it's the big joke in the U.S. Probably the same in the UK is that you only need a white shirt and tie above the waist. Yeah, otherwise you can wear your pajamas and fuzzy slippers.
And don't stand up while the camera's on.
That's the one. Yeah, that is the one that you forget, isn't it?
The actual thing I'm trying to refer to is people drinking or smoking adult things. So try to keep that off the camera.
Right.
Yeah, because it is being streamed on YouTube, so you want to be a little careful.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they may improve our reputation.
Well, Brian,
model the Southern Pacific.
Sparky, are you including smoking cigarettes in that?
Yeah, I'd prefer if that wasn't on video. That's all, Andy.
Okay, mate.
Well, actually, Brian, for me, every year that we were over there, we spent at least 3 weeks in the UK, sometimes more.
Yeah.
And I discovered the finer things in life, like the North Yorkshire Moors Railway.
Yeah.
And we're life members there. And then we did go to Wales, and so we're life members at the Welsh Pool,
Yeah.
and at the Welsh Highland. So I keep up
Well,
with
as you
those
know,
guys.
there's a fantastic selection of preserved railways across Britain, everywhere, far more than in the States. And my pal Paul Burton, who helps me here, he's a fully qualified driver at the South Devon Railway, and every weekend he drives 2662 mainline Great Western tank engines.
Oh.
And they run every day. 20 miles away every day of the year. I can go up and I can watch big steam engines, and I can go 20 miles to Cornwall, and there's another 10. And every week in the summer, we get double-headed mainline steam coming to Plymouth, pulling 13 coaches, double-headed steam, express steam passenger.
Oh.
And it's almost, you get almost not fed up with it, but something, oh, I can't be bothered seeing it this week. I'll see it again next week when it's different engines, because it's just so normal. And it's such a treat. And you boys, you obviously get fabulously big engines like the big boy, which we've not got, but there's very few of them. Whereas there's probably about 60 or 70 express steam engines in Britain that can be running the main line tomorrow. And, it's a regular thing. And that's one of the joys. When Bob Zenk was over here, we took him to the South Devon Railway, and he got a footplate ride. And it was lovely, because the steam and the smoke and the overalls and the British, the leather of the cap, the weather cap.
Grease top.
Yeah, the grease. Thank you very much. You know better than I do, Will. And it's just that the ambience. It's like Miss Marple or Agatha Christie type books. You've got Agatha Christie used to live up the road from us, and as you know, Agatha Christie, the Poirot books, the Miss Marple books. They're all a lot of them are based in the Great Western Railway, going up and down Dawlish and Devon, because she was very familiar with it. So you can actually go up 20 miles away. We can go to Agatha Christie's house and watch a steam engine pulling Great Western coaches, and it's like you're back. You want Spitfires flying in the sky almost.
What? That's a Keighley and Worth Valley, isn't it?
No, this is the South Devon Railway, and
I've been there.
The Keighley and Worth Valley is quite a long one as well. They do mainline engines too. And then there's a diesel. It's not just steam. There's hundreds of diesel engines preserved.
We get Carl Johnson's mainline steam videos every year.
Yeah.
So we catch up with the excursions in July and January.
Yeah.
I was on the South Devon Railway 4 months ago, and the loco that was pulling it, was an American S1.
Yes, they had that. They were very happy with it. They had that for a while.
Yeah.
My friend Paul, he says when they do the Thomas weekends, the Thomas the Tank Engine weekends, as you know, they make lots of money from it because Thomas is, a big pillar. But it's the money they have to pay to get it there because it's so expensive. And when they drive it here in the lorry, they cover the face. The face of Thomas is covered by a big sack because it's, they don't want anybody to see it, and nobody can make money from it. But because the engine's actually placed in maybe one place for a month and run and taken somewhere else to be used, nobody looks after it. And Paul and the rest of the drivers hate driving Thomas the Tank Engine because it's the least well looked after steam engine they've ever came across. And all the kids love it, but all the drivers hate it. It's a lovely 060, perfect. I think they've got one in America, an 060 steam Thomas the Tank Engine. Or is that just a pretend one?
It's a pretend one. Thomas isn't. No, two things strike me on that. Thomas isn't very well known here. There are a couple of places, but there's a gentleman in Omaha, Nebraska, who models GN 18.5, and he uses the HO Thomas the Tank Engine mechanisms to power his railroad.
Right.
Yeah, I did not know all this. You're teaching me right now.
Somebody's got the microphone on.
Isn't that we're bringing up the emotional intelligence here, teaching about Thomas.
Absolutely. The Thomas thing as well, the wee swivel eyes and stuff like that, and the wee things you get in each. So fabulous wee mechanisms that we're putting into changes. And as you know, is it Bachman offer the full range. They've got Henry and James and Toby and Donald and Gus. And you're almost tempted to make a model railroad with Thomas the Tank Engine stuff, because you could make it like the videos. You know, they did the videos with Ringo, I think it was Ringo Starr. I think Ringo Starr was the first in Britain, anyway, when they brought them out. The Thomas the Tank Engine were very good models, and they really copied British railway practice, because the Reverend Audrey books about Thomas the Tank Engine, they're based on complete prototypical model British real-life railway practice.
Also, I love the thing that's like, Thomas is a really useful engine. In reality, he wasn't. He had way too wide a turn radius required.
Absolutely.
And like, he could only be used for industrial switching.
Yeah.
And even that's bad because he had to have wide turn radius.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it kind of like a cog switcher. It's like just like one little tiny engine going up a little grade.
My favourite in Thomas the Tank Engine are the two wee Scottish engines, Donald and Douglas. They're twins, and they're wee black engines. I think 260s, both of them 260s, and they're a wee bit cheeky because the Reverend Audrey, because he started with the Welsh small narrow gauge. He started writing about them in the 40s, and then his kids get into it, and he started because he was interested in locomotives himself. So over the years, he just introduced everything he was interested in. So Stephenson's rocket might appear, or Mallard might appear, but they all had faces on them. And I'm sure, as in America, it's brought so many young people into model railways.
The thing that I'm curious about as we speak about this, though, is that we talk about, here we are in layout design interest group, and how the different national systems have different operating practices and even different ways of connecting the trains, where you have the buffers and the tight coupling of the European trains, which do not permit 100, 150, 200 car trains, because you have to move the whole thing pretty much at the same time, and how that then feeds down into the way that you are modeling the operating practices in Britain or Scotland compared to the United States, compared to Australia, compared to India, which then feeds back into the way you design your layouts, your passing loops, as you say. It all changes. And so
that's one of the things you have to be so aware and do the research. And that's, I think, what I was trying to say earlier. It's all new to me. Don't assume anything. Don't assume that British railway practice is analogous to American railway practice. Obviously, there's a great crossover about it, but exactly that. And the words we use, like a switcher in America, is a shunter in Britain. And I now see a wee engine passing down the road. I will say, look, there's a switcher. And what's a switcher? No, I mean a shunter. So that the language is, as you say, but modelling in Britain, a British freight train has probably got one locomotive and maybe 15 wagons behind it, and that's it. That is a full-size British freight train. Fabulous to model, So you're actually modeling, you don't need 105 behind it and 3 units in front like you do in America for a lot of trains. A modern, high-speed British railway has trains like that. So it'll maybe go about 50, 60 miles an hour. It'll have about maybe 15 really well-built cars behind it, and that's it. That's the train. Or maybe 20 container flats. That's it. No more than maybe 30. And that's the longest train you'll get. I could run them in what I've got here. I could run prototype trains fabulously here, because as you say, they're much smaller. But the problem is, your British IDs, you can't transport them to modern America or 1954 America. You have to start from scratch and make assumptions. And so many people do still make wrong assumptions, as you're saying, David.
Hey, Brian?
Yeah. He's got it.
and I am qualified to wear it.
Well done. That is a grease-proof hat. Well done. That's a British steam engine driver's hat.
Where did you get that?
Well, as a matter of fact, I happen to be a past cleaner on the Swanage. So there you
20
go.
points to that, man.
So
I thought he just nicked it.
no, I had to buy it because you really do. Here's the deal. Yeah, you see the top there. It's I guess it's oiled canvas because when you're a cleaner, there are times when you have to go underneath the locomotive to do some work. So if you don't have something like this on, your head is going to be covered with grease.
Very much so.
Yeah,
That's why it's called a grease cap.
Yeah, grease top. Yeah, I took a couple of courses from a gentleman, and we were driving 257 Squadron, a Battle of Britain Pacific, and this it was a 3-cylinder Pacific. And the deal was the valve gear for the 3rd cylinder was belt driven. It wasn't driven with cranks and shafts. So you had to check every now and then to make sure there was enough lubricant. It ran through a bath, and you had to check if there was enough lubricant. So what you did was got down into the pit, which is only about 2 feet deep, and you duck walk up to the firebox, turn around, lay your back on the firebox, shinny up, and then put your hands above your head. And if your fingers could feel oil, lubricating oil, then there was enough in there. And then you got to shimmy down and duck walk out.
The curse of Oliver Bullen.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Talking about British locomotives and the crossover to America, I've only ever seen one locomotive that ran on Southern Pacific tracks, and it was the Flying Scotsman. The Flying Scotsman has passed through Plymouth several times. I've got pictures of it from years ago as well. But obviously, the Flying Scotsman did run up and down in San Francisco Harbour. It ran in Southern Pacific Wales. And I like that, again, the most travelled locomotive in the world. There's lots of these pictures you can see San Francisco with its headlight, the big headlight and the cow catcher and whatever. And as Dave was saying as well, the buffers are still there. And so I like that. The only Southern Pacific travelled engine I've seen is the Flying Scotsman. And it went to Australia as well, as you know, the Flying Scotsman's been all over the world. And they all wore those hats, as you're saying, out the window. They would have still worn the flat hats.
Somebody brought up something, and it was that's a little that is either overlooked and not understood over here. It's about, I can't remember who said this, about the buffers. So you get a passenger train, and you have your 12 cars. You're buffered up. There is no slack in there. And that means that the locomotive has incredible starting power to it, that you open the regulator and it's pulling everything all at once.
Yeah.
And it does it quite well, thank you.
Yeah,
interesting to note that the Southern Railway did use knuckle couplers.
Yeah.
Buckeyes.
In England, they're called Buckeye. It's a knuckle coupler to us.
Mm-hmm.
And they also used to run long hood forward, which would provide a whole lot of safety for not only the engineer, but for all the goods in the train to be not scattered all the places.
Not really. I wouldn't say most diesel engines in the UK and Europe have got 2 cabs. They have got a cab at either end, so you don't get any run. Long hood forward doesn't really happen. There's centre cab locomotives. Had a few in Britain. Very few. The Class 8, the tiny wee Class 8 and Class 9 shunting switching engines in Britain, they're all about 60 or 70 years old now. They're cab at one end. But I would say most British engines have got a cab at either end. Well, there's a picture. There's the Flying Scotsman.
taking a tour of Texas. My in-laws sent me this as a birthday present.
Yeah, Olivia, thank you very much
I was
for that.
unaware
So
of it
we see
until a week ago.
Yeah.
So
There we see the headlights and obviously the cow catcher. It's
Yeah.
straight out of Casey Jones, isn't that?
What were you holding up there, Steve?
it's a book that came out in Slayton, Texas, at the Harvey House about the Texas tour of the Flying Scotsman in 1970.
That's
That's really cool.
And I saw it for the first time about maybe 15, 20 years after that, which is astonishing.
If you muck with a London and Southwestern brake van, and take the a bit of the R, make it a little bit different.
Yeah.
You get.
That's almost sacrilegious.
Yeah.
I mean,
Very good.
Remember, Bill's the only guy I know who has a train room that's painted in its locomotive in the colors of its railroad.
Speaking
Can I
of
bring
foreign
up a point
railroads,
about-
speaking
Can
of
I
foreign
bring up a
railroads,
point? Oh, sorry.
go, sir.
Can I bring up a point that was made before about starting trains with buffers and how it was easier to start trains? My understanding is that buffers on passenger trains were there to make sure that a comfortable ride was given. So they wanted all the couplers to be tight between each car, so that when you start your train, you don't have that shock run through each of the carriages, knocking the passengers off their feet.
Yep.
Whereas when you had a freight train with couplers, you wanted them slack so that when your locomotive started with its limited traction, it could haul one car, then collect the second car, then accelerate some more, catch the third car and the fourth and the fifth, so that the shocks were not all on in one point, but you had, with your limited amount of traction, the ability to get a hugely loaded train occurring over time. So there was a fundamental difference between passenger car train starting and freight car train starting. And I'm especially talking about the steam era. I think that's less of an issue in diesels.
We could get into fitted versus unfitted cars too, which would be a real different, cause different dynamics.
And tight coupled and loose coupled, because if they're loose, they always put the fitted front cars up front and the unfitted cars in the rear. But when it's unfitted and loose, and you're in the guards van, you have to really listen very carefully, because if you start hearing buffer clicks, it's coming back your direction, and you have to reach up to the roof or something so you don't fall over.
That's why they're not called guards, they're called brake cars or brake vans, because in an unfitted freight, the brakes are on the engine. You've got all these cars in the middle with absolutely no brakes at all, just pull the three-pin couplings, and then you've got a brake van at the end with a guy with a brake. That train's traveling, the brakes in the engine, brakes in the guards van, nothing in between. So as Bill said, that was running till the 60s and 70s and even 80s in Britain. That was the safety. It was ghastly. And
They had some horrible wrecks because of the lack of braking on the intermediate cars.
No, they managed it pretty well.
Pretty well, yes.
Yeah, I mean, no, you didn't have it happening all the time. Cruz got to know how to, would know how to do this properly, and they'd know their line very well, so they would know exactly where, with gradients and everything else, they would have to.
The same way as helper sets up Donner Pass, or going up, from Guadalupe to Santa Maria. They learn how to do it. They know how to control their engines. They know where the gradients are. They know what to put on and put off.
Yeah, they had ideas about bunching up cars. So you would use different brakes in different parts of the pulling up of the train in order to make starting the train easier. So if you're in a passenger train, you applied train brakes and you held the train brakes until it came to a stop, which would stretch the train. So that's stretching. And then if you wanted to cause slack in the train to make it easier to start it in a freight train, you would use the independent brakes to bring the train and close all the couplers up so that you didn't have to haul the whole train in one go. So it had a lot to do with how you brake the train before you tried to start it. So it's a fundamental thing about how you drive.
The other thing you do in the United States when you're starting out a passenger train is the slack will be bunched a little bit. Is that you wind up some RPMs, you get some amperage running. Let's try that again. What you do is you release the train brakes, hold with the independent, get out a couple of notches, build some amperage up, and then take the independent off, and you'll very gradually start the train that way. And eventually the train will, all the couplers will lock, and then you widen your throttle. Of course, in the way I learned to stop a passenger train in Britain, you use the vacuum brake, but very sparingly. But the way I learned it from Clive Groom is that you should almost coast to a stop at the right spot and then make a brake, then apply the vacuum brake. Brian, you're muted.
In 2018, I spent a day on the Bluebell and rode quite a few trains back and forth, Sheffield Park and so forth. And those are the old operators who were running it. They knew exactly how to move those things, but they were only 3 and 4 car trains, but they were still doing it as smoothly as you could imagine. You wouldn't even feel it.
I saw a documentary with an old London and Northeastern express train driver at the end of his career, and he was saying, "How do you stop your engine?" And he said, "Well, think of you having a cup of tea, and you just come to a stop, and you just go, pip, and that just pips it into your mouth, just as you're coming to a stop. So just so slowly go like that." And it was the movement, and this man in charge of this hugely, and he could just drive it in like a dream, like a sewing machine. And the skills these men had, I mean, fabulous. As in America, as Ken would know as well, because where you come from, everybody wants to be an engine driver, and Bill did. I had a chance myself last year with my pal, and he gave me just one opportunity with the bar to start it, and you're so afraid, and you lift it, and nothing happens, and you can feel it moving, you can feel it living, and you pull it a wee bit more, and the thing starts to move, and it's the most amazing. Diesels are different. Steam's fabulous.
For those of you who don't know, in the U.S., the Bluebell is a what we call in England a preserved railway, and it's run by a group of like a foundation. It's very similar to Niles Canyon, and about the same length actually. And it's a delightful way. It's about 40 or 50 miles south of London. And if you're in London and you've got a day to spare, go down to East Grinstead and take the Bluebell. It's a great ride back into the middle of the 20th century.
Actually, you can ride from London. I think it's London Victoria. You can book a through ticket down to Sheffield Park.
I didn't know they were selling through tickets to onto the Bluebell. No, East Grinstead though. East Grinstead. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm thinking of Swanage.
Yeah. No, Swanage does have through tickets. So
yeah.
But it goes from the end of British Rail to whatever it is these days, onto the Swanage, whereas as the Bluebell intersects at East Grinstead.
Yeah. Oh man.
Isn't it astonishing to hear the words East Grinstead on a webcast from San Francisco?
Yeah, there is. It comes down to it used to be 6 degrees of separation. Now it's down to 3 between people.
Yeah, very much so. And I love the overlap that Ken's talking about when he put that wagon up to the screen there, because Ken models British and he models American as well. And the odd time I've actually seen an American engine going through a Cornish branch line station. And it's the bizarrest thing, because the scale's the same in some ways, but it's not in others, because obviously it's 187 scale compared to 176 British, but because the British engines are different, it fits in very well.
May I tell a railroad hat story?
You go for it, pal.
Yeah. Just want to point out that this is, I've got to get it up there. This is what they're referring to as a brake fan, which goes on the end of a goods or freight train. And this is where the guy, the guard, instead of the brakeman, is pulling on that lever to control the brakes on this van only, in order to slow down the end of the train in coordination with the engine.
I assume it's heavily ballasted.
It is. This is like a 20-ton vehicle, which is not large.
I'm going to tell a quick. I'm going to tell a quick hat story here, just because I saw the other fine hat come up there. Years ago, my first wife was in Belgium riding the train to England, and she, knowing I collect hats, asked one of the Belgian State Railway conductors about getting one of their hats. He said, "Oh, no. Well, Fritz is retired. No, you can't get these hats." So, oh well. So my first wife and her friend get off the train. They're walking down the platform to the ferry to England. The conductor barrels out of the train, runs down the platform, and gives her the hat off his head. Oh. And so I have a Belgian State Railway conductor's cap in my collection. And so that's my one class railway hat, as opposed to this thing or my conductor's hat. Anyway, next person.
I've always really, so my parents want to go to someplace in Europe, specifically England. And so I said, you know what, I'll support this idea under one condition. I get to go rail fanning in Britain for a couple of hours.
Couple of hours? You need a couple of weeks.
Oh yeah, a couple of
months. Well,
months.
ideally, but you know, it's hard to swing that.
If you ever do come across, give us a shout, because there's places you can go to very easily and you don't want to screw up and assume stuff. Britain's a very small place, but it still takes quite a lot of time to get to places. As Gordy would attest, people who want to go to Orkney, they think it'll take a day. It doesn't, it takes more.
Well, the question is, in the London area, assuming his family goes to London, where is a popular and well-known and safe train spotting location where if they stay there for a few hours, he'll get a chance to see a good number and a good variety of trains?
There is no more good variety of trains in England. They all a bunch of interurbans.
Oh, that's not true. Stop it. Nonsense, man. I live here. Much less of a selection. London, you'd have to find somewhere, not a station, because you're just getting lots of passenger trains going out slowly. You probably want to find somewhere like Clapham Junction, where you've got freight trains going through at the same time as urban trains and big trains. There's a couple of places up the line where, you know, in the Midlands, where you've got 4 tracks. So you've got, you know, the really fast 150 mile an hour trains passing in both ways, and you've got much slower diesel engined and powered things as well. So there's lots and lots of action. That's modern stuff, which obviously all looks the same to us anyway. We want to go back to another time. But as we reiterated earlier, there's hundreds of preserved steam railways as well. It's just finding out where you are and talk to somebody who maybe can point you in the right direction.
It's just that the London area is not blessed with variety. Everything is basically an electrical multiple unit.
Yeah. Well, Brian's right. There's, I spent a couple hours at Clapham Junction one time, and I got some like 15, 16 trains. Because as you say, you got the underground, you got passengers, you got some good, you can have some goods action there. So it was a cheap ticket to get down there. And also it's a good place to start a walk through London, because everything is quite close. It's just a short walk from Vauxhall to Buckingham Palace and St. James's and Trafalgar Square. And it's a great day.
Well, the one thing I do want to say is that even if it doesn't have very much in terms of like your British power, it doesn't have very much variety. I mean, this isn't like a planned trip or anything, but like they've been talking about this for like 4 years now, so it's probably going to happen at some point. And so, I mean, any European train is variety to me. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, I think that's fair. If it's all new to you, you just drink it in all. You just have a good time. And maybe the second time when you know a wee bit more about it, if you do come back, then you say, "Oh, I found that more interesting than the other thing." I think that's fair enough. But give us a shout if you are coming across. Drop us an email. We'll see if we can point you in the right direction.
Yeah.
Seriously, that'd be great.
Oh yeah,
I have just put a
down around
link.
Plymouth.
I just put a link up from trainorders.com with some information about train spotting that you might find useful for locations you might consider for what it's worth.
Do, by the way, if you get to London, see if you can see the 2 millimeter, which is like N scale Copenhagen Fields model of North London out of not Paddington. What is it? It's out of King's Cross on North. It's in the London Model Railroad Club. Puts it up in exhibition a lot of times.
Yeah, it's an amazingly accurate, almost full-scale accurate model, almost totally accurate physically of, as you say, King's Cross in the 30s, and you've got the 15 coach trains coming out with end gauge stuff with flying watchmen at the front, and amazingly accurate buildings as well. Fabulously, it was
and on a Coast Division note, our member in Hawaii, Tom Knapp, has been a contributor of a lot of structures to that.
Guys, it's 1 o'clock and time to rejoin our regularly scheduled programming.
Looks like 3 o'clock to me.
Well, yeah, of course it does.
9 o'clock where I am.
Yeah, I know. All times Pacific. So let's see. Up next, we have Michael Jordan, and he's going to talk to us about the Santa Maria Valley Industrial Railroad. And I have to say, having had the opportunity to run there a few months ago, you can switch your butt off. A very quick introduction. Michael actually, comes by his knowledge honestly. He's a graduate of Cal Poly San Luis Obispo and lived in the area for some time. So without stealing any of your thunder, do you want to talk to us?
Yes, I guess that's why I'm here. I lived in San Luis Obispo for 25 years and then moved to Minnesota and got into the model railroad hobby. And a gentleman named Gary Friesman introduced me to operations. And he said, "You should model something you know about." And I remember one spring day traveling at 70 miles an hour down Highway 101 and seeing a GE 70 tonner out of the side window of my car. And that's all I knew about the railroad. And so I started doing research, and it's a still active short line. So it was just a small start in the rabbit hole of research. And this is kind of preliminary internet. So it was more mail and phone calls than it was just typing on a keyboard. But meeting Bill Jolitz, I think he came up with the term that we don't cross-pollinate, we cross-pollute. And so we both got shovels out and started digging the rabbit hole of refrigerator cars. And today's presentation is more about the railroad and viewing it than the actual refrigerator car movements, which I believe is tomorrow at 1 that we actually talk about the car card waybill system, which is daunting having Mr. Thompson in the audience. So I guess we can, it's a pre-made video. So whenever you need to, Seth, you can probably start it before everybody goes to sleep.
Well, let me see if I can share the screen here. And hang on a moment. This one here. And can I take that to full screen? Okay, are we seeing it?
We're seeing it, but you started about 3 minutes into the...
Oh. How's that?
There you go.
Now, can you all hear also?
Yes.
Well, my name is Mike Jordan, and I modeled the Santa Maria Valley Railroad in a 12 by 20 room double deck. And I was asked to give a quick layout tour. So the Santa Maria Valley Railroad interchanges with the Southern Pacific at Guadalupe, California, which is halfway between Los Angeles, San Francisco, or San Luis Obispo.
Is that still coming across well?
Yes.
Shortline railroad that serves the town of Santa Maria and the Santa Maria Valley, and of course industries in Guadalupe. I modeled 1955, not quite August 2nd at 2 o'clock, but just the general 50s modeling. And so in designing the railroad, I figured out that I could create a lower level staging that would represent both Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo. And then using a ramp system rather than helix to connect the two levels. And we'll have trains running here in a little bit and show you how that connection works. In setting up the design of the railroad, it operated for probably about 3 or 4 years, and we were able to figure out how to put a modular unit that plugs into the railroad in operation. So I'm going to step in the other room and point out the module. Okay, see the module plugs into the railroad in the laundry room, and I use a backdrop just to screen the dirty laundry from my operators. I read a book written by Mr. Signor, and it's called The Pacific Coast Lines, and it's a picture book. But in describing Salinas, California, there was multiple packing districts, and they named them Tokyo, New York, Chicago. And so I thought this would be a great idea. So I created my own packing district. And so this represents 4 different packing plants, some agricultural support services, fuel, soil conditioners, and just a public dock that can take any type of car. So this is kind of a switching puzzle, and as you can see, quite a few refrigerator cars. And this is thanks to Tony Thompson. When he wrote his book, it triggered that people do coal and iron ore, but I've never seen a layout that kind of uses just refrigerator cars as its main source of entertainment. And so I moved 50% refrigerator cars and 50% general freight. So here's a little packing district. It's 2 feet by 6 feet. It's on casters. When I'm not using it, it rolls into the layout room. And it takes about 90 minutes to switch out this district, and then we swap whoever has this job with the active staging yard master, which we'll describe a little bit later in the quick video. So this is it. So when I was in the other room talking about the packing plant module, I mentioned the word active staging. So I thought this would be a good time to show the lower level, which really is dedicated to staging. And so this group of tracks represents Santa Barbara or San Luis Obispo. And the trains move geographically north and south, but Southern Pacific call them east and west. So if it went towards San Francisco, it's westbound, and anything leading away from San Francisco is eastbound. So the trains are made up with the standard car cards and waybills. The difference is that I only give the waybill to the yard master. He has to find the appropriate car in the yard and then find the car card and insert, and then makes up the trains for departure that way. Rather than pre-staging the trains, the yard master actually makes the trains up. And as you can see, it's a combination of reefers and general freight. Reefers don't have a standard waybill. They have a single-use car card and waybill combination, and we keep track of the movements with a hole punch. So every time a car moves from one stage to the next, we keep track of it with a hole punch rather than check mark or turning the waybill. So to show off the railroad, I think I'll just run some trains. We'll follow the trains through the railroad, and then that'll give us a chance to see what the layout looks like. We'll run a train from the town of Santa Maria down to Guadalupe, and then we'll run what was called Old Smoky, which was a train that ran out of San Luis Obispo headed south, and it picked up refrigerator cars and ended up in LA and then headed east out of Los Angeles. So every afternoon about 4 o'clock, the Santa Maria Valley Railroad would have to bring their cars down to Guadalupe. About 9 in the evening, the Old Smoky would arrive, pick it up, and carry the cars cars south. So we'll run the Santa Maria Valley first, and then Old Smoky second. The afternoon reefer train is made up in the town of Santa Maria. It's going to run down to Guadalupe to meet Old Smoky, the Southern Pacific sweeper sweep that starts in San Luis Obispo and heads down to Los Angeles. The Santa Maria Valley Railroad did have street running through the town of Santa Maria that has now been abandoned. In the 50s, trains, cars, and people all used the same space. The structure on the left is the pre-cooling plant where loaded cars were set to cool the loads down. Coming up now on to, there's Seth Newman in the middle of the tracks. This is Sun-Kissed Packing District. And then in the background, the dark building is a Sears warehouse. In the foreground is Farmer Supply. And then the Sawtooth Group building. It's Eagle Gray for oil products. And then, this is Calco's packing plant. Packs and ships just about any kind of product and produce. Here's Old Smoky heading southbound or east out of the active staging yard, running up along the coastline. The actual coastline was a little further south, but this kind of places the railroad in the Southern California area. And as you can see, the train is slowly climbing through a ramp rather than a helix system to connect lower and upper levels of the railroad.
Seth, you know that we can see your
All right, we've gotten clearance from the Santa Maria or the Guadalupe yard to bring the Santa Maria Valley into their yard to pull out the refrigerator cars that were brought down into Guadalupe. So once we're all connected and the air's been pumped, the Old Smoky heads south to Santa Barbara and Los Angeles, and then points eastward. Here you can see the train coming down the ramp that connects the two levels of the layout rather than a helix. We'll end up coming through the same surf scene that we started. At this point, there's a crossover with two turnouts, and if the turnouts are turned correctly, I can have continuous running on the ramp. But this will bring us down into Santa Barbara, and this is where the train will terminate. Cars will be shuffled back into the active staging yard for reassignment once the train arrives into Santa Barbara. So after dropping off the afternoon refrigerator cars, there's a cut of cars waiting in the yard to be returned back to Santa Maria. So we're going to pick this cut up and run back into Santa Maria for the late evening shift. We don't do any switching until we get back to the yard. And here we are arriving back in the Santa Maria yard, and the train will be broken down, and cars will be spotted and picked up at this point. So thank you for watching the video on the Santa Maria Valley Railroad in the cold reaches of Minnesota.
Well, thank you. That was really nice. Sorry about the audio. I didn't have that optimized. Let me see. Has that released the share?
Sorry, the audio was my fault. I was suggesting to Seth how to fix some of the dropouts.
Oh,
I'll shut up now.
that's all right. I thought it was just because I had my video on. That's why I went back to my little icon, because I was afraid my notoriously and historically inadequate upstream bandwidth was interfering with people's enjoyment. Anyway, Michael, thank you. Everybody's had a chance to see the video right now, and we've got plenty of time, so let's fire away with questions. As I said, I had the opportunity to run on this layout a few months ago, and it was wonderful. Just that one day out of a great trip to the Minneapolis area. Hey, Bill, you gonna unmute and talk?
Mike's ramp idea is in Tony Custer's new book on multi-level layouts. It just came out a little while ago, I do believe. Isn't that right, Mike?
Yeah, it's there. I saw it.
Yeah, he's got a new version of that out. The old one I was discussing with someone, turns out it was 15 years ago. So there's a lot more experience with them since. Lloyd.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, what is the actual grade on your Nolix?
Well, it's 14 inches in about 24 feet. And so I really wasn't concerned about grade. I run short trains and 10 to 12 max. And two locomotives can pull those cars up the ramp. And so it was kind of how many locomotives and how short a train. So I really haven't done the math, but it's probably 10-12% grade. But like I said, short trains and two locomotives, it runs up pretty good.
Thanks.
Sure.
Just going to mention 14 inches and 24 feet is a 4.9% grade.
Oh.
You can't do that, Steve.
Yeah.
Pretty good for a rod engine, huh?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Well, I think the video shows how nice a job Mike has done getting all that layout into the space. I was impressed when I was there. He has a good operating scheme, and he really got a lot into the space. I was impressed.
Yeah, it's not a huge space, but it doesn't feel cramped. The one place that's maybe a little tight is off in the industrial area, which Tony and I switched in respective sessions. And, you're pretty much out on your own. And so it doesn't feel cramped at all. And it's well done. You probably have just enough space to do the job, but you're not at all aware of it while you're doing it.
Well, that's, it is available real estate by those who own the land. So
Yeah.
Yeah, we all know who she is.
Yes, she will be obeyed.
Absolutely. Jacob, you had a question.
Yeah, so this is more of just a question generally about reefers. So I'm modeling up at a small town in the Pacific Northwest. Could a PFE reefer make it up to a small town in Washington?
Yes, they kind of went everywhere. You wouldn't see a great deal of them. I've got a book that records icing out of a town called Stanford, Florida, and there's a number of PFE reefers in the logbook. So I think they had 44,000 of them at their peak, and so they'd be just about every place.
Yeah, weren't almost all the reefers in exchange service? So you got whatever the hell they had or closest to you?
I'm going to have to defer to Mr. Thompson.
I think what you have to remember is that the big outfits like Fruit Growers, Santa Fe, and PFE really needed their empty reefers back most of the time. And they all had agents all over the country calling up yards where there was empties and say, send them back, send them back. So they wanted to get those empties back. They cooperated with each other, like Fruit Growers and PFE cooperated in some seasons to share cars. But for the most part, they really wanted the empties back. But one of the railroads that SP cooperated with was the NP. So in the Northwest, I know the NP did borrow PFE reefers, and I suspect the reverse was true also. So Jacob, it depends on what railroad it is.
That's GN, but predominantly what I was thinking of is some sort of dang it, it's not LCL, but team track service. I was talking to in the lab design consultation thing. We talked about basically how sometimes it's possible that never mind.
But you know, certainly a shipper could consign fruit to any place, so there wouldn't be very many locations that would be embargoed or you couldn't get to, would there, Tony?
No, that's right. Inbound loads certainly went absolutely everywhere, as Mike said, and that's correct. The question is, what about empties? Would you reload empties? PFE and Santa Fe had the reputation of really having cars in good condition. So everybody tried to steal those to use them for loading. And vice versa. The shippers in the West really hated it when they got MDT or somebody else's reefers that weren't so well maintained. So I think it depends on whether you're talking about loading empties or delivering loaded cars.
So I was just thinking if I grew up in Bismarck, North Dakota, and they had a super value distribution plant, and it had a railroad siding. So you would see, PFE or just whatever was in season, different refrigerator cars there. Not much to ship out of North Dakota as far as produce.
So just a question for those of you who know. So did the individual packing houses then have contractual relationships with one of the carriers? I actually found a thing that listed in 1954 the number of cars for each of the fruit carriers. And so the question then is, in a fruit district, would you have cars randomly show up, or would it always be one brand of carrier that would show up for this specific, or is it up to the railroad to use whatever the car they had in common service? I mean, was there a contractual relationship between the fruit packers and the shipping companies to say, oh, you're our shipper, so we ship through you, and then they tended to get cars from that company? I'm just kind of curious if that becomes kind of a twist when you have the switching of a fruit district. Do you actually have a specificity of which brand of car is delivered to which packing house?
The shipper works with the railroad. They don't work with the refrigerator car company. The railroad supplies the car that it has.
So they didn't have any relationship to the refrigerator car companies?
Not formally.
No, it was only through the railroad.
Right. But somebody like PFE had local agents that were trying to encourage you maybe to ship in a better way, or to understand icing and whether you should use salt and all those kinds of issues. So the local shipper would probably know his local PFE guy, but that's not where he would get his cars. The cars would come from the railroad.
Yeah, Tony, if they had a contract and they needed to fill it, they'd use whoever hell's car they had on a siding they could grab if it was available.
Well, in many parts of the country, that was probably true. I don't think that was true in the far west. Both SP and Santa Fe and UP really wanted to use their own cars, and they wanted to maintain that standing with those shippers. They didn't grab any other car unless they were really out of cars.
Plus the fact on there that if you're on Southern Pacific tracks, you're going to get a PFE reefer, and if you're on Santa Fe tracks, you're probably going to get a Santa Fe reefer. You might see if you're on Southern Pacific tracks, you might see another reefer if it's during one of those seasons when you get exchanges. In Modesto in the 60s, we used to see BAR cars out there because the PFE needed more. But generally, and I think I've got this right, Tony, if you're on the railroad, you see that railroad's cars.
Well, you make a good point, though, Bill. In the peak harvest season, there just weren't enough cars, even for a huge fleet like PFE or Santa Fe. And they had arrangements to borrow other cars. In the early fall, which was the peak harvest season, fully a quarter of PFE's car loadings were foreign reefers. So they just didn't have enough cars. But that's only in peak harvest season. The rest of the year, they would be supplying PFE.
What did you just say about peak harvest season? What percentage?
24% of all the car loadings in the early 50s in September were foreign reefers. And a lot of them were ART and FGE and BAR until October 1st. That BAR arrangement terminated on October 1st, and they had to return the cars because BAR was starting to move potatoes.
Just as a side, I actually happened to look up. So Pacific Fruit Express was actually founded by UP and SP and was always owned by UP and SP, and is now a UP subsidiary. So it was actually a wholly owned holding company.
Yeah, it was a refrigerator car company. Fruit growers was like that. I think there's 22 railroads that own fruit growers.
So you're talking about the BAR cars sometimes were used to ship fruit and produce out of California then?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I was always curious because in the late 60s and early 70s, I can remember seeing a lot of BAR refrigerator cars ending up in northern Saskatchewan, and I was trying to figure out where they were coming from, but they could be coming from Maine with potatoes, or they could be coming from California with produce.
The big season for the potatoes was October to March.
Okay.
I think they released the cars back to PFE April 1st, and they had to have them back October 1st, is my recollection of the contract.
And in just reading an article, and I don't know if it was Tony's or not, but they grew potatoes in the Santa Maria Valley, and they picked the time to harvest the potatoes as the potatoes from other areas were in storage and been sitting around for 6 or 7 months, and then these would be fresh potatoes, and then they could rush them to market. And so there was this competition of fresh produce versus stored produce, even with apples. So it just interesting to know that, you know, there's that competition that, you know, somebody in Santa Maria, California was competing with somebody in Bangor, Maine to sell potatoes to someone in New York.
Well, that's farming, you know, you figure out when you've got to harvest for your best results, and then you plant at the right time to be able to harvest at the desired time. And you're right, people had to fit their harvest into what was the best place to sell.
I think, Tony, you told me that Brian was looking or trying to figure out about a carrot shipping company in Guadalupe called Raymar Carrots.
Yep.
And get some information. And so I kind of went down this rabbit hole, and the Raymar Carrots shipped 2 refrigerator cars a day out of their facility. And so I did the math, and it takes 100 acres to grow enough potatoes to ship 2 carloads a day. And so you have to space that, because it takes 60 to 70 days for a carrot to mature. So, you know, there's some guy with a slide rule and a bucket trying to figure out how many carrots to plant each day so that when they harvest it, they have enough ripe carrots to ship out of this one facility. And that's just one place. So, you know, it's.
And the other side of that is the PFE guy has to be using a sharp pencil to decide, is Raymar going to ship 2 cars every day next week? Or is maybe their harvest falling off a little bit?
Yeah.
Or when does it start? Because he's got to get cars there. He only has so many cars. He may have to move them somewhere else if he thinks Raymar is not going to ship enough carrots. And Pete Holst, who I interviewed, was saying that, said it was sometimes really a hard juggling act. They got to try to serve every shipper and not have any cars sitting around anywhere not being used.
Yeah.
That was the whole basis of the whole study of operations research, which is all about, you know, how do you manage that potential demand? Where do you store cars? How do you cache cars? You know, how do you optimize a set of variables of optimal use, minimal wait time, and then how do you build a structure that supports that? That's actually a lot of that whole thought process came out of railroads. There's a whole new dimension to the hobby. You could do the operations research for your railroad.
Yeah, that's called a rabbit hole.
Well, to do it right, you'd have to be factoring in the weather. Pete Holst said we were always looking at weather predictions and talking to the local USDA guy. What did he think about the harvest? Because shippers don't always have it straight, or they don't always tell you the truth. So these guys had to put a whole bunch of factors together to figure out where are we going to need the cars next week.
Boy, Tony, I think if you were that good, you'd be speculating on produce futures, not dealing with railroad traffic.
We had to deal with the
You'd monetize it.
Yeah, we had to deal with the ag guys for our work. You know, it took forever, but we would get pretty accurate results out of them on shipments coming up from Mexico when we had to check pesticides in Mexican produce coming up. And it was a hell of a time because we had to coordinate not just how many were coming up, but how much manpower we could support in the lab. And hopefully nobody else had had the shit hit the fan and use up all of our resources. But yeah, the ag guys actually worked right in Mexico. I was really surprised the Mexican government had that arrangement with them. They'd give us great data.
So not only do I need to do crew call for engineers and conductors, but farmers.
And agricultural agents.
Produce brokers.
Right.
Yeah, no, the ag guys, they were actually U.S. Department of Agriculture employees.
Yeah, the USDA played a big role in this stuff. They used to have every little farm town would have a USDA agent.
Yeah.
Lloyd, was that your background?
I worked for the Food and Drug.
Ah.
Speaking of agricultural products, Jacob, I've just posted a link here showing agricultural products across the state of Washington, in case you're wondering where refrigerator cars might be used in the state of Washington. And it is a very dated image, but just give you an idea.
Wenatchee, Washington, apples.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's something else here. We're talking about carrots and potatoes and things, and Mike is the one who should talk about this. But there are a lot of other things shipped in reefers, flowers and bare root roses, and what else, Mike?
Well, wax paper was one of them. If you shipped a carload of wax paper to Mississippi in the middle of the summer, it would be just one big, huge mass of paper and wax. So they would use refrigerator cars kind of like in an insulated box car. So
right. Otherwise, you'd have candles.
Yep. And then they had I think it was in Kansas City, 2 for 1. They'd have unload a box car and load 2 refrigerator cars and ship material back west, especially something that needed to be shipped clean, like magazines and newspapers and even just paper products.
We even had drugs. We had whole carloads of reefer cars of drug raw materials that were heat sensitive.
Yeah.
Pharmaceuticals for sure.
Yep.
What
Yeah, and the other-
PFE provided was protective service, i.e. the icing, the fueling of mechanicals, and the vehicle itself. That was the mission.
Something else to consider, and is the fact that I'll get the numbers wrong, but it was about half of the Santa Fe reefers that went through Raton were filled with something, clean and dry cargo. So it wouldn't be unusual to see a Santa Fe reefer at somebody's freight station unloading Life magazines or telephone books or Sears catalogs.
Yeah, that's right. They would load anything they needed to ship west to get those cars back if they could make money on the run they did.
Yeah, somebody
but that's not right.
No,
That's not right. Remember that the refrigerator car company did not care about the loads. They needed the empties back and they got paid mileage. They didn't care about the parent railroads making money on the loads. So those cars, PFE tried not to get them loaded going west.
And Santa Fe did.
Santa Fe did more, but they had the same problem. They desperately needed the empties in the west.
Oh yeah, during the potato rush around Bakersfield, it was absolutely crazy. But yeah, when they had time, when there wasn't a peak demand, they would use their reefers for LCL or dry cargo.
Well, of course, they were a department of the railroad, so that's a little different situation.
Yeah.
Does anybody have data on what kind of carloads the potatoes we got out of the Nova Scotia, and whatever the hell, I can't remember the area there, up in the far New England area?
I'm not familiar with, you talk about what was shipped on the bar cars or what type of potato?
No, just, they had a lot of potato production, and I assume they had to distribute it out to the West somehow. Or did the West completely deal with the Northwestern potato crop and never had to worry about the others?
Well, there's USDA reports every year that are quite complete.
Yeah. Yeah, the U.S. Department of Agriculture was very key in this. It was a big driver in the whole, which cars and who was growing what, Information at any time was available. And by the way, all of this went through teletype for the most part. It was communication with teletype.
I've forgotten about that. Yeah, we had a teletype crew that worked they worked from time we shut down 6 p.m. until 2 a.m. just getting all the crap from the East printed so we could actually read it.
The roar of the teletype. Who could forget it?
Oh,
Yeah.
yes. Yes, nice Model 15s, And then, of course, the FIGS key would get stuck and it would be absolute gibberish for pages.
Yeah.
Speaking of using, I'm just going to say, speaking of using cars for not their intended purpose during peak harvest season, I seem to remember hearing that Southern Pacific would often use stock cars for carting the fruits to the canning companies for relatively local service. I was curious if anybody else had information about that.
Boy, they'd have to clean them out first.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but
Well, come on. Remember, they had to clean stock cars before they were reloaded every single time. The
That's
shipper
true.
would reject a car that wasn't clean. They were usually steam cleaned.
Yeah, I read someplace where they didn't want to be sued for passing on some kind of cattle disease from one load to the next. So they were real particular about
hoof and mouth.
Yeah, and it was worse than that. They would get fined by the FRA, and the ICC guys were really serious about that.
Yeah.
Time to level the seriousness with a joke about stock cars and Amtrak's heritage fleet.
Yeah.
Well, actually, we're coming up on 10 minutes to the hour, so.
Yeah, but we need a good joke.
Excuse me.
Yeah,
Exactly.
only Amtrak would steam clean their cars.
Yeah. So we're gonna take a 10-minute break. Great time to cycle the fluids and get prepared. When we come back, Dick from the Central Valley is going to tell us about his or answer questions about his Donner Pass layout. I believe the link was up there. Yes, thanks, Sparky. If you want to kind of follow along with your mic muted, the link is right there. And we'll be right back. And this is a spectacular layout. I've had the opportunity to visit. So we should have some interesting things to talk about in 10. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mike.
Yep.
Speaking of PFE, I was doing a lot of rail fanning in the late 1980s. So my PFE cars look like this on for my railroad.
Yeah.
And
I don't recognize that. All mine are orange.
All yours are orange. Yeah, I have some of the orange ones, and some of these. I have orange ones with the this car and the white ones.
Yeah.
Dave, that was after PFE was essentially dissolved and most of the functions went back to UP and SP, and there was a small residual group of PFE cars.
Yep.
Yeah. Looks like in some of the photos in the late 50s, some of the cars were black. Not paint, but because they hadn't been washed.
Yeah, well, that was another change after PFE dissolved.
Yeah.
So
of course, PFE had reefers that looked black because they were express reefers.
Yeah. Just as background on this, I worked for PFE from 1970 to 73 during the final stages of ice shipping. I was a railroad clerk, and I was primarily assigned to waybill auditing, which means we got all the UP and SP waybills, and we'd have to go through them and make sure that the correct protective service charges had been applied. So I saw thousands, tens of thousands of these waybills, and I honestly can't remember any individual ones, but just it used to come through in batches of either photocopies or flimsies or whatever.
And did you keep any?
Nope. I got out of PFE. I was so happy that I found finally another job, because I'd been a railroad clerk there. But in the meantime, I've been going back to school to convert my master's degree in history into a degree in accounting, and got a job as an accountant.
Well, it'd be interesting just to see all the different, like Bill was saying, all the different things that were shipped in these refrigerator cars other than produce.
Yeah, frozen potatoes in the 1970s.
Yeah, I bet you McDonald's must have cornered that market.
There's a company in Idaho.
Simplot.
Yeah, J.R. Implot, and he's sort of patented the whole process of cutting and freezing potatoes in Idaho and having them shipped all over the country in refrigerator cars. But it was the mechanicals, and you kept them at below 0 Fahrenheit. Kept the produce frozen. And then there was a whole thing about, there were these huge warehouses in Missouri where we would do storage and transit. In other words, if the car to come in from Idaho, everything would be offloaded, but kept as the same shipment. And then it would later be shipped off to some other destination in the country.
Wow.
Again,
Hey,
by
Tony.
the frozen car.
Tony, you mentioned something a few minutes ago about 24% of the cars during the September harvest were foreign, and you said, what was that? Fruit Growers Express and BAR?
ART.
ART. Fruit Growers and ART.
American Refrigerator Transport.
Yeah.
Transit.
Transit? Yeah,
Yep.
okay.
I'm going to throw another piece of nostalgia at you guys. Anybody remember this book?
Yes.
I inherited this from a model railroad friend who passed away. It's the 5th edition from 1951. And if you ever can get your hands on it, it is fascinating reading, because many of the principles that underlie what we do when we think about track planning and stuff is in here. The wording is completely different. The perspective is it's just a really different look at all the issues that we face when we're trying to figure out how to make a railroad. But really, if you can get your hands on a copy of Model Railroad Track and Layout from Kalmbach back in the 1940s, 1950s, very interesting read.
What's really funny to see is if you look on if you have a subscription to Model Railroad, or if you look on their archives and go to their first issue, it talked about, man, we need an organization in the hobby to standardize all of these different gauges. Like, man, we gotta figure this out. This is like a pressing issue. Like, which, I mean, it was at the time because it was a year before the NMRA was founded. But also, before I forget, this is just sitting on my desk, and so I wanted to share it. I have a EMD locomotive reverser key. I got this from an engineer in November. So yeah, really nice guy. So yeah.
Versinki, I have a quick question for the group. Does anybody know why, when I watch Virtual Railfan these days, the old rebuilt locomotives that I see pasted into modern consists of locomotives up at the head end, I'll see old rebuilds, typically EMD units. I don't see a lot of rebuilt GE units, but I do see rebuilt old 4-axle EMD units that have looked like they've been completely worked over. Anybody know why I don't see older GEs done in the same way?
Morrison Knudsen did the rebuild? Dave, it might be that those units are cheaper to buy than the GE.
Okay.
I'm just suggesting an idea.
Yeah, don't know what the it's obviously there's
Actually,
aftermarket.
I would guess most of them are on lease too. They're not on. They may be painted for the lessor, but they might be on just on long-term lease.
Okay. Thanks. I just wanted to ask. Okay, I think
So,
we're going to get started here. I'll shut up.
If anyone's interested, just before we start, I threw a list of all the reefer, what do we call it, vendors, carriers, and the number of cars they had in 1954 in the chat. It's kind of an interesting list. Lets you tell what the preponderance was of different kinds of reefers.
What's amazing with those monstrous fleets that they didn't have enough when the peak seasons hit.
Yeah.
The thing that's really amazing when you look at it is that the PFE actually had, almost 3 times as many cars as the next fleet.
So there was a lot of fruit coming out of California.
Yep, still is.
It might be just me, but I can't download your. I can't see your reefer list.
It wasn't downloadable. He didn't load an executable.
Yep.
It should just be a picture file. Let me try again and see.
Okay, let's see if we can wind this down in the next minute or so. And let me see here if I've got this video.
There you go.
There we are. Okay, it's 2:00, and I'll tell you what. I'm going to assume people have seen the video of Dick's layout. So maybe we can just start with questions. Dick, do you want to, just kind of start by introducing yourself a little bit, and we'll assume people have seen the video and start the Q&A from there.
Thank you, Seth. Yeah, this layout has been under construction for over 20 years. Planning started in 1998, and the building was completed around the year 2000. And the framing went in shortly thereafter, was an L girder. And the rest of it you can pretty much see from the video. So I really don't want to repeat what's in the video. I want to turn it over to you guys and let you ask me some questions about the construction or the electronics or the scenery or whatever is on your mind. So questions?
Remember to unmute yourself. Usually we spend our time telling people to mute when they're not talking. So you used CTI computer train interface, I believe. And I was curious what were the design considerations there?
Yeah, I use a combination of electronics. So I'm going to list the pieces. And then I'll go back to CTI. But I wanted to use Railroad and Company because Railroad and Company has these drop-down menus to program your signals. So if you're entering the yard, for example, I can not only check for occupancy in the next 2 blocks, but I can check for the state of the turnouts and occupancy of where the train is going. So for example, if you're outside the main yard and you want to enter the main yard, and even if the route is set for the correct arrival track in the main yard,
that track has to be unoccupied. And railroad company allows me to put all 18 tracks in this equation and all the turnout routes to go into the signal state for the main line. So that's why I used railroad company. There are many other reasons, but that's one of the primary ones. The drop-down menus allow you to do that. Now, CTI makes modules that play with railroad company, and they drive the signals, the turnouts, any accessories that you might have. And they're connected in a loop that goes back to a piece of electronics that connects to your computer. So think of it as a big daisy chain with these modules. They can be occupancy modules, signal modules, or turnout modules that are all connected in this loop. And so railroad company takes all that information and displays it on screens, which I have on my layout. They're touch screens, so you can not only control individual turnouts, but you can control routes going in and out of the main yard. And when you've got 18 tracks, it's kind of nice to be able to just with one touch align the main line to a given track.
And if I remember, this was at a time when JMRI was still not as full featured as it is today.
Correct. That's one of the reasons why I didn't use JMRI. The other reason was I knew that software was kind of public software, and people are constantly editing it. And I didn't want to have a situation where one day my layout worked just fine, and the next day I download an update and all of a sudden it doesn't work. So railroad company avoids that. You do have some updates that you can convert to, but they're backward compatible, which is really good. There's another big feature of railroad company that only became available a couple of years ago, and that is train tracking. So not only can the dispatcher and the yardmaster see what tracks are occupied, they can see the train number or the engine number displayed in that block. And so as a train goes over the mountain, and there might be 5 or 10 trains on the mountain at a time, the dispatcher can see where they are by name and not have to guess which one is in which block.
Nice. Scott Ogle has a question.
Yes, I'm very impressed anytime I see a railroad the size of yours. And I wonder, when you went into this, how much experience did you have designing railroads? Did you design the whole thing at once? And if so, did you build it the way you designed it and have it, and does it run the way you thought it would run?
That's many questions, but all very good ones. I started railroading probably like most of you. I was 2 years old and my dad gave me a Lionel layout. And so I had that. Not too much happened until I was in high school. And then I built a layout on a 4x8 piece of plywood in the basement. But then nothing after that until I retired. And when I retired in 1998, I got a program called Third Planet. It's a 3-dimensional program that allows you to deal with the easements and track and all that kind of stuff, as well as elevation. And I use that to plan my layout. And in about 1.5 years, I did all the planning for the layout that you see. There have been some modifications. There was no hidden yard in the original layout, and that was added on the back side of the room. It was originally just a big loop, and it still is in a way, because as a train goes over Donner Pass and gets to Sparks, it eventually ends up in the hidden yard at Ogden. But when you pull forward in the hidden yard, you immediately appear at the Oakland Mole. So you never have to turn a train around. I'm never down there fiddling with trains and moving cars around to prepare for the next stop session. They're always where they need to be in the hidden yard. So Your question was it all planned from the start? Yes, but a lot of modifications were made along the way from friends that came and visited. We had our first op session in 2012, and people came in and made comments. And at that time, there was very little scenery, but there was a lot of L girder and a lot of spline. All my layout track is on spline, except for the main yard. So, forgotten. Were there any other questions that you asked that I might have?
No, but I think your hidden yard, the one-way concept, is a very cool idea.
Now, I enjoy it. It's set up for both ways. So a train that's coming over the mountain. Nice thing about Donner Pass is it's a dual main line. So you have an eastbound track and a westbound track. So trains that are coming from Ogden, they go into the hidden yard at Oakland Mole, and they're on the right side of the hidden yard, and they pull forward into Ogden. So it's a dual direction hidden yard with trains going both ways that auto stage as soon as they go into the yard.
Good. Let's see. Okay, in the absence of any other question, I'm watching your YouTube out of the corner of my screen here. So it being Donner Pass, of course, there are many reefers. Did you, to what extent are you trying to do detailed simulation of refrigerator traffic?
Very much so. In other words, there are helpers that are added in Colfax. Right now, we're double heading and triple heading. So you didn't see that in the video, but Railroad Company allows you to speed calibrate all your engines very precisely. So I can take 3 engines from 3 different manufacturers, put them all together in a consist, and they'll run in complete synchronization over the mountain. So now I have the fruit block runs with a cab forward and 3 F units in the front of it, Black Widow F units. So an ABA setup. And then, of course, you pick up the helper on the tail end in Colfax. If the train goes up to Norden, at Norden, the helper is cut out, goes through the turntable, which existed years ago, and I think the foundation is still there. And it then proceeds back down the mountain to Colfax, just following the traffic on the westbound main.
Let's see here.
There's a question in chat.
Yeah, there's a couple here. Okay, Mark Stafford is saying bronze, silver, gold. So I assume these are feature levels of the software of CTI.
Actually, this is Railroad Company, but yes, there is.
Yeah.
I have the gold version, version 9. And I used to have version 5, and I went directly from version 5 to version 9 because I saw the train tracking feature and was like, hey, that's pretty cool. I'll pay for that. But I didn't realize that I was going to have to do a whole bunch of changes on my layout to accommodate it, and also set up a computer station that was off in a corner because during op sessions, I've pretty much got to man the computer station. So there are 3 people that are maintaining the railroad in an op session. It's the dispatcher for over the mountain, the yard master for the yards, and then of course I'm sitting at the computer station to handle any issues or problems. But it's amazingly reliable. We have run for 6 hours straight and had no loss of train tracking and no computer glitches. So. And that's phenomenal because years ago I used to have problems with that, but I don't now. And it's not a fancy computer. It's a $500 Hewlett Packard computer that's about 3 inches high, and it's about 1.5 feet wide and about 1 foot deep. And it drives all those touch screens that you see in the video, as well as the extended CTI loop that runs around the room.
Excellent. Let's see, David Baird, who's down in San Jose. wants you to talk about bridge design and construction, and I suspect it's highlighted in the video, but the bridge work on this layout is spectacular. So.
Oh, thank you, Seth. I can't claim all the credit for the bridges. Many of those bridges that you see are brass, and they're from Overland. There are several that are Central Valley that are made out of plastic and metal. And there are some that are plaster. Some of the arch bridges are plaster. So there are many kind of bridges, but the real trick, and any of you that have installed bridges know that there's a challenge when it comes to lining up the bridge with the track that's on firm ground. And how do you do that without ending up having to chisel it out once you put the bridge abutment in? And the way that we came up with handling that is we put a faceplate on the end of the spline, little piece of plywood that's about 4 inches by 8 inches. And it is glued to the end of the spline that the track that's on mainland sits on, and it's vertical. So then you take the bridge abutment and you put another piece of plywood on it, on the backside. And it extends down below the bottom of the bridge abutment. Now you take a clamp and you slide the 2 pieces of plywood. Now one is obviously attached to your spline, but the other one's on the bridge abutment. So now you can move the bridge abutment up and down while the bridge is on it and while a piece of track is on it, until it's perfectly aligned vertically and tilt with the track that is on firm ground. And when it is, then you put the clamp on, then you run some screws through, and you're permanent. I actually put epoxy glue on it as well, just to make it absolutely solid. And then you do that on both ends, and you have perfectly aligned bridge track with no derailment. So that was really the trick that we came up with. I mean, we have over 30 bridges on the layout, and like you commented, I mean, they're beautiful. I mean, many of them are brass, but even the ones that aren't brass are really nice. And we tried to make that a feature of the layout. The 2 entryway bridges are 10 feet long. They're arch bridges, and they're 7 feet off the floor. So instead of a duck under, you have a walk under going into the room. And those tracks wrap completely around the room all the way up at 7 feet. There's an elevated walkway at the back of the room so that you can get to the trains, and that's where the hidden yard is as well.
Let's see here. Lloyd has a question. Fire away. Unmute.
Hi, I just was wondering, where's the easiest way to get a hold of the track plan?
Actually, it's on the it's in the video. I've forgotten, it's in like the first 5 minutes.
Really? Okay, I'll go back and watch it again. I missed it.
Yeah, it's in there. There also are views of the room when we were putting in the L girder and the spline. I can't claim credit for the spline. I visited someone in Sausalito who has a beautiful layout in 2004, and I was just so impressed with his layout and the spline, and how you don't have to worry about plywood bending up and down between the supports. The spline, of course, is made out of, in my case, 22 layers of 1/8-inch thick plywood that's 2 inches high. So, and the beauty of that is you can walk on it, and we needed to walk on it. When you lay track that's 7 feet off the floor, we had to climb up on the spline to sand the homosote and then install a track.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Sir, I was wondering, is this railroad primarily a rail fanning railroad? That is, to enjoy watching the train move through this gorgeous scenery? Would that be a fair guess?
No, it's an operating layout. We have a schedule in 1950, and it's an 18-hour schedule with a fast clock that's 6x. If you look at the screen, the touch screen, you'll see that there's a clock on it. And that clock is not only on the touch screens, it's on all the throttles. So we have mainline trains that are running to a schedule in 1950 that run both eastbound and westbound. So they're going out of the two hidden yards and going through Roseville and Sparks up the mountain. Some of them are passing the slope rates. The freights generally run at 15 to 20 miles an hour. The fruit blocks are 15, the through freights are 20. The passenger trains go at 30 miles an hour. And the throttles are all calibrated. So when it says 20, you know you're going a scale 20 miles an hour. We also have wave rates, and there are two wave rates that navigate the mountain at the same time that all this other stuff is going on. And we use a car card system that most of you are familiar with, where they drop off and pick up cars. They have to navigate to wrong side running to enter some of the towns, which makes it exciting for the dispatcher, as well as some of the traffic on the mountain. So there are also 7 crossover points on the mountain. And if the schedules are running fine and we don't have anyone running late, they're not used. But if someone misses their appointed stop point, like let's say at Colfax, where the fruit block is supposed to pick up its helper and there's a fast passenger train that's supposed to go by, the dispatcher might have to use these crossovers to wrong side run the passenger train so it can go around the fruit block. So it's a beautiful layout, but its purpose is primarily for operation.
Thank you.
So other than the 3 positions you mentioned earlier, how many people are typically involved in an operating session?
Let me think. If you leave those 3 people out, I think we have 9 or 10 scheduled operating trains that all run at the same time. Now, many of these operators, when they finish running one train, they pick up another train. Now, at this point, all of our activity, except for the way freights and the helpers, is per a schedule. But as we gain more experience, which I'm sure we will, then we're going to allow it to be freeform. You know, if somebody wants to run the fruit block up the mountain, we'll let them run it. The dispatcher has to take care of it. He has to worry about when they're going to pass or be passed by a passenger train or a fast mail train. But today it's all scheduled, and we can accommodate about 10 operators in an op session that are running trains. There are 3 people that are keeping control of the mountain and making sure trains don't run into each other. Now, that said, there is a challenge for this layout that many of you may not have noticed. I even got a comment on the website, YouTube, that, gee, there weren't too many tunnels on this layout. And I laughed. Probably 29% or 30% of the trackage is in tunnels. So that can get a little exciting when you have an op session and you have trains that are coming out of the hidden yard and they're going to go into the main yard. Well, when they make that transition, they're running on the main line that is also for trains leaving the main yard. So you can have collisions if you're not careful. And that's why the signaling is so important. But what we've installed recently in the last month are security cameras that are located underneath the mountain with LED lighting. And we've got screens now that display the trackage in this critical area, because you have to wrong side run for eastbound trains to get into the hidden yard. They have to cross over to the westbound main to go into the hidden yard, which makes it a big challenge for the yardmaster And the dispatcher really doesn't have to worry about it, but you really hope operators are following the signals. And that's why initially we're going to make sure we use the schedule. And once we get a very capable set of operators, then we're going to allow some freeform.
Let me see here. Dave Gibbons again. Go ahead.
There, unmute. Now, you said the operators follow the signals, but do you have any like signal repeaters for some of the signals that are high up on the track, or have you got it so that there's always a sight line for the operator to see signals as they proceed? It seems like our club in times past actually had to put up repeaters in some spots because of this issue. And I was wondering how you address visibility for the crews of the beautiful signals that are on the railroad.
That's an excellent question, and you're absolutely right. We do have some repeaters, and in addition, we have canted our signal heads so they're more visible to an operator that's, let's say, 5 feet tall, and the signal is 7 feet off the ground, and it's in a corner where it's difficult to see. And in addition, we have situations where as you're approaching the main yard, we have made it more safe. We have a repeater that's on the other side of a tunnel. So there's 2 tunnels as you approach the hidden yard, and we've made a repeater on the other side of the short tunnel just to play it safe. Even though it's in the same block, we wanted to have the double safety of that. So it's a real good point, and I'm sure many of you that have tunnels are concerned about this issue.
Is your control system smart enough, knowing, since it's tracking the train and what directions it's heading, is it able to give a in-cab signal indication that as an operator can know, be told via panel or display somewhere that no matter where they are, where they're looking, that they've got an indication in the cab, if you will, of what signal they're approaching? Is that a feature of the software you're running?
You know, you're right on the tip of what we're trying to do in the future, and you're absolutely right. Railroad and Company allows that. Right. And if you look at the throttle, you'll notice it's about halfway down on the throttle screen on the right. There is a capability to display the home signal and the distant signal. So it's a little tricky on how to set it up, and I haven't quite learned how to do it, but it's there.
I mention it because the Model Railroad Club I ran, Sonoma County Model Railroad Society in Santa Rosa, using a Chubb system. We actually were doing that quite a few years ago, and it was a godsend because of operator inattention or people getting in the way, because we were doing public shows out where there were a lot of public around the layout as we ran, and the repeaters were really helped a lot. So I'm glad to hear you have that feature coming up too. Thank you.
It's you know, you bring up some really, really good questions, and for all of you that haven't done your signaling yet, you really want to investigate this and make sure you understand it up front before you put any scenery on, because once you put your scenery on, it becomes a lot more difficult to make changes. I have some old New Jersey International signals that are single masted, and they have 1 head or 2 heads. I'm pulling them all out by the roots because they're bicolor. And so the only way I'm getting yellow is by turning green and red on at the same time. And sometimes it looks yellow and sometimes it looks red. And so I'm ripping those out, and it's a lot of work to do it, but I think it'll be worth it in the end.
Yeah.
I have a question. Have you just in any way thought of adding seasonality to the operating challenges of running trains over this, Donner?
Our dispatcher, who used to be a dispatcher on Donner Pass, you guys probably all know him. His name is Breezy, or Steve Gust. He is already talking about shutting down one of the mains and forcing all the traffic over to the other main. because we have a landslide or some activity that is forcing him to do that, or a derailed train, you name it. So we have the capability to do it, and you know, Steve's going to do that in the future, I'm sure, when none of us are suspecting what's happening.
Well, it's just like coming into a session and saying, "Oh, by the way, we've just had 12 feet of snow dump on Donner Pass."
Yeah, yeah, and Donner Pass is unique because there's a scene on my layout that is replicated on Donner Peak, and that is where you have the China Wall, and you have one of the tracks visible, and the other track is going through a long tunnel. And I have that situation. So the dispatcher could say, oh, hey, you know, the track out there where the China Wall is snowed in, and all the traffic has got to go on the long tunnel. So
and you
we
have the
definitely do that.
1952 city of San Francisco situation.
Very true.
Get your cold cuts here.
So
our layout here in the valley, every once in a while, the dispatcher throws, we had an earthquake or police activity or something, and bollocks up our operating session.
Oh, that's a good idea. Mark Stafford asks, are you aware of Train Controller 5 working with RFID technologies? And I know Mark has some of my RFID equipment, so I'm sure he has something interesting in mind.
Do you want to elaborate more? I mean, I don't know I've never looked into that. You said Train Controller 5, and that's what I had up until about 3 years ago. But I'm not familiar with the RFID technology. I'm assuming it's for tracking cars.
Well, certainly that's what the system that I provided was intended for, but it can also track trains. So we set it up to do both. We're
I didn't think
in the
about that.
process of revamping it for a variety of reasons that, you know, are a little off topic here. Mark's on. I just saw his tile up there a second ago. So if you want to unmute and elaborate, Mark, this would be a good time.
Yeah, I wasn't particularly asking about version 5. It was version ? Was there any particular version of Train Controller that you need to support RFID identifications? And back for you, I'm thinking in terms of doing track detection with RFID.
My guess is the answer is yes. The manual is about 300 or 400 pages long now, and you can download it for free from the website. So I would recommend looking at it. Bare minimum, it can just be occupancy detection, and it can use train tracking that's already built into Train Controller. So I know it can do that. Now, beyond that, can it actually take the RFID information that has the engine number or the train number and use it directly rather than having to just track it from where it started from? So the RFID technology is nice because you don't have to put a train on the track and then tell railroad and company where it is and give it a number. I'm assuming that you can lift up something, put it somewhere, and right away the system is going to know what it is and track it as it moves around the layout. Is that right?
I believe what I'm aiming at is having the ability to track each and every car, and in the case of open loads or whatever, gondolas, etc., track the load that's on it, so you know whether the car is loaded or not and whether the delivery has occurred or not. And I don't know whether Train Controller will support any of that.
I've never looked into it, and so I can't really answer your question. Seth probably knows more about this than I do.
Well, I'm not familiar with railroading companies, so I was hoping, I guess it's an item for further research by the community, but I'll certainly pass anything I learn on to both of you. That is a little bit of an issue with JMRI ops, that it doesn't expect to be told by the layout where a car is. So while we certainly, could create a reporter that would report an ID tag, be useful for tracking the whole train, it's not terribly useful for car tracking. So, that's, unfinished business, I think, on that side.
After this session, I'll look at the manual, and Seth, I'll email you what I find.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And let's see.
See, I want to take it one stage further and track loads as well. So not only the car. So my thoughts revolved around putting a tag on each end of the car, so when a car has completely passed you by virtue of the fact that two tags have gone past, two identifiable tags. And then if there was a tag in the middle, then that tag identifies a load, a particular load, a specific load.
Yeah, you're starting to get into the limits of resolution. The EM 4100 stuff that I have been using, you probably don't want to get closer than about 6 inches between heads before they start interfering. You might be able to get clever with mu metal shields and things, but that seems to be a practical limit. The 12 megahertz stuff, which is more modern and has some other nice features, is actually somewhat broader in area and needs some tuning, although Tim Uderhoven has done some interesting things with it. So once again, I'll get back to you as I learn more.
Seth, I've moved to another system to try and see if I can make it work.
Super. Well, let me know what you find.
Yeah, it's just whether I can find software to actually integrate it into a full system or not. I don't know whether I can.
Okay. Well, I don't want to dominate this whole discussion with RFID, but it's certainly, something I continue to be interested in and am revising my products. I'd rather, not get off into a long product pitch on people's design time, but, I think there's a lot of potential there and more that can be done. Obviously, the technology continues to advance. Scott Ogle has been waiting for a few minutes, so why don't we take his question and we can circle back to this later if we're otherwise done. Go ahead, Scott.
Right. So I've been looking at the A, the layout in back of you, and B, your track plan. And you had that glorious, the two bridges at 7 feet tall to get into the room. But do you have operators operating from the PFE icing side of Sparks Yard? And if so, how low is that duck under?
That duck under, the tracks are about 50 inches off the floor. So I'm 6'3", and I don't really have any problem. I can just bend over at the waist and kind of slide under there by rotating. We do have a little wheeled chair that sits right there. So if anyone wants to sit on it, they can crawl under that way too. But most of the operators don't have to go under there though. They can stay over on the other side and their train goes into the icing session or station. They get clearance to leave and they leave, and all the signals are not only visible ahead of you physically, but they're also visible on the touch screens. So you really don't have to follow your train. You can, if you understand the touch screen, it's a linear layout. And so you can see all the signals ahead of you. If you look at the video, you'll see these touch screens. I don't do that, I'll be honest. I follow my train around. But if someone didn't want to duck under there and go to that side of the layout, they wouldn't have to.
Thanks.
Sure.
I'd like to make a last comment on signals.
Yeah, go for it.
I think, Dick, I think you've run into this, and I ran into this years ago. If you're doing signals and you want a yellow that you can depend on, that your operators can properly read as yellow and distinguish from red and particularly distinguish from green, you have to have green LEDs that, like the prototype, are more blue-green. That is, there's a big distance between them and yellow. Because
Yes.
our railroad club had the signals on the greens, they were yellowish green. And so we had potentiometers we adjusted to try to get a good yellow. And we never were able to get everybody to reliably distinguish. Some would look at the yellow and say, it's red, and they would stop. Some would say, it's green, and they'd pile through and hit the next train. So you have to make sure you have a rich blue-green for your green for reliable reading of yellow. That was our experience. Anyway, that's 5 cents. Next.
Yeah, but before we leave this, you're absolutely right. And for all of you that haven't been to an op session where you experience this, you need to think about your signals and you need to bench test them before you put them on your layout. Because if you don't, you're going to end up with a signal where it's orange or reddish and trains are going to stop and somebody's going to sit there, and then the dispatcher is going to say, hey, how come you aren't moving? And it's like, well, I got a red. Well, no, they don't. So that's why all my signal bridges display a real good green, yellow, red. Unfortunately, my New Jersey International signals, not so much. And so they're all being replaced by signals that I'm buying from someone in Utah that has true tricolor signals.
Isn't that why the FRA went to its multi-light signaling? So instead of searchlight signals?
Well, the other issue with I think the main issue with searchlights was not so much color blindness as moving parts. And the fact that the lamps were, incandescent, and once they had to be upgraded, why not just go to a tri-light now that you have LEDs? But it also has the effect that, as I just typed into the text, now you've got a position light, and you should be able to differentiate more easily. But that's certainly an issue. The reason for searchlights initially, and there was just a very good article in, I think, Railfan about, the disappearing H2s, but the H2 was the classic union switch and signal searchlight, and there were H2, H2A, H5, but they consisted of a focused lens and then kind of a Fresnel affair that made it so that you could clearly see a 4-watt lamp a mile away. And in the days when the signals were powered by primary batteries that had to be replaced every 6 months, that was a huge advantage because they were going to last for a long time without much OPEX. But you did have a moving vein. It wasn't quite as much stuff moving around as a semaphore, but that was the best technology we had in the early 20s of the 20th century. 100 years later, LEDs work better.
There's a really good book by a signal maintainer on Donner Pass. I don't know if any of you have a copy of it, but I do. And that book is worth its weight in gold. I mean, I don't know how many times on my model railroad I've been doing the same thing that this guy did back in 1943 on Donner Pass. Thank goodness I wasn't dealing with freezing cold temperatures, but it is absolutely phenomenal, the electrical problems that were existing with these searchlight signals back in 1943.
Oh yeah, and actually that's a critical time, Dick, because the SP had ABS signaling on a lot of its mountain routes from the 1920s, during the Roaring 20s, they had a tremendous amount of traffic and, invested quite a bit in improving signals to improve traffic fluidity. But then obviously they didn't invest in the 30s at all, and things were a little bit run down. World War II came along, and all of a sudden we needed the capacity. Now, as a strategic matter, it was going to take a tremendous amount of steel and labor to double track, for example, Tehachapi and straighten out Donner Pass. So the feds were much more interested in releasing a certain amount of strategic materials to do CTC and get 60 or 70% of the benefit of double tracking without having to dedicate all that steel they really wanted to shoot at the Japanese and the labor that they needed to storm beaches rather than storming the mountains. So you saw a tremendous amount of federally funded CTC on Western railroads during World War II.
The other thing that was most notable about Donner Pass is they had these automatic train stop magnets that if somebody blew through a signal, they would stop a train. And invariably, a car would pick up one of these magnets and drag it along back in the 1940s and totally mess up the trackage and everything else. Again, this maintainer would be called out at 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning in the middle of a snowstorm. They have to find this magnet that was, a half mile down the track from where it was supposed to be.
No, why would it fail on a nice day, Dick? Come on.
Yeah, right.
Just fantastic stuff, and in really amazing technology when you look back and from our perspective and see what they were doing it with. So the ability to do this has been there for a long time, not necessarily the will or the interest in investing in it.
Very true.
Yeah. Dave Gibbons again.
And just to be a pain in the rear, Dick, at the point you're at now, and you look at what you have, what would you like to have done differently now that you know what you know, now that you're running the railroad the way you run it? How might you have altered, or how might you alter this track plan in the future?
Very good question again. The number one thing I would have done is split the hidden yard so that you don't have to cross over to wrong side running if you're going eastbound out of the main yard to go into the hidden yard. So right now that's a challenge, and some of my operators think it's great fun. I don't think so. I'm kind of scared that we're going to have a collision someday underneath the mountain. So what I would have done in retrospect is I would have had the hidden yard on each side of the main line track in the back of the room, whereas right now it's just off the westbound track. So the eastbound trains all have to cross over as they're leaving the hidden yard or as they're going into the hidden yard. Westbound trains, no problem. They come out of the hidden yard on the westbound track. They go over the mountain on the westbound track. They come back down the mountain and enter the main yard. And then they go back into the hidden yard on the westbound track. Now, something you guys may not have noticed, there's only one big massive yard. And that yard is 35 feet long. It has 8 tracks. It has a giant turntable and roundhouse. But that yard is both the Roseville yard and the Sparks yard. So it serves a dual purpose. You go over the mountain and you come back down the mountain and you go back into the same yard. We just didn't have the room to do 2 yards that big.
Thank you for the
Is
answer.
that the one in the background on
Yes.
your? Yeah, okay.
Yep. It's right behind my head, and that's from the throat end. The 2 duck unders, it's probably, I'm going to say 38 feet long from one duck under to the other duck under.
The hidden staging is where? Can you point to it?
if you look at the picture on your screen,
Yeah.
it's on the left and it's underneath that mountain on the left. And it is about the same length as the main yard, and it's 10 tracks wide.
Okay, because it's not on your schematic.
I think it is. It's down on the bottom of the schematic.
Really?
Do you see it kind of offset from? It should be. I mean, if it's not, I'm surprised. Now, if you look at the video, it's tilted such that the back side of the room, which is the left of the view that you see on your screen, is on the bottom of the schematic of the layout.
And who was asking? Was that Ken?
I think that was Lloyd.
Ah.
Which is now muted. He has to unmute himself. So
Yeah, he stopped talking and I couldn't see him anymore.
Yeah, I'm sure he's trying to find it.
Oh, sorry. Well, we're coming up on our break anyway. Well, this is wonderful. I didn't expect to, this is like crack for us signal geeks, and,
one last thing I'd like to say before we wrap up is I kept postponing doing the scenery. And I'm an electrical engineer by trade, so the electronics and the mechanical, that was no sweat. I love doing that. But I kept putting off the scenery. And then COVID hit, and my friend couldn't come over and help because of COVID. And so I started working on the scenery. And I set a goal to do a 12-foot section every 3 weeks. And let me tell you, when you start working on it, you learn techniques to speed it up. And as the year went on, I was able to finish all the scenery in 1 calendar year. So I encourage all of you to do not procrastinate, go out there and do it. I spent typically 4 to 6 hours a day, 5 days a week, and finished all the scenery that you see in this view, except for one small section that was done in 2008.
Yeah, I encourage that. In fact, Sparky just put up a note there about doing scenery is addictive. It's quite amazing. I don't think there's anything else you can do on the layout where for a given amount of effort, there's such a tangible result. And, you can just see the bench work turning into first, somewhat ground covered and at least not obviously plywood, and then distance and real features and forms start to emerge. And pretty soon it doesn't take much suspension of disbelief to just put yourself in the scene. So it's pretty amazing.
Oh, one other thing I wanted to mention was backdrops. Almost all of you have bench layouts that, well, not bench layouts, so layouts where they're attached to the wall. I'm somewhat fortunate that I have a walkway that goes completely around the backside of my layout. So I was able to put up my photos on the wall after my scenery was done. And let me tell you, that's a huge advantage because you no longer have to worry about splattering your wall pictures. You do it afterwards. And then of course I found pictures online of Donner Pass and all the mountains up there on Shutterstock, and I just had them printed. So no painting, none of that, and it was surprisingly cheaper than I thought it would be. And I encourage all of you to look at what's available with photographs rather than trying to get your backdrops painted.
Okay, well, Dick, thank you so much for sharing your layout and your experiences. This has been wonderful. We're going to take a fairly short break, and we come back. Michael Laine is going to talk a little bit about some changes at the South Bay Historical Railroad Society, which is our venue for tomorrow, and our once and future venue. And I have a presentation up in, it's on, boy, I'm trying to remember, one of the, shared services, not Dropbox, but so I should be able to present that on my desktop, unless Sparky has come up with a different scheme. So I'm going to take
OneDrive.
It's on OneDrive? Okay, great. Well, we'll be back in a moment. Generally, Bill Decker sent me a note about CTC. Let's see if this is generally correct in the West. The core issue is that Donner was double track, third track sometimes. Okay. Yeah, so Bill reminds me to add my usual signaling caveat, generally in the West. There are, of course, unique characteristics to each section of track, and Donner, of course, was historically double track. So anyhow, be happy to spend some time tomorrow in Birds of a Feather, spending more time talking about CTC. So we'll see you back here in, well, let's call it 8 minutes, and we'll take our break and be back.
Hey, Seth.
Yes.
Do you want to spend a few minutes, if you're going to present the next one, you want to walk through the audio change settings? It'll certainly improve the playback audio.
Oh, for sure. Go ahead. Well, this is actually just a PowerPoint. I think I'm just going to advance the slides while Mike talks.
Oh, okay. Anyways, for anybody else that does Zoom stuff like this, on the audio settings, there's an original sound setting that was persistently moving away from where Seth's eyeballs were when we all watched him try to do this live. But if you turn on the click box on the audio settings, it says original sound. You turn off.
Can you pull it up so we can watch? Because I have a hard time finding stuff sometimes.
Okay. Go to the microphone on the bottom left corner and click the up arrow menu thing.
Okay.
And I was waiting for Seth to do it, but I'll just pop it up on the bottom. It says audio settings.
Sparky's sharing, so I'm okay. So where are we now? We're in settings.
On the audio settings on the bottom of that menu. Pop it up, and a pop-up comes up.
Okay, I got it. I've got it.
Middle of the screen, it says show meeting options, original sound.
Show meeting options.
And you click that.
I don't.
And then it says a couple of things underneath it, and you want to turn on high fidelity music and turn off echo cancellation.
Hang on, I haven't found what you're talking about yet.
So on the audio settings, on the settings menu, you've got the speaker section, the microphone section, suppress background noise section.
Yeah, okay.
I usually set that one to low, but then underneath that, the next one is music and professional audio.
Yes.
Okay.
Click the checkbox that says show in meeting option.
Yeah.
And now it pops up some more checkboxes. Turn on high fidelity and turn off echo cancellation.
Got it. Thank you.
And the problem is echo cancellation thinks that music, specifically organ music or other droning type stuff, is echo, and it kills it all. And so once you do that, up in the upper left corner of your main screen, you'll see a little checkbox thing that says original sound on or off, and you can change it dynamically while the presentation is going.
Okay.
Be right back.
We do this for church services on Sundays, and it's amazing how bad the organ sounds when you forget to check this box.
Okay.
All it did was show my headset.
Hey, Seth, are you there?
I think he's running off to do a liquid transfer bio break.
Yes, go ahead. Seth's here.
That's Mike Laine here. I'm actually going to be showing the PowerPoint myself.
Oh, super.
Yeah, I got it.
That'll be much better.
Hopefully, yeah.
All right, give me 5 minutes.
Yeah, no problem. I just wanted to let you know.
By the way, when you turn that stuff off, what you're doing is you're turning off all the echo cancellation and the stuff that Zoom puts in place to make the meeting sound good. And you're right, for something like an organ, that's important. But when you're sharing, it's not important. And quite frankly, I think there's echo right now in the meeting. And that's probably coming from someone who's played with some of those settings.
Well, I just did. How do I sound?
If you turn off echo cancellation, you get echoes. Just like hearing.
Yeah, we're getting echoes now.
Right. So you guys, whoever said that is something that you have to do very specific. Like if you're playing an organ and everybody else is muted, you want to do that. But in a normal meeting, turning off echo cancellation is not a very good thing to do.
Oh, absolutely. This was specifically for a presenter who's playing a pre-recorded video or something that has
If you're
music
playing a
in it.
pre-recorded video, it doesn't matter, guys. It doesn't go through the microphone, and those are microphone processing things you are playing with. They have nothing to do with the sharing side. What he didn't do is he didn't click at the bottom, optimized for video for audio from sharing. And that has an impact on the sharing, the way sharing works, because it doesn't know it's a video and it has a specific frame rate. So, but those are two different functions. And you mix them up, so you'll really screw a meeting up.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
I hate it when science gets in the way.
Yeah. How do I sound, Ed? It's Mike Laine. I'm going to be talking
Mike, you're
next.
sounding really good.
Okay. Just want to do a sound check here. Good.
You sound like you're old and a little anxious.
Do I? Yeah, maybe. A little nervous, maybe.
Yeah.
Just a reminder to everybody again, just make sure you're muting your mics if you're not chatting, especially when the presenter is doing his slideshow.
Yeah.
Or we will get that echo.
Yeah, you don't want to echo. Dynamo hum. All right.
Seth is probably just at the fridge right now, getting himself a nice refreshment for the next couple hours. So everybody's got a minute still. If you want to run out and get something to drink, come back. Or the bio break that we heard so much about.
Yeah, good idea.
There is a notice in the chat too. It says, Ked and Dave Adams remind folks about re-signing up for out-of-towners tomorrow. So I think that's for the people actually going to site.
Yeah, Sparky, this is Dave. Yeah, if you originally signed up for the virtual today and in person tomorrow, but you can't make it in person tomorrow, yeah, we have a fix for that. So I'm kind of putting that in general in the chat list now, and it was, I think Travers said that, specifically asked the question, and Travers, I'll go ahead and send you a separate email that'll have the step-by-step instructions on how to get all of that stuff. So you get a link that works, and there's no additional cost.
Excellent. So if you send that to Sid too, just in case I don't get it from you.
Well, let's see.
Whenever you got time.
Yeah, no.
If you send it to Sydney and you send it to me, and then
it's not.
Okay, so yeah, so the other item is if anybody does. So in the last 2 days, we've contacted about 24, 25 people with this information on how to convert from virtual tomorrow to from in-person tomorrow to real tomorrow. This information requires you to re-register with Eventbrite, except we've got a link that gets you to the right session on that, as well as a promo code that basically makes that change free. So anybody that needs that. Now, what I have noticed in the registration system is about half the people have done that. So that says that there's half folks ask for this and haven't done anything with it. So check your emails from yesterday. It'll have the stuff in there. Otherwise, like I said, I'll get an email to Travers. And yeah, Sydney knows all about this.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, Dave, thanks. I got it. It worked just fine. I was a little leery because it wasn't clear from your instructions that you go ahead and sign up and think you're paying, and then you put in.
Yeah, you put.
Person, do we just show up there at like 9 or at 8:30 to get
Yeah,
up?
probably. Yeah, between 8:30 and 9, I'm going to be at the door. I'll be looking for vaccination cards on that. If you don't have an N95 mask, we'll provide you with a KN95 mask. That's what we've chosen for our
Break. They
COVID
said
defense.
5 minutes,
in the
about 5
space.
minutes ago. So.
Yeah.
So Dave, what kind of donuts need to be brought?
Vaccination and what? COVID tests? Or are you guys accepting COVID tests?
Oh, this would be your COVID-19 vaccination record.
Yeah, but if you weren't vaccinated.
Oh yeah. Okay. So, let's see. I guess Ian, I'm suspecting that you're a youngster rather than one of us old folks.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see here.
Well, before in the very first part of the Zoom meeting, me and Jacob were the only guys who were literate. I think we were like the tiniest ones here.
Okay, yeah, we'll yeah, if you show up tomorrow, I think Ian we'll figure out how to make this safe and get you in.
Yeah, I'll come with my my dad.
Okay.
They can still take a test.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Let's see here. So we're back here a few minutes late, mostly my fault. Mike Laine apparently has the ability to present, so let's just be sure that screen sharing is open.
Okay.
I believe it is.
Yeah.
One participant at a time. Okay. Mike, why don't you introduce yourself? I know you've been associated with the club forever, and let us know what's going on, and take over the screen when you're ready.
All right. Can you see anything yet now?
We can see you.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see. How about now? No.
Not
no.
yet.
Go back here. Did you hit the share screen button?
Yeah. Okay.
Just hit it harder.
Yeah. Okay. Share screen. Okay.
Hold on. It didn't ask you which screen, right?
Yeah.
You're not there.
It shows this when I do that.
Sparky, are we sure that this is open?
Okay.
He should just have to hit share screen down at the
Yeah,
bottom.
it's open.
There we go. All right, there we go.
Okay, great. Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay. Right. My name's Mike Laine. I've been associated with the South Bay Historical Railroad Society for a little over 20 years, believe it or not. And I know the Layout Design and Ops group has had association and ongoing association with the museum as well for years. So, and tomorrow you're going to do it again, it sounds like, right? Yeah. Okay. You can hear me?
Sorry, I just muted. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay.
We're delighted to be back.
Okay. Here we go. So the Santa Clara Depot, where we'll be meeting tomorrow, is really one of the most historic railroad buildings in the state. It was built in 1864 for the San Francisco and San Jose Railroad, a pioneering railroad by any measure. It was actually finished before the Transcontinental Railroad was finished. In the depot was built in 1863, originally located on the other side of the tracks, on the east side of the tracks, but was moved over later in 1864. Line was built by Chinese labor because money was really tight on the line. And the line was as finished by the San Francisco and San Jose was 49.5 miles long. It cut down the time from 8 hours via stagecoach and steamboat between San Francisco and San Jose to 2 hours and 20 minutes, a virtual lightning speed at that time. It is a great place to have to hang out and have a model railroad club. I mean, it's an active railroad line. It dates from pioneering times from San Jose, San Francisco and San Jose. The SP bought the line in 1870. And double tracked it between San Francisco and San Jose in 1904. They also built the Bayshore Cutoff. The line became part of Caltrain in 1987 with the formation of the Peninsula Corridor Joint Powers Board. And now we're seeing, and in 2004, the baby bullets start cutting the time from San Francisco to San Jose to a minimum time at the fastest express to 57 minutes at 79 miles an hour. And of course, now we're waiting. And when you'll go there tomorrow, you'll see all the electrical poles up for the imminent electrification process, which is occurring. So we'll see how that goes. But that's the next step we're waiting for. So the first thing that happened, the South Bay Historical Railroad Society was incorporated in 1885 to buy the old Santa Clara Depot. You see the picture on the right, you can see the condition it was in. It was actually used as was leased out. The passenger section was still open, but the baggage section was a trucking company, was leased to a trucking company. So we inhabited the building before I was there in 1985 and 1986, and it had to be totally transformed at the time. It needed a new floor, painting, electrical power, ceiling lights, all that had to be done and rebuilt before we could have any fun in the building at all. There was a lot of work and there was a lot of effort by people to get this, the museum restored. We actually lease the building from the Joint Powers Board and Caltrain, and for payment, we have to maintain it, and that includes all the maintenance of the building, keeping the building going. We recently got a new roof. We've put new floors, new decking around the side. We have to constantly paint it, keep it open. It's a historical, registered historical building, so all that has to be accounted for, and that pays the lease on it. We also have to be open to the public. We are open 2 times a week. That's like 104 days a year. So imagine your train layout open 104 days every year. We also keep track of all the volunteer hours, and all that goes in to the bank that keeps us leasing it and keeps Caltrain and the Joint Powers happy. So the museum, having the museum like this in a large bagging section allows us to have 2 big, fairly large railroads, an HO scale layout and an N scale layout. And it really provides a kind of a unique opportunity to provide visitors and members with an understanding of California's history through model railroading. It also attracts many visitors to the museum, which is apparent during our open houses, and provides a significant fundraising source for us, and leasing it out to other societies like yours. It's even open for birthday parties. So here you can see on the left, you can see an aerial view of the large HO layout here on the left and the N scale layout here on the right. Every year we conduct 2 train shows, which also bring a lot of people in. We get a huge amount of donations every year, which we store up in the attic and bring out and sell during the the show, and we get a lot of kids, and you can see everybody piles through all this stuff. It's every once in a while you can find some real gems in here, and it brings hundreds of people. I think we had even during COVID, our first show earlier this year brought like 850 people to the depot over a weekend. So a lot of people. So another aspect of running a museum open to the public is, in the last 10 years or so, no, last 15 years or so, we've had a huge amount of kids, a large amount of young people come to the museum and are members through their parents, or if they're over 14, I believe, they can run by themselves. And I have to say that took some getting used to for a lot of the older members there when the kids started showing up. But we are a major incubator for embryo model railroaders of the future. I have seen over the last 20 years some kids that came in, like my grandson here on the left, and are now have gone through military service and are back. And someday they will be running. They will be running this. So we have at least 24 young people about right now, and some of them come up to me and go, "What can I do?" And we get them modeling and building stuff. And these are kids that didn't necessarily grow up in the same environment that I did. They've never put together a plastic model kit. They don't know what the blue box Athearn kits are. So we teach them different techniques, and we share technology. Like this gentleman here knows how to use 3D printing and has printed us all kinds of source. So it's a give and take between the young kids. We educate young guys to be modelers, and in turn we educate them, and they give back to us too. But it takes some getting used to. But it's been a lot of fun, to tell you the truth. And another part of it is just the camaraderie with the different people. Now it's not an individual layout, but it's a group effort. So it brings in individuals from all over the Bay Area with different sources. You know, electronics. There are people who do nothing but maintain the building. They never use the layout. We have electricians and carpenters and people who maintain the building for just the love of maintaining the building. I'm just about the opposite. I hardly do anything but work on the train layout, but definitely it's a real camaraderie, and it's a lot of fun. We meet people of all different skill levels and backgrounds there. So it's a lot of fun to hang around. So the layout, this is a map of the train layout. And when it was built, it started being built in 1989, 88 or 89, depending on the source you look at. But it was basically built and designed as kind of just a running loop. It has a yard, and the track goes underneath and comes around and goes around, comes through here. The layout runs currently on it's a Digitrax DCC, and has infrared and plug-in RF wireless, and it has signaling. We also have JMR signaling going, so we can run people can run their layout on cell phones, and has some signaling, but signalings are mostly used to indicate turnout or some block indication, and that's really helpful. When the room has 150 people in it, you can barely see where your train is, but you can see the signals. So we can see where we're going and what route we're taking. We can operate 4 to 6 trains simultaneously on the layout, which really keeps the action going during one of the train shows. So besides, we have a two-track staging yard here, upper and lower level on the staging yard here. So trains can come out onto the layout and run. There's a main line and there's a branch line that does a loop around through here, comes up through here, and it goes around this area and comes back. So not only is there a 2-track main line, but a single track with some double track options on the branch line. So besides what you see here, there's an entire subterranean level below this for staging, which was built for staging long trains during the show. I have to say that the subterranean level is dark and mysterious, and I rarely get down there myself and understand what's going on. But there is a whole nother level behind this for storing trains. So it's quite a large layout to build and maintain. So just as a little background, I became involved in this layout around 1999, 98, 99. But then I went off for between 2004 and 12. I was a geologist with the Utah Geological Survey, a state geologist, which was quite a diversion from most of the jobs in the Bay Area. And I ran something called the Utah Core Research Center, and I was responsible for storing all the rocks and fossils for the state, and including running the paleontological lab for the state. And that was quite an experience. Utah is a beautiful state to be a geologist in. It's a geologist's wonderland. And here I am standing next to the state dinosaur, Allosaurus, at a convention. And then down here on the right, there's a picture of me standing next to this ceratopsian called the Diabloceratops eatoni. It was a big fossil. It was a big find for the Bears Ears Grand Escalante National Monument, which was brand new at the time. This is a controversial monument. It was started by Obama, it was retracted by Trump, and now revitalized again by Biden. But this is one of the first big discoveries made that I had something to do with, and maintaining it, bringing it here. There was an interesting story about this, which I subject all the people that will listen to it at the survey. But when we first got this thing, it was encased in plaster, like they normally encase dinosaurs when they bring them in, bones and stuff to be brought out in the lab. It sat in the back for 6 months, totally encased in plaster. And when they ripped open the jacket, a scorpion crawled out. The paleontologist brought it in a cup to me and showed me. He says, "Look, it just crawled out of this thing." And we took some pictures of it and let it go in the back. And then when there was an article for the paper came in and did a big article on this discovery, this big ceratopsian discovery. And when the paper hit the next day, the headlines were "Scorpion survived 6 months in dinosaur skull casting." So that was my first kind of experience with news and everything. You never know how it's going to go when you get the news involved. I'd say I also, when I retired from the survey in 2012, I thought I was going to have a leisurely life running live steam. I run live steam. I built a big layout in my backyard and with a shed. And some of the guys from the club go there and run live steam. So that's another thing I do. I just love to get out in the garden and actually have some experience running live steam. That's just another hobby besides model railroading and the layout I have at my house. Okay. So before I left Utah in 2004 to go to, left California to go to Utah, I had this station, which is a model of the SP station in Reno, Nevada, which I donated to the club. And this was the really first activity I had involved with the club. It was a surplus. I built it for a layout in my home, but I didn't actually extend the VNT all the way to Reno. So I donated it to the club and I was able to install it here at the club here, and it works good. It works really well. It's not quite California, it's Reno, but this was before the real California program began. While I was in Utah, to keep my foot in the door here, I actually built a model. I was asked to build a model of the San Jose Dearden Station downtown. And one day when I was here, no other than Ron Dearden showed up. And here is a picture of me and Ron at the museum with the station I built, which is kind of named after him. So I kind of made my name at the depot building structures. I became kind of the structure guru at the depot, and that's how it all started. And it's still quite recognizable. It's highly condensed, but you can see that for those who are familiar, it looks quite like the Dearden Station. So that was how I got my foot in the door here, building structures for the museum. And by 2012, when I came back, the layout with the scenery is approaching 24 years old. And there's something about having a train layout in an old baggage warehouse, an old baggage section of a depot. Every time the trains go by, dust would fall down through the ceiling. You could actually see the dust coming down when trains roared by. And that became quite a problem. The scenery up to the time and the layout was was nicely done little modules and buildings of quite high craftsman style. But by the time they were 20 years old, they were totally encased in dirt. It's hard to tell in this building, but this building was painted color, and this was green down here on the bottom. And this lake with this guy is fishing here is just a sea of fuzz. The whole layout was covered with about a half an inch of dirt that had been shaken from the ceiling. So something had to be done. And that's when we really began totally refurbishing the entire layout section by section. And I said, we should make it, we should orient the museum more towards California. And they said, okay, go ahead. So it was then it became mostly my project to do that. So then we began what I call the Californication project at the depot. So we definitely wanted to shift it more towards California and get that kind of spirit. The first section that came up is this section at the top. This is a close-up of part of the layout. It's an area, it's labeled Martinez on here, but it's now called Alhambra. We noticed that the branch line running in the back kind of looked like, with the steel trestle over here, kind of looked like the steel trestle outside of Martinez near the John Muir House, if you're familiar with that. So we decided to rebuild the scenery in this area as kind of a North Bay area, Santa Fe town. And all the tracks here were inactivated. Nothing worked at the time. The track crew went about refurbishing all the switches and tracks, got everything running. And it basically consists of a station with a siding and a team, which has a team track on it, and also a long house track, which goes along the back and up to the section here. And includes a freight depot, and a water company, another team track, and a stockyard. Now this was all refurbished. It also has a little engine house. And this line here can be operated as a small short line with a little engine house here with a couple, very short line, just operating 3 or 4 different industries and a freight depot and a team track, or it can be operated and switched by way freights coming into Martinez and parking here. So that was the first effort to move away from pure running and to have an area where you could switch trains and cars a little bit more realistically. And it was renamed Alhambra, as I mentioned. So this is the scenery. This was the first scenery we adopted. We noticed that this is the bridge that looks like some of the bridges up near Martinez. And we can see we tried to establish kind of the golden rolling hills and oak woodlands of California that you see up in the North Bay. Oak woodlands with rolling hillsides, covered in yellow grass, and the wooden steel trestles here. And here's an excursion train running a special on the branch line over here. And nothing happened. Let's see. Okay. Oh, no. Let's see if I can go back. Okay. And here's what it looks like. This was the first scenery and operations move we did at the layout. Here's the depot at the top left here, top left photo. It's kind of a Santa Fe, Walther Santa Fe depot. 2 tracks of the main line running through here, a long siding. There's a team track right here, a small freight depot for shipping fruit and other perishables. And it runs to the north here, past the water company, which is up here on the next photo to the right. And the track comes down through, there's a siding for that, another team track. The track comes down through here and goes to the Alhambra Stockmen's Association, which is a small stockyard. And here you can see the engine house. There's an old engine house on the north. It had a roundhouse at one time. That was kind of like 1880s, turn of the century era roundhouse, which we knocked down, took the round turntable out, which didn't work, and put this little, built this little, or kit bash this little engine house here. And we have the idea that it could be run as a small short line. And that's a project for the future, is to kind of establish a small short line that can be switched here. One of the main businesses on the branch here is the Alhambra Natural Mineral Water. And I discovered that while doing some research for this line. I discovered this photo, and then Scratch built the Alhambra Natural Mineral Water building here. So that gives it some local flavor, and it ties it to that area quite well. And you could see in the back picture there, you can see some of the scenery in the background. This is a stand-in for the John Muir House, which is a national monument up near Martinez, with his vineyards over here and yellow grass. We used grass and electrostatic grass on these hillsides here. Fortunately, the backdrop that was painted previously kind of matches in, kind of mountainous, but it does kind of give the California scenery, which is what we were looking for. Definitely the North Bay, golden grass, golden hills, oak woodland, savanna. And I think we might have pulled it off a little bit here. Alhambra. Then the next case came when the San Miguel, this area over here, this area needed to be done. It actually was the oldest scenic portion of the layout and was actually a combination of about 6 small sectional layouts that have been put together. It was not necessarily California centric scenery. It was the dirtiest. That was where that picture was, where the guy is fishing in the lake of fuzz and dirt that had fallen from the ceiling. So this was our first big effort to get, we had a chance to restore about this huge section here and totally make it a California oriented scenic element. The relationship between the railroads and fruit packing industry in California is really one of the most fascinating parts of the California economic story. And the museum, allows us to really show how how the railroad interacted with the local businesses. So what we wanted to do here is create kind of a Southern Pacific oriented Central Coast fruit packing town along here. And we had this section to work with. It includes, this is on the branch line. It goes through here. The main line runs below down to the top here. We have the double line branch line, which goes to a single line here and has a long house track here. And most of the industries in the town are off this house track in the back. Let's see what it looks like. To start off, where the track crew began rebuilding all the tracks, because none of them worked. They were all the switching in there was just for show. I started building this mission here because I think nothing says California or Central California as much as Mission does. And I chose this San Miguel, the Archangel Church here in Central California, as kind of a model to give the California flavor here. And this is the first structure that went on with the new Californication project that we have. And I think it captures kind of the feeling of the mission here. So while everybody else was working on the tracks, I started building some of the structures. And next to the depot, we have this kind of mission estates where you have some California mission revival bungalows here, these beautiful Walther's houses, which I kit bashed into 2 different houses here with typical California scenery that you might see in the Central Coast area. And behind it, an orchard here. But you can see there's an orchard, California water tower, little barn, and a house here. So that kind of sets that when you first walk into this area, this is the first thing you see. So that kind of sets the mood and geographic feeling for this area. One of the innovations we made on the layout was making everything portable. We didn't want to get into the position we had before where nothing could be removed and cleaned. So we really established building everything we can on little modules that could be put on the layout and then taken off. And the buildings aren't glued down. We don't do that anymore. So we set everything up. And here you can see the original size of the little mission module as in the process of being built. Here's the 2 California bungalows and the little California orchard before. You can see everything is removed. We took these pictures and dominated them so you can see where the screws are. So if we ever have to take these things off, we can find it. And they're just buried lightly in the scenery. So this is an innovation which we've kind of stuck with and tried to maintain on the layout. May not be possible on your home layout, but on a layout like this that's open so much, and with trains roaring by every day, knocking dust onto the layout, it's definitely been a plus. Although we did recently have the whole rafters steam cleaned, covered the layout, and they steam cleaned the layout, the rafters up high on the roof. So that's really helped a lot. So here we go. We're going to take a look at the San Miguel area here. It took the name from the mission, obviously. Okay. So here's what we're talking about. On the top here, you can see the whole San Miguel area. So this was the oldest part of the scenic layout. It had all these old structures in them. We moved them all off. They were all glued down, pretty much had to be scraped off. Only a few buildings were able to salvage. We wanted to build a typical agricultural town in Central California, somewhere along the coastline. That was definitely an SP flavor and depended on fruit industry. Center of town here in the center of downtown has a section that faces the main street, faces the tracks like you see in a lot of the California towns. SP station, a classic SP station. The house track on the north has a siding on here on the left. It goes to Southern Lumber and Milling. Southern Lumber is a local lumber company in San Jose that was beloved by many, that was closing at the time we were building this layout. And this is one of the few salvaged buildings I rebuilt and repainted that was used on the line. So we now have a switching track where you can get loads in for the milling companies for Southern Lumber here. If you go through downtown, behind the house track runs behind the depot, and on the right side, just to the south of the depot, there is now a team track. So that allows people to take locals coming in on the branch line and switching this team track. And you can see that the town stretches along the tracks, and there's a Pacific Fruit Express icing plant to the south. The north end contains a sun-kissed plant. This was a beautiful kit that we built and painted, and this is off the spur of the house track on the north end of the line. And this is now a source of shipping. We ship reefers full of fruit here, and it takes in boxes from a box factory that we're building, which I'll talk about a little bit more. So now we have a source for both shipping and receiving freight here. And of course, the centerpiece of this packing town is the PFE icing plant. There's a long siding here where long strings of reefers can be brought in by trains and parked here and run through, cool down processing at the Fruit Express, and then brought to the fruit packing businesses, which include the Sunkist plant and another one, which I'll show you shortly. To capture some of the California feel in this town, I built a small Chinatown here on the wrong side of the tracks. What town? No, there's no California town that would, probably didn't have a little railroad town that didn't have a little Chinese section here. It has a food, grocery, and a Chinese laundry over here to give it some California character. And south of that, on the other side of the tracks, we have another small orchard here, a little farmhouse here with equipment, water tower, orchard trees in the back. And then a beautifully crafted by one of our modelers, Bob Bartlett, built this beautiful little migrant work camp here, which is also typical of the California Central Valley towns. You can see a bunch of bungalows here and houses, picnics. There's people drying their laundry and everything. It's just it's a nice little touch, and really says California. We think a lot of dried grass around, trees, hills in the back, and a real kind of Grapes of Wrath type of little camp. On the south end of town, we have the Libby McNeil Libby plant. This is built based on a plant. There was a Libby plant in Sunnyvale, I understand, and we found this picture, which may be down in Watsonville actually, but we took a Walthers. I took two Walthers kits for packing plants, combined them to make this nice long business here with a new roof, new sign, has lights, and now we can see you can pack a nice long string of reefers here. So this both ships reefers full of fruit, canned fruit. This is a canning company, and also intake boxes and cardboard boxes, wood boxes for shipping too. So it's both a source and receiving business. all the tracks work. Everything is switched. And everything it's DCC powered switch machines, so you can remotely power all the machines and do the switching here. And we've seen a major uptick in running through here, local stopping, people stopping and switching freight here. And it can occupy, you know, a good half hour at a time switching all the industries in this town. So we think it's been really kind of quite successful. So far, so good. Let's see what else. Yeah. There was another area of the layout, that's lumber area. This is the first area you see when you come in the door at the top right here, top left rather. You come in and this was the first area you see. It was okay, but it was very old and it wasn't a good source for generating traffic or receiving traffic. There was a lumber company here called the Deception Valley Lumber Company, right next to where I'm standing here. And it was kind of built in the 1890s turn of the century style. And it really didn't match the kind of transition area scenery, the California scenery we were hoping for. So we decided that the Deception Valley Lumber Company was now bought by the Dulce Pacific Lumber Company, Dulce meaning the gentleman who built the lumber company in general. So we named this new kind of rebuilt and corporatized lumber company here. We added some new buildings, including this big planing mill here and a box factory to generate traffic for the layout. The original plan did not include much switching capability at all. It only had a capacity for about 6 cars. So we wanted to improve that greatly. And if you look down here, you can see that off the branch line, we put in a big long passing siding that's over 12 feet long, and another siding over here for loading lumber and shipping long lumber trains. Here in this lower picture here, you can see the new yard we put in. So we can bring in huge amounts of lumber traffic, ship traffic, and a loading track over here, an additional track, which serves the box factory and the planing mill over here, around here. And you can see over here, we have a small track that runs around it. This is a 30-inch gauge mill tramway that we wanted to animate the scene with, so we could show some of the, kind of animate the little lumber section, little lumber loading section. And here's Bob standing in front of the mill area. Here it's rebuilt. You can see it looks a little bit more busy than the original, just the single buildings here looked when it was originally built. So we've kind of updated, made it a big corporate lumber company. And you can see it's still very much a work in progress, but you can see all the lumber loading here and this little 30-inch gauge track. This is basically an end scale track. It's 00 gauge track, 30-inch gauge. It runs on 9 millimeter gauge. And we have little engines that run on it. This is a 3D printed little GE 25 ton, which carries little loads around the mill. And it's powered by an inexpensive Kato drive. And this kind of operation in our environment with the dirt and dust that we have to deal with would have been impossible before before DCC and Keep Alives. Now, with the Keep Alive, we can run this train at 2 or 3 miles an hour for hours without it stalling. So it's a nice little animation feature, and it's been very successful for us. And it's been used elsewhere, as you'll see in a minute. So new lumber area, box traffic here. We have this box company. So now we can park trains here, load up cars with boxes and bring them to San Miguel on the other side of the layout and unload them at the packing company plants. So we generated a little operational interest with that. So it all helps. And then lumber cars come in for loading here, and we're building another lumber receiving warehouse, which I'll show you in a minute. It also intakes lumber here right in front of me. You can see there's a log dump car here, and that brings trains down from the Deception Lumber Company down around, and we actually can dump lumber trains. So lumber trains run on the branch line here, or can run around the whole layout on the main line and then come back in and unload their cars then, like you would have seen some lumber trains on some of the branch lines around. So we've changed this from an area that was not used at all. None of the switches worked in this area. They were all for show, and made it a viable shipping and receiving area. So this is also improved. And already People are running it in on the weekends. Sometimes these tracks can hardly be, you can hardly get into the yard. There's so much traffic, people switching and bringing in. So it has brought up some interest in that switching on the layout. So what's next here? Anything? Oh yeah, come on. There we go. Oh no, went too far. I guess I'm just. Okay. Can I go back? Come on. Oh, sorry. Let's see. Oh, it slowed down here, didn't it? Come on. Okay.
We'll talk. Have a blank slide at least on the.
Is that what it is? I just didn't load. I think I had another slide. It showed.
It was blank on the copy.
Okay. So all right. Anyway. All right. Maybe it was. Maybe I messed up. But just adjacent to the lumber area, there was a blank area here that just had a power generating station with a track, but it didn't work. You couldn't deliver anything, and it was really didn't add much to operations. So we added a little town here. This is one of the first areas you see when you walk into the layout. So we wanted to build something to capture the attention of the layout, and we decided to build. We picture this area as kind of a Northern California or Sierra foothills type of lumber town. So we decided to build a town, a lumber town adjacent to the mill, and we named it Skookum City in honor of the Skookum locomotive that showed up at Niles Canyon when we were building this. And it's a nice little scene. We added a depot, and here you can see the branch line coming around with the track that leads into the traffic generating yard here at the depot, at the mill. And we built this little town, Skookum City. And it has this little historic downtown district with the Mark Twain Hotel, the Gem Theater showing the treasure of the Sierra Madre, my favorite movie. An old livery turned to a gas station, a chop suey place. And on the corner, the notorious, I can't remember the name of it. I can't see it because there's something over it. There's a little bar with dancing here, kind of a notorious bar down here on the corner. And to animate the scene, we put in a streetcar, a little tramway, kind of like the tram, or that streetcar that ran through, let's say, Nevada City. If you're familiar with that, there was a little tram that ran in that town. So we want to add a little animation there in a streetcar. And this is also built to 9mm. It's HO 30-inch gauge, and there's method behind the madness. We allowed us to use this Tomic street track here, and also inexpensive Kato mechanisms crammed in here with the keep alives. I am currently, in fact, just after your meeting, I will be installing the overhead wire. And here you can see the town. So we feel that this adds a nice operational element. This doesn't generate too much traffic, although there is a little team track here behind the depot for some loading. Okay. So as you can see, this module was built so we could take it out, and which was fortunate because this project started just as COVID broke out and the museum was shut down for months at a time. So I was able to take this home. Oh, the Rusty Nail is the name of the bar over there. That's it. I was able to take this module home and work on it. And here you can see, here I am developing the little downtown section with Tahoe beer, little Tahoe brewery here. Here you can see the Tomic street track here. It runs around. And here I am on the top photo here. I'm just getting ready to put the poles in and everything. So I was able to do a lot of work on this layout at home during COVID, which took about a year. So it was a nice thing. It was nice to be able to do it. It would never have been this level of finish if I had to work on it with the few days, a month we were open during COVID. And here shows the process. I've taken a little commercial streetcar. This is a Porto, Portugal car. It was exported as from Brill to Porto, and it's available there. It has some European roof things they were taken off. The frame was opened up, to mount a little Kato drive in here, and crammed it with keep alives. And it will have overhead wire on it. In fact, after you guys leave, and this is going back to my house, and I'm going to finish the overhead wire on it. And that's the end. Actually, this is, yeah, that's all I have, I'm afraid, at this time here. There's more projects in the works, but that's what we're working on. Remember, we have a large museum layout. Kids come to run trains, but yet we're trying to improve the California scenery at the same time, increase the operational aspects of the layout. And we see people taking to it and switching more and more. And that's it. That's what I got. Any questions?
That's a fantastic job, Michael.
Yeah, it's been a, I never, when I wandered into the museum, I never thought that it would become one of my major focuses of modeling, but it has over the years, and it's a lot of fun. Met a lot of nice guys. It's been it's an interesting place to hang out. Active railroad site. We see trains every day. I've been able to, I have two grandsons, and one of them gets it. One of them gets trains. He gets it. He wants to come down all the time to run trains. He wants to run contemporary passenger and commuter trains like he sees naturally. So I've become an expert at building Caltrain, ACE, and Amtrak trains for him to run. But it's a learning experience for both of us. But like I said, we are incubating the next generation of model railroaders. There are definitely kids that started there at 11 or 12 and are now in their 20s, and they're taking an active role in the management, and they run the open houses. The open days on Saturdays and Tuesday nights. They come and unlock it up, get it running. They know the electronics better than I do and get it running. They can troubleshoot things just as good as anybody. Although we have an expert, outstanding team of electronic people here in the Bay Area, as you can imagine, to keep this thing running. But my job has been, sorry, go ahead.
So quick question. I was a active member there probably right after and right before you came back, so I missed you completely. But in the late 90s, the control system was Chubb based.
Yeah, that's correct.
Is it still Chubb underneath it all?
No, there's no Chubb left. It's all DCC. Digitrax basically. Yeah, it's all. There's no way to power on DCC trains on there.
No, I was thinking more of the signaling and detection parts. But
no, detection part. There's only very minor detection part, and that is basically involved in the subterranean layout I mentioned. That's below the main layout. That's used for storing and staging for shows and things like that. There are guys that bring in 50-car trains and store them underneath there for the train show. There is some track indication down there, but all the signals are just basically hooked up to show switch indications, just run off the tortoise machines basically. When the building, you can imagine trying to run trains when you can't even get close to the layout during the shows. I mean, it's wall-to-wall people sometimes, and you have to follow your trains or stand on a bench in the back. And sometimes the signals are the only thing you have to go on to make sure that your train is running on the right track and you're going. So it's really just for turnout indication, basically. No real.
Hey, we're just about out of time, Michael. And I see we have a couple of questions waiting. So
sorry.
No, it's all right. Thank you very much. It's a great presentation, and we're all anxious to see it tomorrow. Those of us who are going down. Lloyd, you had a question?
I was curious about the club-related stuff. So if people want to ask about the layout itself, let's put them ahead of me.
Well, let's see. I had one other question who disappeared, so I don't know whether the question was answered. Oh, Ian, there we go. Why don't you unmute Ian and ask your question?
Yeah, I was wondering, why don't you guys use NCE PowerCap for the layout?
I don't know why we don't. We just have adapted. Is that different?
I can actually answer that. I was a member when that transition happened.
Okay.
The layout was Keller on board and DC for a very long time.
All right.
And the members with the most engines got into the digital world by switching their engines over to Keller on board. And doing it again for those steam engines was hard, and Digitrax stuff was available at the time, and there were other people in the area that had Digitrax that would support these current members. And so, NCE was the other option, but they went with Digitrax mostly because the decoders were available at the time when people were trying to install stuff in their engines. And then the control system kind of followed that.
It was a painful transition. I mean,
it was, because there was a lot of problems with the Chubb stuff and block switching and cab control switching over. A bunch of members wanted to run DC at the same time as DCC with the cab control, and the wiring under the layout at the time it made rat's nests look credible.
Oh, it's all been redone. It's beautiful now. It's a work of art now. So it's all different, but it's totally DCC. But it was painful for members who didn't want to do that, and I'm sure we lost some people at the same time, who didn't want to convert the 50 steam engines they had to DCC, So yeah, it was a transition that we all went through, basically, going from DC to DCC. So I was a holdout for a while, but I'm a believer now. So
cool. Bruce, you had a quick question here?
Yeah, I just put a question in the chat a while back about operations. I just wondered if they were doing any formal operating sessions, and if so, how often? How big are the crews? How long do they last? If you
no,
there
is no organized operating session. It's mostly done just by some of the kids are forming their own operation section, and they do that on their own. So some of the younger guys are more into operations. The older gentlemen kind of come around and just switch around. They'll bring cars between the different industries. I haven't mentioned all the industries. There's an oil refinery on the layout as well. So guys will just come in and randomly switch cars around or switch cars between loading and unloading facilities, the lumber mill.
Still informal, whatever they feel like.
It is pretty much informal, although if
stay
any
off the main line and let the roundies do their thing.
Yeah, there's both. Plus, you can pull over on the branch line and switch, go on to, and switch the local industries. I think if any operations does develop, it'll be with the younger guys, the teens. In fact, one of the kids I showed in the picture there he's got some scheduling and is trying to get some of the younger guys to do some operation sessions. I'm mostly busy with the scenery. I'm kind of the scenery guru there, so I mostly do that and scenery and structures. And when I operate, it's more just for fun, So, but it's the kids who are going to transform it in the future, I think. So that's
So we're really short on time.
Okay, sorry. Yep.
Providenza's here. Lloyd, do you want to ask your question real quick, and then we'll?
No, I'll skip it. Let's get on to Jim.
Okay. All right. Gentlemen, thank you, and I hope you now, those who are coming to the layout tomorrow can see it with a little more insight into what we're trying to do, and remember the environment that we're operating in. An active railroad area shakes to the ground every time a train goes by, and we're open 100 days a year, have train shows, so it's a very active, very busy railroad that we have there. Okay.
Great, thank you so much.
All right.
Take a 5-minute break, and then Jim, you're up.
Well, thanks for your attention. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael. Well, now it's too quiet.
I'm just noticing this. It's kind of funny seeing the South Bay Historical Rail Society next to the Pacific Coast region of the NMRA. Yeah, they are, let's say, very similar logos.
Well, I think everybody's ripping off the SP. So
They better not.
Oh yeah.
So a historical note on the comment about the museum and the painting of building, because it's a historical thing, they had to get the paint correct, which meant that they had to figure out how the paint was made in the first place so they could replicate it. And they came up with a recipe for the paint that was used the last time the SP painted it. And it started with, a 55-gallon drum of fuel oil, 80 pounds of finely ground white lead, some cyanide, some, this, that, uranium to get the yellow, blah, blah, blah. And they looked at this. There's no way we're going to be able to recreate this paint. So they had to actually have somebody from the university go simulate it to figure out what color it really would have been.
Now, are you talking about SPSF?
No,
this is
the SBHRS Depot repaint.
Oh,
the exterior paint had to match, and in fact, they said you can't spray it on and you can't roller it on because part of the historical accuracy of the building is the brush marks.
Well, but that stuff you described, John, is like hazmat site in a barrel.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I thought you guys were making some kind of alien slime just to paint it.
Well, that's where they came from, is the barrel of paint that they pushed underneath the building. 20 years later, the alien crawls out. And in fact, that was that picture that Michael had next to him. He said it was from Utah, but I actually think it was when he was working on the bottom side of the layout.
Well, he may have been one of the original members.
Yeah, no, the Dolce guy that was the president of the club for quite a while. That old part of the layout that had an inch of dust used to be called Agua Dolce.
The alien just coming back for a friendly visit.
And in fact, one of the things that we did when we were members there is the open house got kind of boring after a while, that it was just trains running in circles. So members would go take the little plastic animals from, the various Cracker Barrels and whatever, and hide things around the layout, and then have a scavenger hunt page for the little kids. Can you find the dinosaur hiding in the culvert? Can you, whatever. And, there were 10, 20 or 30 things that, you'd scavenger hunt as you went around looking at the layout if the trains weren't interesting enough.
There you go. Little Easter egg hunt. Yes.
So I'm a very prototypical modeler. And so actually, when I model in the town I model, somebody owned a gorilla. It's kind of odd. They just happened to own a gorilla. Not sure why, but they did. So in one of the houses, I'm going to have a small gorilla in it, and it will be prototypically accurate.
Cool.
There
Would
you
that
go.
be the
King Kong.
Would that be the husband or the wife?
I'm guessing the husband.
It better be the husband if you're intending to sleep at home tonight.
This conversation is heading into the orange region.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, actually, it's also heading into 4:00. So Jim Providenza is going to save us from the bell.
Yeah, save us, Jim, please.
Oh, yes. I will save all of you, I am sure.
Good. Okay. So Jim is, of course, the subject of one of the latest TSG videos. And again, we're greatly indebted to John and Sid for producing these fantastic videos of so many of the local layouts. And we are assuming you have seen them or have visited Jim's layout if you're local, as he's been open so many times over the years. So let's just set it open. Would you like to say a few words and start us off, Jim? And
well, sure, why not? It's I've come to the conclusion that I've been doing this way too long, and therefore, you end up, when somebody says, "Oh, Jim, you've done this, or you've pioneered that, or you've done," and all it really means is I'm a really old guy now, and I've been doing this a long time around here, and so you got to figure out some way to say a nice thing about that, right? In truth, the Santa Cruz Northern as a double deck layout was originally conceived in 1976 and 77. And I started building the first version Christmas vacation of 1977. And it moved once. The second version I started designing in 84, started building in 86. It moved once in 88, actually moved twice, once into storage and then to its current location. So I've been doing double deck layouts for about 45 years. And neither of those layouts was run with DC. I have since 1977 been using either carrier control, or then in 1994 went to command control and switched from lens to NCE in 2016. So each iteration gets about a 20-year run. And we'll see if there's something, another 15 years on, to replace NCE, but I don't see any reason to. I wouldn't have left lens if their support had continued good in the US, but that's life. So it, is a double deck walk around timetable and train order operation. In the past, it has been track warrants, and it's always been designed as an operating layout. I'm amazed, what a great job John and Cindy did with the video. And, if you have watched that, if you've been here and you have any sort of interesting questions or even uninteresting questions, we'll have fun with them. So please ask.
That's the centipede.
So let's see. Would you take us through the evolution of dispatching schemes? If I remember, there was a period of DTC and then track warrants, and then a long time now we've been TT and TO.
Yeah. Seth, and you have the timeline, correct. My mentor in operations was Rick Kang. And a number of you have met Rick or, worked with him on a model railroad. He was a train order dispatcher and CTC dispatcher for the Southern Pacific up in Oregon. And when the SP went away from train orders, they went to DTC. And Rick said, well, you really have to do this. This is how you want to control your railroad. So I went to DTC and we used it for a couple of years. But it would work, I think, really well if you were modeling a prototype railroad and you were using the DTC blocks that the real railroad had. On the Santa Cruz Northern, it's a proto-freelance railroad, and the names of the stations don't correspond to any particular reality, at the time, certainly. And overlaying the DTC blocks with other sets of names also having no basis in reality was just too confusing for people. And so we went to track warrants, much to Rick's chagrin, because he was convinced it was nowhere near as safe as DTC. And so, Rick, it's a model railroad. The worst that can happen is that the locomotive, crashes into, the thing and goes to the ground. Nobody dies, I'm firmly convinced that track warrants was God's gift to prototype model railroaders. It is the easiest thing in the world to learn. Bill Kaufman and I held an operating session in St. Louis with two model railroaders, two neighbors who were interested in trains, and a couple of neighbors who knew nothing but just kind of happened by. And we, created the forms and taught how to use it in less than an hour, and then had an operating session. And it worked perfectly well. It's just amazingly easy to use. It can get a little bit cumbersome with a lot of radio traffic, so there's an issue to deal with there. But then, I've always loved timetable and train order operations. I always find it fascinating. When I really have trouble going to sleep, I pull out Jocelyn's Rights of Trains, and that's good for about 3 pages. But it's a wonderful teaching text, which is what it was designed for. And so, off we go into timetable and train order. And when I did that, I lost several of my operators. They said, well, we don't want to do this. And I said, gee, we're still good friends, but, this is what we're now going to be doing. And so we have been, yes, there you go, Rights of Trains, still in publication, even after, it was published, that edition in 1957.
Recommended for insomnia.
And Simmons-Borman republished it, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago, because it's still valid for real railroaders to use as a teaching text. But it's the railroad, wasn't specifically designed for timetable and train order. And so we had to do some adjustments along the way. And we're up to timetable number 11 at this point. Timetable number 1, it didn't even last half a session. We went through timetable 1A and timetable 2 in about 2 sessions. And then, things finally started to even out a little bit. And then as we make changes, or as we learn more, or we're changing how the trains are being run, or we're trying to deal with, a choke point on the railroad, and we want to massage it where schedules are at, and new timetable comes out. So, but, we've been doing it for 20 years, I guess, which, makes us either insanely crazy, or, willing to play that sort of a game and have the benefit of trying to do something that is no longer really possible to see in the real world, except I guess still on the Durango and Silverton, or was it the out of Chama? One of the two. It was just in Jerry Zizek's column.
So you reconfigured the railroad, I think at least twice since I've known it in San Rafael. And obviously it had changed some when it moved from Livermore. What can you share with us about that evolution? What were you trying to achieve each time?
Well, the railroad, when it moved, it was designed to fit in kind of a standard 2-car garage. And I knew I was going to move at some point. And so it was designed to come apart in pieces. And I had about 2/3 of the bench work and main line complete. We were up above the helix and over several pieces of the upper level. And when we ended up moving, a lot of it is built with L girder, but with plates on the ends where the sections were screwed together. And it took about 40 hours to take apart and about 120 hours to put back together. And that saved me about 2.5 years of work, which was really wonderful. The changes after that were completing the basic, original plan, and building module sections, again, not module, but individual sections, and then adding them onto the railroad until we completed the main line and the various industries. The first big change was prompted by a realization that hidden staging is really a painful way of doing business. And it seems that no matter how good your track work is, and no matter how good your locomotives are operating, if there's going to be a problem, it's first going to show up in your hidden staging, especially when you can't get at it easily. And so the other part of that equation was that, as Bill Kaufman has said, as my friends have gotten older, they've also gotten fatter. And so, I now have to schedule the meets and passes of the operators with more care than I do with the trains that they're running. But what we did was we determined exactly how much I could take away from the space for the car in the garage, and cut the layout to move the main peninsula with Mack Street Yard off from the rest of the railroad. Got 10 or 12 of my very closest model railroad friends and some 2x4s to kind of lift the railroad a ½ inch off the floor and move it over 11 inches. So that widened the main aisle where the Mack Street Yardmaster is, and a lot of operation takes place. And we still have plenty of room when there's no car in the garage. You only get into the car on one side in the garage. But so that, that allowed a lot more space that was really required, but also allowed me to put in a turnback curve on the upper level, span the garage doors, and go into open staging and another station, which is against the house wall of the garage. So that happened in right before the 2000 convention. And then it took me 15 years on a trip to New Zealand to convince my wife I could span the door from the kitchen into the garage. And that allowed me to turn the upper level, to change the direction. The initial design, and for the first 20 something years of the railroad on the second version, when you went up to the second level, you went around a helix and then back around. And so if you were going west, you were running towards your left on the lower level and towards your right on the upper level. And we all got used to it, but it drove me crazy. And so finally I was able to get to the point where, about 4 or 5 years ago now, I started the project to put a bridge across the door into the kitchen from the garage, and add a ½ a level to the helix to get up to that bridge, and reverse the direction of the upper level, which ended up being a probably 2 or 3 year project between adding and changing scenery, changing trackage, reorienting the operations, which required moving the stations and how they were, spaced out across the railroad. So still haven't figured out how to get to Santa Cruz. So the next major change, if I ever figure out how to get to Santa Cruz, will be onward.
Well, I think it makes a lot more sense than, after you were able to expand it and reverse the upper level. But I guess that might be a little subtle, but it does seem to flow a little better, certainly from a dispatcher's perspective.
Oh, absolutely, Seth. At the time when I designed, did the initial design, it wasn't possible for me to do that in the house in Livermore. There were cabinets and things along what would now be the common wall to the rest of the house, and there was no way I could get past those.
Yeah.
So, and then of course, we put a water heater inside the helix for
a
couple of iterations.
Yeah, and then it came back out, thankfully. Yes.
Oh yes, yes.
For those who aren't aware,
man.
I'm sorry, say again, Tony.
That staging behind the backdrop, I remember that. Man, oh man.
Oh. Well, it's, that whole business by the FCNA is still kind of.
Yeah. Well, yes, it is. The log train is a pain to deal with, but of course it's a pain to deal with over the whole railroad. So
yeah,
that's.
Yeah, I was just going to say, for those who, I don't know if you covered it in the video because I haven't got to the end of it. There used to be this tank style water heater in the middle of the helix. And of course, what did you start with, fiber ties or something like that? Anyway, over the years, the exhaust of the water heater had slowly eaten away at the stuff till finally the track fell completely out of gauge, and happily Jim took the bull by the horns and just removed it and put a tankless water heater outside the garage, which you know, it was a huge improvement because it was now actually possible to build the thing so it would be stable at the expense of, if you wanted to be the operator at East Ricca and Laurel now, you do have to slide in a rolling chair because you're where the water heater used to be. But certainly better than being in the aisle that was just about minimum possible width to begin with.
Oh yeah, narrowest aisle in the railroad, and you're trying to squeeze somebody sitting in a chair into that, and people getting by all the time. But actually, Seth, the ties on the helix were micro engineering.
Were they? Okay.
Yes. You know, but they had been there since 1987.
Oh well, okay.
And you know, I mean, plastic at a certain point, you know, but yeah, they were just, it was literally getting eaten away, and the only thing that could have done it was the heat and exhaust fumes from the water heater. So kind of scary, but
yeah,
you know, we eventually it was a good excuse.
Absolutely. Well, I strongly recommend tankless if you live in a place where you can, you're allowed to hook up new gas things. So they're very efficient. Let's see. New person to talk, Mr. Parks.
Yeah, Jim, I was wondering, what was the key factor in each of your changes in control systems? Why did you do it?
Yes. Alan McClellan for the first one, the V&O story. You know, that was getting published just as, you know, in the whole series, as I was, you know, designing the first version of Santa Cruz Northern. And it's like, walk around control. Yeah, we're going to do that. That, I can only describe that as bleeding edge. Alphatronics had been around for several years, and of course they were compatible with the GE Astrac system. But you know, the radio frequency stuff just was touchy as all get out. And then Alphatronics went out of business for a while. And of course, it's only after that one of the receivers died and couldn't replace it. And so started trying to find Astrac equipment to use, and went along that route for a while. Looked at some of the other carrier control systems that were available and decided that none of them were really an improvement. And then in 1994 the word came out that the NMRA was looking at adopting the lens protocols, and Barrett Lens, gave the rights to, copyright for the system to the NMRA. And my first lens system spoke German. It was, it was clear that was going to be a good way to go, and that it was going to be supported, as a standard, which I thought was hugely important. And it has been. So, had good support from Lens Agency of North America, Debbie Ames. And, unfortunately, when she retired, it really didn't get picked up. And at that point, I had replaced the command station. But after 17 years, even German engineering, you can expect that you'd have to replace some of that stuff. But then Lens didn't start going, they weren't going to do sound. And, there were several other variables. And I looked at, the two major systems in my mind, NCE and Digitrax, that I'd had a chance to operate with both of them at various layouts. And I preferred NCE, and I was one day, kind of grousing around the house. So I was using the CVP wireless with Lens system, because Lens wasn't doing wireless either. And I was grousing about, they try really hard, but and my wife looked at me and said, "How much is it going to cost? Just do it." And so, I think she just didn't want to hear any more of my grumbling, right? actually wonderfully supportive. And so I've been very happy with NCE. It works very well. And so those are does that answer the question, David? I mean, each one was kind of an iterative step.
Yeah, I think so. I just wonder what the key thing was that drove you to the next.
Yeah, well, the first one was, gosh, I can do this walk around. I can be with my trains.
Yeah.
The second one was, it's going to be a standard. It's going to be a lot better than, it's not going to be touchy like, and it's, and then the third one was, well, there's a couple of key factors and the support had gone to 0. Otherwise I would probably still be with the lens system. But I'm very happy with NCE.
Let's see, who's up first here? Jacob? Jacob, unmute yourself.
Hi, Jacob.
Hi, Jim. So why did you decide to model 1971?
Oh, okay. It's on the first version of Santa Cruz Northern, I was modeling the steam era and transition era. But I decided that I really wanted to go to something that I had started rail fanning with and was much more familiar with. And that pushed me into, post transition, early second generation. And I started off like in 76 and then moved it back to 71 and focused particularly on that time period because of some stuff that was going on with locomotives on the Western Pacific, and allowed me to still have some F units and have a brand new, GE U30B and some things like that, or U23B rather. So that was what drove me to that decision. And since then, I just keep working further and further into trying to pull the railroad into that particular time period.
Nice.
Okay, let's see. Lloyd had a question and now Tom Shara has a question. So Lloyd, you want to go first?
No, actually, that young man just got an answer on part of it, and I'll leave the rest for later.
Well,
Jim.
okay. Then Tom.
Great. Hey, really curious, Jim. You had mentioned that you've had a double deck layout going back a long ways. And I got to tour your layout back in the, I think, late 2000s and really enjoyed seeing what you'd built. I'm just kind of curious, does your earliest double deck layout precede Jim Hediger's Ohio Southern? And not to set up a contest of who was first, but I'm just curious as to where the idea in your case came from.
Yeah, actually, Jim and I have talked about that in the past. Okay, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, we had the opportunity to chat about that. Neither one of us is able to pinpoint exactly who could possibly have been the very first, right? And it really doesn't matter. We started at about the same time. Jim was getting ready to build a new railroad, and Lyd Westcott, the editor of Model Railroader, who Jim worked for, said, well, why don't you, John Armstrong talks about this double deck layout in his track planning for realistic operation book. Why don't you do that? And then we'll, you get a long ways and we'll publish it. And at about the same time, and for me, it was 1976, 1977, I was designing the first version of the Santa Cruz Northern. And my Bible was track planning for realistic operation. And I was building it to fit into the second bedroom of an apartment. And I had about 10.5 by 11 feet. And, the master said, well, this is how you do it. You put this up, here's 2 decks, here's the drawing, go forward. And so I went forward. I had no idea, nobody'd done it, And so, Jim and I, about the same time, started building these purpose-built double-deck layouts. Jack Burgess, probably just about the same time, a little bit later, I think. But he started building the Yosemite Valley before Jim Hediger's articles were published. So on the Ohio Southern. So he's in that same mix, you know, and it really doesn't much matter who's first. You know,
Right.
we're all on that kind of bleeding edge.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, I wasn't interested in the contest of who did it first, but it was just interesting to hear how your friendship with Jim helped to sort of get that birthed. And I remember reading Track Planning for Realistic Operation as a kid and seeing the double deck layout in there, and I thought, gosh, that's really interesting. And at the time, it was a theory, but it had not been done, at least in the known published railroad world. So definitely kudos for being one of the pioneers to you.
So the answer is it was some guy named Jim or Jack, but we don't know whom.
A couple of guys named Jim and maybe a guy named Jack. Yeah, you know.
And they
one
all
of
start
those
with
J
the-
names.
Yeah. I also ran into some other guy in the Midwest somewhere, and I'm just a little vague, but at some meet who had a double deck railroad, and in the course of discussion, it had been rebuilt several times, but it had been double decked for a very long time, back into the 70s, and his understanding was, he just kind of did it to solve some local problems, and it worked out that way. And he wasn't really trying to pioneer anything. And he was then very surprised to read the Ohio Southern articles. So I suspect there were a number of you guys working on the problem at the time, without really having much of a broader context.
Well, Seth, I mean, I've always tried to qualify, my response to this sort of a question, because I'm sure that people did do stuff like this, but, to design it right from the very beginning, when you put that paper, that pencil to the paper for the very first, starting of the sketches, to say this is going to be a double deck layout. I think Jim and myself were probably a couple of years before Jack, maybe. But who knows?
Oh yeah. I mean, this guy
so
certainly wasn't claiming that he was a brilliant architect. It was
no. I'm just saying there
yeah.
were, no, but there were probably other people out there. We just don't know who they are.
Yeah.
And that's all to the good. It's it takes I've got Tony Custer's brand new multi-deck layout book, and I'm only the first couple of chapters into it, but he makes the point that when he wrote the previous book on this in, what was it, 2008, it was still kind of a new concept, and now it's pretty much, this is, we know exactly how to do this, and you just follow these steps and you can make it happen.
Well, yeah. I mean, I remember, starting to build my layout in 2000, and Byron kind of saying, it's too much engineering. You'll never get it done. Don't try to do that while you're still working. And I didn't. It worked out well for me. But I mean, certainly in the Bay Area, obviously we'd all seen your layout, so and Jack's layout, so it was pretty well understood what you had to do. Let's see, Jason, a new questioner. So why don't you unmute yourself and ask your question?
All right. Kind of got a two-parter here. First, Jim, I love the layout. It's beautiful. The Santa Cruz Mountains are a beautiful place, and it's really cool that, somewhere like that can still have a large variety of freight traffic. But my questions were, I love what you did with the beer line bridge, that pivot and drop. But my question is, how come with the hinge on the rolling casters, I noticed in the video that, it's not secured, so the bridge wobbles side to side. How come you didn't just, I guess, connect the two together and keep the bridge, flat and parallel? And my second question is, are you looking for operators? Because I am more than happy to play the role of your old water heater and climb around all underneath.
Okay. So you probably should have my email address somewhere on the stuff that came out, but if not, it's rrjim jim@aol.com.
And that's a good job.
It is.
Having done it several times.
And, send me an email. And, once we get back up to regular operating sessions, we'll get you signed up. As for the hinges and the door slide, yes, it moves a little bit. That's only because of the way that it's fashioned to the drawer slides. It mechanically is perfectly stable once it, lands on its ledges. And I haven't seen any reason to try and, weld the thing into the door slides.
Well, I mean, my question was for when the bridge is not sitting on the track, for when, you do have to lift it up and move it. Cause, in the video, you struggle because it kind of falls on you. I'm just wondering how come, even though it doesn't affect it in operations, you didn't make life easier and just.
I'll have to look at that and see if I could make my life easier. It really is just a pivot up and it slides straight down.
Mhm.
And it does have some flop to it. And actually, I may just leave it like that because it's liable to get bumped when it's in the down position as we're going in and out of the house but I'll take a look at that. Thank you. That's a worthwhile idea to pursue.
Yeah, it's a good design. The fellow who designed them is a friend of ours in the Chicago area, and we've operated on several layouts that have those. And they're really not a problem. I mean, generally the owners prefer to do the moving of the bridge, but it's no big deal. It's a lot less scary than some other types of drop downs I've seen. And let's see, Lloyd's got his hand up. So
he's got his hand back up. Hello, Lloyd.
Lloyd, unmute. Lloyd. Hello.
Send the man a text.
He's muted. Hold on a second. Let me send him a message.
I don't know. My space bar wasn't working. So anyway, I wanted to first say hello and say hi to Terry for us.
Will do, Lloyd.
And are you going up to Tacoma? Okay, so I wanted to swing the conversation slightly that way. How's the backyard doing? And is there any narrow gauge progress?
Oh, well, so for those that don't know, I'm modeling the Sandy River and Rangeley Lakes out in the backyard in Proto 20.3 N2, which means, and if you come to something, I think if you're going to come to, am I doing finer than fine scale at Roanoke Park? I may be. I do a clinic on it. It's actual 2-foot gauge and in 1:20 proportion, and it's done to exact wheel and track relationships of the prototype. So the flanges are only a little bit higher than the HO scale flanges that we're all accustomed to.
Yeah, you are down for a clinic.
And to answer your question, Lloyd, I got waylaid by making a grade on the branch line, which I thought was correct to the prototype, and that my locomotives can barely make it up, and then only to realize after gnashing of teeth and wailing for months that I had misread some documentation and that I can lower that grade from 4% to 2%. And so come this spring, we will tear out about 75 feet of garden railway and relocate it at a much lower grade. In the other things, I've gone to battery power wireless control.
Cool.
So yeah. So it's well, Jim, how can we accomplish more? Well, I'm accomplishing as much as I want to. It's perfectly good. So it takes different sorts of maintenance. I'm gonna have to replace some roofs on some structures that are out in the weather permanently, and they've suffered some damage. It's like, oh, okay, you know, tree branch falls on roof. Oh, you know, I'm glad it wasn't a house. It's just a railroad structure.
Hey, it's in Maine, Jim. You know, stuff happens.
That stuff
That's
happens.
right.
Yes.
Yeah, would you break some wires and get more realistic? Let's get those
Yeah, there you
icicles out
go.
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
So Jim, why the Santa Cruz Northern?
Oh, because ever since I was a babe in arms, I have been going down to through the Santa Cruz Mountains, and we have a family cabin in the Santa Cruz Mountains outside of Watsonville. And we're in second growth redwoods, and I love the area. I have done Dead Railroad Society stuff since I was in my 20s or teens, following the old route of the South Pacific Coast, Southern Pacific, you know, and, you know, walked up to and into what's left of tunnels that you can, and followed along and marveled at, you know, parts of engineering. How did you possibly think you could do that? And I just love the area. It's an interesting bit of railroading, and I was able to, you know, come up with a design that allowed me to say, well, we're, you know, prototype freelancing, we keep this railroad running.
Jim says, well, you see, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the...
Yeah, well, and that's, you know, and, you know, and Jim created.
He looked at the trains and it was good.
Yes, yes.
Absolutely. And they were. But you don't get any rest on the seventh day with the railroad. Oh boy, let me think here. What else can we ask about this that
Well, Seth, I have a quick question for him. It's just with the layout that you have now and the stage that it's in, besides that 75 feet of track that you want to rip out, is there any major changes that you really want to do to the layout? Maybe that scenery and stuff you've done first, maybe that you're not happy with, or just a scene that you want to get rid of and put something else in, or expansion, or?
Sparky, there's at this point 2 major revisions that are still in the planning stages. What I termed the big change, which was changing the upper level, adding to the helix, taking out the water heater, moving the train order operator office into the helix, which also included the CTC island for controlling SP crossing. You know, there's still a couple of minor areas that I'm stumbling over, trying to figure out how to, you know, hide some water pipes and things like that at the back end of the helix. And then you know, I've still got, like I say, 2 or 3 projects that will continue on. Wouldn't change the footprint of the railroad particularly, but will change some of the operations. There's a space off of, I mean, there's parts of this railroad that have been temporary for 25 years, which is kind of a scary thought. But the whole WP Junction area was, you know, put together as a temporary, you know, placeholder. And for years I've had thoughts in mind and just struggled with how to fit up some trackage to model some of the industry more closely associated with that whole San Jose, you know, back when it was the Santa Clara Valley instead of the Silicon Valley, and the whole fruit produce sort of a thing. So there was a beech nut plant making baby food out of all sorts of various things. And they had a tremendous amount of traffic going in and out, served by the WP and the SP. And I'd eventually like to install that and take up some currently hidden space in the interior of the railroad. And we've got ideas for that. And then up at the upper level, there's some changes to be made scenically to incorporate some stuff I want to do. The big question is, can I ever get to Santa Cruz? And Byron Henderson has said, well, you just should go up and over the car and have Santa Cruz up above, where the car is. And it's like, that's one level more than I want to go.
This from the guy who told me double decking was going to be too much engineering.
Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah. He's perfectly happy for me to go and put, a fourth level or third and a half level up above the car. So it's interesting to think that this current version has been in existence now for like 35 years. And it's still reasonably contemporary design. I feel really amazed by that. But it is, and I'm happy with it. It works well. We'll make the modifications and go along. And if sometime in the middle of some night I wake up and I grab a piece of paper and start scrawling and run to the computer and start designing, we may make it to Santa Cruz yet. We'll see.
Cool. Let's see. Cal, I think, had his hand up first, then we'll get to Ian.
Yeah, it just it came up with about 3 or 4 more questions just listening to your last reply. But what I was curious about is I understand you, and I think it was an article you maybe did in RMC, but adding the passenger train that comes off the Southern Pacific. And I never quite figured out, does it do part of its trip in reverse, or do you turn it when it gets to Max Street, or?
You turn it when it gets to Max Street. And the good news is that I have, I think Athearn is finally coming out with them, but several years ago they had a freight Jeep 9, and I got a hold of one and did some repainting and some detailing, and so I've got one of the passenger Jeeps, which were double-ended. It's one of the ones with one of the 4 with dynamic brakes. So no torpedo boat, style. And so it, comes off the SP through SP crossing onto the Santa Cruz Northern, goes into the station. The power runs around the train and then heads up and west to Santa Cruz, and eventually down to Monterey and Pacific Grove.
Yeah. That was just never quite clear to me from that article exactly. Knowing if someone didn't know the layout, they probably wouldn't come up with the question. But
you've been there several times. Come on, Jim, you were not clear about this.
Yeah. Well, but not since that passenger train came on.
Yeah.
Oh. What's your seniority date, Cal?
2007, probably. I get the second Bay Rails, which I'm thinking was 2007.
Probably, yeah.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, and the other thing is, and this did happen the first time I was there, was of course deals with the WP Junction staging and the moving of Benkin's warehouse. How do you anticipate improving that staging area?
I don't see any way to I wish I could fit another track in there to add, because part of the thing is having gone to continuous operations, meaning I don't restage to start at 6 in the morning. We just continue. We stop at 2:30 in the morning. We start the next session 2:30. Well, that impacts where trains are, and all of a sudden I don't have enough staging. And I can make do with that up at the upper end of things at Santa Cruz, so to speak. But down there at WP Junction, I have to ferry a train in sometimes and 050 it onto the track in order to get a train where it needs to be to leave. And it's like, I just can't think of how to get another track in there to make that, so I can stage another train. I've got the power, I've got the equipment.
Yeah.
The stuff for the long train, there's a fair amount of trackage at the west end of West San Jose industrial area before you get to SB Crossing, that really is only there in order to facilitate, me turning the 24 car drag between sessions, because it goes, the biggest reason I wish that the layout design SIG had existed when I designed this railroad was that it would have forced me into thinking about staging more so than I did, because I've had to be incredibly creative, and 26-inch radius curves and 4% grades down and back up. You don't back a train up. In fact, if you saw the TSG video, at one point we see just a shortcut of the drag coming out of WP Junction, and John wasn't happy with how it looked. It stuttered for a moment or something, and he wanted to back the train up. And I said, John, I can't do that. I said, I know what's going to happen. I have the power to push it down, and but it's going to go down that curve. It's still strung out around the whole thing. And the moment that force gets to those cars on the back end, it's just going to push them right over, trying to go up a 4% grade around a 26-inch radius curve. I said, no, what we do is we take some cars off, we back up, and we'll rearrange things as need be. Yeah. Because there's just limitations to so every time I do staging on that railroad, it is a major 5 or 6 month project, and we've added and added and added, and, but it's not easy. I still need more.
Yeah. Yeah, it always amazed me that you could actually operate that railroad just 2 staging tracks on that end.
Yeah, I need more.
Yeah, but it just how little is there. I guess it just always amazed me.
I just need a bigger garage. That's all.
Yeah, exactly. So Ian's been waiting patiently here. You want to ask your question?
Yeah, I was gonna ask, what did you use to make the mountains and scenery on your layout?
Ian, I have been building it for so long that it is a textbook example of various sorts of ways of making scenery. The earliest parts were done with paper towel and plaster over balled up paper or cardboard forms, and then parts of it with strips of cardboard and paper towels with soupy plaster and things. And then we got up to the upper level and we started using foam board and sculpting the foam board to make the various contours.
You used the pink foam board from Home Depot, right?
Oh, I wish. I've never been fortunate enough to find it when I need it. I always end up with some cheap stuff or something. No, I've had but I've had some insulation foam board. Yes, exactly, that sort of thing. There's a couple of spots where more recently I've actually gone back to wire screen, super or hot glued up and above where I needed really clearances and didn't have them for extending some staging. To go back to Cali, I had to extend the staging for the passenger train, which was a dummy second track and then had to become a staging track. And so I had to tear out some scenery and, in order to get room for that, put the track in. Well, I've only got a, thin shell to work with. And so there I've used, aluminum wire screen, hot glued it top and bottom, and then went back to, in this case, to the plaster cloth. So, if you were to cut through this railroad, you would have a 35-year history and, different ways to build scenery.
Yeah.
The top of it always ends up with, some tan or light brown paint, and then layers upon layers of, woodland scenics or others. And then, more recently, electrostatic grass on top of everything else.
Yeah, I put my layout in a 1-car garage, which my mom's nor dad's can't fit in. So then we just had that space. So we're like, oh, all right, we're just put a 4x8 layout here in the time being. And then whenever they're looking on Zillow, they found this nice place pretty cheap for a 4-car garage. I'm like, let's get it. Get it right now. I'm like, I'll do anything. But please buy this house.
Well, good luck.
Good luck with that in the Bay Area. Yes. Let's see. Steve Williams.
Hi, Jim. You mentioned that you don't restage the layout these days. Has that always been the case?
No, and there's still staging to be done, but up until maybe timetable number 10 or so, I would reset the railroad entirely. So every session began at like 6 o'clock in the morning.
Did you always pick the same time of the day?
Yeah, and now, we run until we stop, and if we stop at 2:30 in the morning, well, the next session will start at 2:30 in the morning. It's railroad time. Now, the next session that I have, I'm going to have to start from ground zero. It's been 2.5 years, and there's been enough movement of things.
Okay.
And that we'll start at the traditional 6 in the morning, I suspect.
Okay. And when you've been doing it session by session and then picking up, do you try to make up for the fact that things have slipped against the timetable and whatnot, or
no. The trains stop. If there's train orders, the crews leave them with the trains. The clock doesn't move.
Okay.
And we pick up where we left off. And I think it is more prototypical. It's 24-hour job. We keep going 24 hours. If I really want to push it, I can, take a look at the clocks because they haven't been running, and I can look at the the dispatcher's train sheet and the order book, and I can figure out exactly when, what time of day we stopped and where the trains were. Well, maybe I'll do that. I'll think about that. I've got about a month before the next, expect to have a session.
Thanks, Jim.
Yeah.
Let's see, Ethan, and then I have 2 questions from the chat. So
yeah, and David Putnam is waving his hand as well, Seth. He hasn't put a hand up.
Just put me
his hand in his picture. So, but David, if you hold on for a moment, I think somebody else would come first, but then we'll get to you.
Okay, we'll tell you what. Let's take Ethan, David, and then Mark and Travers had some questions. So see if I can pick those out of the chat. Ethan, you want to go?
Yeah, I was just having experience with a friend of mine's layout who had been around for 30 some years. I was just curious if you could speak a little bit to the foibles and tribulations of maintaining an old layout that's been in existence for a long time, since that doesn't seem to be covered very much sometimes.
It's Ethan, one of the things I've really tried to do is keep the railroad current. And sometimes that's by force. But I part of that is just constantly improving things and saying, well, I did this here, and gee, I really think it would be better if. And so I estimate that about 35 or 40% of the switches have been replaced over the years, not because I had to, but because I was doing something that I wanted to change and do. That seems to be kind of the major focal point for problem areas. The few places where I've had, it's almost all hand throws, and it seems like the few places where I've had whether, some sort of a control for, switch motors, they end up having problems. So I'm glad not to have that one so much. Having replaced the electrical, control systems, probably about 8 or 9 years ago, I went through and entirely rewired the railroad, figuring it was just about that time. I'm currently starting a process to replace all the lighting on the railroad. And so, that sort of stuff, almost all the track is hand laid, which makes it a little bit easier to take care of things, because I built it, I can replace it. Motive power is constantly a little bit upgrades here and there. And, rolling stock, well, we have operating sessions, things happen. So things go through the shops and, they get fixed.
Oh, okay. David Putnam, you had a question.
Hey, Jim, it's been a while since I was at your layout. I was just curious, I'm trying to remember what kind of roadbed do you utilize on your layout?
Don't ask. You don't want to know the answer to that question.
Is it a?
No, it's almost all homosote that I cut, and then on the helix and this is why it has prefab rail as opposed to hand laid, because the helix is a double layer of fiberboard masonite, that's interleaved, so it's a constant spiral, and you don't want to have to try and drive spikes through that sort of thing. And the track lays directly on that. But other than that, it's all homosote.
And has the homosote held up pretty good to your satisfaction?
Oh yeah, the homosote on top of plywood, and I've had no problems with that.
And is your track on homo bed, or what does it sit on?
Oh yeah, no, the track sits on regular, just homosote 4x8 sheet cut to size for where it needs to go.
I've never had to cut that, but I understand it's pretty messy.
You can get not easy to find, but you can get saber saw knife blades. Okay. And that are just a knife blade, that'll go in a regular saber saw, and that'll cut through the homosote. There's no dust. If you try and do it with a regular saw, you please wear a mask, have a vacuum handy.
And have lots of blades, because it just chews them up. Don't do that.
Yeah, but a knife blade you can just sharpen and just cut through it.
A friend of mine made knife blades that are just grinding down regular saber saw blades.
Home Depot has the knife blades for most saber saws. I discovered that a while back, and my lungs appreciate it.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Although everybody has plenty of N95s these days, so less of an issue than it was.
Okay, the rolling stock and track on the rest of my layout appreciates it.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Let me, since it's 5 o'clock and we're officially out of time, let me just throw 2 quick questions from the chat at you. Mark Stafford asked, I think, had you planned to move to LCC? And my guess is you're not, but you might respond to that.
Yeah, I have. If I had more electronics that required, it would have to be a lot more. I would investigate that. But the Santa Cruz Northern is a dark railroad with hand-thrown switches, and I don't do a lot of lighting for my structures. Maybe I'll get to that someday, but I really don't have a need for the sort of thing that either CMRI or LCC would take me to.
And then Travers had a question about what drove your decision to include particular trains in the schedule. So why did you pick the mix of traffic you did, I think is the to that.
When I designed the railroad, I designed it with the thought that I wanted to model as many different kinds of trains as you would see over the whole span of railroading as possible. So I wanted something that emulated a unit train. So that became the Cementipede. I wanted drag freights, fast freights, passenger trains, locals. I wanted work in a yard. And then I looked around and I couldn't find anything in a prototype railroad that gave me exactly the mix of what I wanted within the space that I thought that I would have available. And so I then said, okay, what can I tack onto? And the WP comes really close to it. And so I looked at what the WP was running and said, okay, they have, their hot trains coming in to Oakland from Stockton. They have the Golden Gate merchandise, essentially a drag freight sort of a thing. And then, they had local trains, they had other things. So I was able to take some of that, the cement train came out of rail fanning, the SP down into Tehachapi. Cement trains coming out of Monolith heading for the Bay Area. And I actually have one picture where I actually caught them coming over Altamont Pass. But so it's kind of that basic desire to model something of each of the different sorts of trains, and then finding what in the prototype that was local that would fit with the area that I wanted to model, the Santa Cruz Mountains, that would work in a proto-freelance sort of a fashion, be reasonably realistic.
Okay, so we're, officially out of time. I want to thank you all for joining us today. I want to thank our volunteers, particularly Sid and Sparky, who have been managing this conference somewhat behind the scenes. And to the extent that it looks like I know what I'm doing, it's because they've been propping me up. Certainly want to thank all of our presenters. There's a big long slide that'll pop up tomorrow with all of the volunteers. These things are a huge team effort. And of course, Dave Parks for organizing the tours, not only this year, but, for past in human memory. And we'll see those of you who are local and can make it in the depot tomorrow morning. I should be down there sometime before 8. And the rest of you, will be back live. Sid will be monitoring the chat, so your questions will get into the discussion. Dave Adams, is there anything else we need to tell people?
Well, I was going to say tomorrow is the show officially starts at 9. We start registering people, in the door at 8:30, and that was it. And then some of us crew get down there extra early for the setup and all the other things. So that would be it. Probably if you show up at 7:30, as we aren't going to be ready for you. So if you can hold off until 8:30, that'll be much better. We'll have a fighting chance at this thing.
Unless you bring lots of donuts.
We have somebody that's doing that for us, so we should be good.
Yes, but you do need to do the eating outside. Inside
Yes,
the
yeah.
building, you must be masked at all times. So bring your favorite comfortable, N or KN95 mask. We will have KN95s. One thing I just was having a little discussion with Sparky here. There is apparently a password you need to use to log into this Zoom URL again tomorrow. It went by earlier and I am not seeing it in the chat, but I know it's there. So we'll try and get that message out, or save the chat and take a look through it and see if you can find it. Where did it go? I just saw this morning, so I'm sorry. Anyway,
Is it a different password than went out from the Eventbrite stuff, or is it just hiding there too?
Apparently, it's John Abaticola says he thinks it's a different URL. Check your email. All right, so we'll be communicating with you guys, but do watch your email. If something's strange, take another look. We'll be reaching out to everybody who's registered. And there is, worst comes to worst, fallback, the free YouTube stream. So it's not interactive, but, until we can figure it out, you can at least watch what's going on. So that, unless there's something I've forgotten that people want to remind me, again, thank you all. It's been a great day. It's great seeing you all, even if virtually, and more tomorrow.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you. Bye.
Yep.
Thanks for the presentation, you guys, and also thanks to all of the staff that helped put this together and let us be here today.
There's our slide.
Bye.
Thank you.
Oh, just when you thought it was safe, I popped back on, didn't I? So I just want to thank everybody here for watching. I'm in the process now of helping get the depot set up for tomorrow's stream. So I'm going to turn the stream off here. I hope everybody enjoyed it. And I guess I should have checked. Yeah, hit the like button. Thanks, Robert. I'm a little bit fried. I've been up early getting the stream going from before. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just leave the thank you screen up here for another couple minutes so that people get the credit they deserve. And I will end the stream here probably within the next couple of minutes. So join us tomorrow. The stream here should go live right around 9 o'clock when we're getting the festivities started here. And yeah, we'll catch you all tomorrow. Have a good night.